Quite interesting. I am going to do the super chats, and then we're going to listen to the next part of it here, okay? So, thank you once again, DC. Still don't know this one. I can see the pi sign. It's good enough for me. Mick Leonard, thank you very much for that donation. I appreciate you, brother. Oh, okay. You know what? Look at that. Thank you again, DC, for the second donation. This is a unification of Euler's identity with the stationary action principle. This formula may say a little something about the relationship between classical and quantum physics. Ask AI. Okay, I will ask AI, chat. I will ask it. Call it a free 9-9 education. Love you all. Thanks, We Are the Change. Appreciate you, brother. And then Mr. Rusty Rudder, thank you very much for that $20 donation. Sorry, $19.99. University Ashton Forbes tuition. Thank you. Thank you for that donation. Appreciate it. Okay. Here we go. Oh boy. The lifelong question. Is it pre-session or pro-session? I believe it's pre-session. Wait. Pro-session. Pre-session. Oh boy. Let's not get sidetracked with little things like English words, chat. Okay, skip ahead. Okay, and this is the part where geniusly, I don't know if he coins this, then genius. It's not really oh shit.
My chemistry teacher.
Not what I wanted to do there. It's really like a quantum spin then. It's not spin in the traditional sense. It's a new kind of spin that we're going to call quantum spin. We know we have the spin effect because we can see the properties of it. But at the quantum level, it doesn't work quite the same way that we would expect.
A simpler viewpoint? Why is obsession with spin all the while? Forget about spin. What's the problem in just saying that electrons behave like tiny magnets that doesn't come from anything? And that's that.
Oh, oops.
Well, Feynman says there is a stronger reason why we think about electrons and spin. And for that, let's go back. Let's talk about something that we are familiar with. A top. If you take a tabletop, which is not spinning, and just let go of it, what happens? Well, it falls. Gravity puts a turning force on it, and the top just topples. Topples. Nice. But instead, it sort of just wobbles. Right? Now, we'll not talk about why this happens, but what this means is that if something is spinning, it has the ability to resist turning forces. It has the ability to resist torque. And what ends up, instead of toppling, what ends up happening is it just wobbles. Now, of course, the technical term for this wobbling motion that we just saw, it's called precession. It's called precession. So something that's turning, something that is
Ashton was right. Precession.
Spinning will only precess, and it will be very hard to make it turn. It can resist turning forces. And this ability of something that spins that can resist turning forces is what we call angular momentum. And so a spinning top has angular momentum.
Wow, chat. It's getting spicy. Okay, if you don't understand why this is important, then we call this spinning force, this resistance to turning forces, angular momentum. Well, what was it in Salvatore Pais's equations 7, 8, and 9? Energy exponential growth due to increase in angular momentum. Yeah, it makes sense. Increase in energy due to increase in angular momentum. So it's starting to come together for us now in terms of what does he really mean? He's talking about at the quantum level, we're talking about electron spin. And if you were to go back right now, and if you were to go watch the Ashton Forbes, Dave Rossi, Salvatore Pais interview from last year, or 2 years ago, 2023, you'll see that they were talking about spin. And they were talking about whether or not the spin of an electron can determine whether or not something is a boson or a fermion, solid or collapses down. Quite interesting. So now, when we think about spin, and we listen to the physicists manipulating spin, now we have a better idea of what they're talking about. But at the same time, do we have any idea what they're talking about? So now when physicists are saying, oh, well, that's a half spin or that's a one spin, are they even talking about electrons anymore at that point? When we're talking about quantum spin, we're talking about the fact that we know there's angular momentum at the quantum level, but how does that manifest itself in terms of larger forces? It's still a little bit harder to understand, except for in the case that we understand these properties of fermions that mean that if I were to try to put my hand through something, I resist it because the electrons in the glass are resisting the electrons in my hand. But in other cases, like my hand could go right through the glass. If my hand went right through the glass, you would say, well, it's a bosons then. My hand's going right through the glass because
It's too expensive.
the spin is different. Spin 1 or spin 2. Weird. Didn't say, wow, huge donation. Thank you. For you, maybe some 100 proof to unwind. Yeah, in fact, you know what? You know what, chat? Just for that donation, even though I made a rule. Even though I made a rule, just for you, didn't say, because I've never seen you donate. Cheers. Oof. Woo! Thank you very much. We're out here getting paid to teach quantum mechanics. Okay, let's get back to the sauce. Here we go. Now, I think it starts right about here. Wait, what did it?
Can't believe I'm lagging. I've never lagged.
Okay, we understand
with this
wobble.
before.
Here we go.
Happening, whether the electrons really turned or it wobbled. Well, Feynman says, remember how I said that electrons behave like a tiny magnet and it has everything to do with spin? Well, think about it. If electrons behave like a tiny magnet, then I can use giant external magnets and try to put a turning force on it. If I use a giant external magnet like this, then the poles repel each other. And look, these forces are trying to turn my electron tiny.
Okay, so if you don't understand what's happening on your screen here, just think of magnets, right? So if I have a small magnet and it's not aligned with the other magnets, what's going to happen? Well, the north is going to repel the other north, and the south is going to attract the north. And the south will repel the other south. So you should see some precession of the electron spin if we put it in a magnetic field, if we are correct.
Magnet does not have any angular momentum, then we should expect the electron to just turn, just succumb to that turning forces.
So if the electron is not spinning, then we would imagine the electron should immediately align, right? It should immediately align. That's what should happen, is that the electron should change orientation to align the magnetic lines to match up with the external magnetic field. So let's figure out what happens.
On the other hand, if the electron does have some kind of an angular momentum, right, which resembles spin, then it wouldn't turn. Instead, it would just wobble like this, and then we would know that it has angular momentum.
So what do you guys think the answer is going to be? Do you think that it's going to have angular momentum and it's going to wobble? Or do you think there's going to be no angular momentum and it's going to immediately align with the magnet?
And how do we actually detect it? Well, it turns out that you can actually shoot electromagnetic waves and figure out whether the electrons is wobbling or not. It's pretty insane to think that humanity has come to a point where we can do these kinds of experiments. But anyways, we did this experiment, and guess what we found? We found it wobbles! Electrons wobble!
It wobbles! It wobbles, everybody. The electrons wobble. So the electron must spin. It's resisting the magnetic pull. How can a little tiny electron resist the magnetic pull? Because it's spinning and it gets wobbled and it has resistance to being pulled because of its spinning. Angular momentum. Damn, physics, you crazy. You crazy, physics. I like you, but you crazy. Holy
What
shit,
is
why
this
is physics
lag?
so
What the
nuts,
fuck?
man? You know what? Those people who've been saying that it's all about like vortexes and shit like that, they're probably gonna end up being right. They're probably gonna end up being right. When I started watching this video for the first time and he starts talking about spin, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, those vortex people are definitely gonna be right. Because everything comes down to spin. And a vortex, like you imagine if you were to create a vortex in the water, or you were to spin something in the water, you're gonna create a vortex. It's how you make a, whirlpool or whatever. You can make a little tornado, right? What else can you create, chat? What else can you create by spinning something around? You can create a tornado, you can create a hurricane, you can create a little whirlpool. Oh, yeah, you can also create a warp drive and a wormhole. Yeah, we can create that too, chat. We can create that too. Turns out spin and all this vortex stuff, kind of important. Kind of important even on the small scale. And one more thought I'm going to throw out there for you. This is my normie Ashton thought for you all out there, which is, what if really, when we're talking about electrons and molecules, we really have to think about it more abstract, where it's just like we're looking at the interaction between our reality and the canvas. And the electrons are the interaction. We're seeing the interaction between those things with electromagnetism, with electrons, with any form of electromagnetic fields. And that's what the nature of our reality is. We come from a soup of energy that is all around us all the time. We think that there's this huge amount of energy in our reality that's observable, but actually it's a relatively small amount of energy compared to the total amount of energy in the fabric of our universe. That's the way I think we should be looking at the world. Now, let me go back. There might be one more thing here to watch on this clip. So, float head physics again, guys.
That's what we found. Experiments that we did. But if you were to summarize everything, Feynman says that we have two things now. One, electrons behave like a tiny magnet, very similar to how a spinning ball of charge would work. And secondly, they wobble and they show that they have angular momentum. How do you reconcile all of this? There's only one way. We have to say that electrons have some kind of a property which resembles spin, even though they don't really do. And even the math shows that the tiny magnets that they produce, the strength of the tiny magnets, which is technically called the dipole moment, but don't worry about it, it is directly proportional to its the quantum angular momentum. So there is no escaping it.
The strength of the field, they just said, is directly proportional to the angular momentum. So what are they saying right there? They're saying that energy is proportional to the angular momentum. Is that you can take your angular momentum and you increase it and you can increase your energy right there. So he's saying that there's no denying it. The math checks out. It's a perfect match. It has to be the case that electrons both have spin but also don't, really. So what does that mean? Well, the main thing is we don't understand our universe nearly as well as people will have you believe. It tells us that the quantum nature of electrons and molecules is a lot more bizarre than we think. So when we think about our plasma that we are creating by pulling these electrons apart, if we were to all of a sudden see that when we peel those electrons apart, off of the molecules, off of the atoms, why are they grouping together? Shouldn't they be repelling one another? If we were to see this effect, we would say, holy shit, we just discovered something really magical about the universe. And that's what happened in the late 90s or 80s with Ken Shoulders when he discovered the exotic vacuum objects. Now I'm going to skip ahead because now that we understood this space energy, let's call it, that's out there, this space energy all around us, the question is, can we manipulate that? Can we manipulate the medium? And the answer is, of course we can. How would we manipulate? Well, electromagnetism seems to be the way. The energy seems to be electromagnetic in nature. Why don't we do the exact same thing that Feynman said that we should do to the electron? Force it to precess. In fact, a lot of people wonder, what is wrong with my dude? My mic today is broke. It's reset itself 6 times already. So the question is, what is polarization? This Hal Puthoff's idea of space-time metric engineering. I struggled with this concept for a long time. What does he mean when he's talking about making a warp drive in a wormhole? What does he actually mean? My view of what he means is that you can use electromagnetism to align the 0-point energy, to manipulate it in some way, to align it, to move it around, to get it to manipulate, to move it in the way that you want it to move. So if I have this area of 0-point energy and it's just randomness, so you can imagine this randomness as arrows going in every direction. Well, we know that 0-point energy is electromagnetic in nature. So if I want to polarize it, what would I do? Well, I would put a huge magnetic field next to it, right? Just like Richard Feynman showed in that clip. Actually, let me go back to that clip because that's so important. This clip right here, this snip right here is super important. What you see on the right side of the screen right here, this is polarization. See that? That is polarizing. Now imagine that same process, but scale it up. Instead of just one electron, you take a system or a group of plasma or something like this, right? And a region of space-time. And you were to do something, but instead of a small magnet, you have an extremely powerful magnetic field. That is the idea of Salvatore Pais's high-frequency electromagnetic field generator, or high-energy electromagnetic field generator. That's exactly it. That's polarizing the vacuum. When Hal Puthoff is talking about how do you manipulate space-time, he's talking about using powerful magnets, powerful electromagnetic fields.
Be right back.
And Salvatore Pais told us how we do that. How do we achieve powerful electromagnetic fields, powerful enough to break the Schwinger limit? We do that through lasers, attosecond lasers, increase the energy level by increasing the frequency and or angular momentum, vibration. So we use, cold non-equilibrium plasmas. Cold non-equilibrium plasmas will allow us to get the energy densities that are required to break the Schwinger limit. So we just pulled it all together, chat.
Yeah, that's right.
How does warp drive work? Now when people ask you how warp drive works, you don't have to say, listen to this guy Ashton Forbes. You can say, well, electrons are little magnets. And if the 0-point energy around us is electromagnetic in nature, and the 0-point energy is what gives us mass, what gives us inertia, if the 0-point energy is what causes everything to be in an equilibrium, then what we need to do is break that equilibrium. And how are we going to break it? powerful electromagnetic forces. So how are we going to create a warp drive, a warp effect of space-time, or a wormhole? We're going to use powerful electromagnets. And how are we going to create the electromagnetic forces that are required? We're going to use non-equilibrium cold plasmas, EVOs. I'm quite literally giving you a checklist of how to make a doomsday weapon at the moment. It's legal because technically it's not real. Technically, this is for entertainment purposes only. Okay. Now, Harold Sonny White. If you don't know this guy's name, he's pretty funny because he's got this funny picture of a cow stuck on a fence. But real talk. This video is from 10 years ago. I featured this about a year ago on my live stream. This is from 2014, just a few months after the plane disappeared, actually. Harold Sonny White is probably one of the lesser known, more important NASA engineers. And not only did he show that we 100% can warp space-time, but he also was the one that tested the EM drive, the impossible drive, and showed that it did have anomalous thrust. I'm just going to repeat what I just said right there. I'm just going to run with this because I'm 99% sure it was Sonny White. Sonny White was the one that tested the EM drive while he was with NASA and confirmed small yet anomalous thrust. Sonny White did. NASA confirmed it, and then NASA debunked their own confirmation. And Harold Sonny White also showed with his experiments, yeah, it's at NASA Eagle Works, that we can quite literally bend space-time. I don't know how it's just been ignored. It's not a simulation. They literally did it.
I don't have any throws. God damn it.
Or millennia. What if you wanted to make it in less than 4 years? It turns out that the same framework that establishes the speed limit, the cosmic speed limit, you cannot exceed the speed of light. There are two loopholes within the mathematics of general relativity that potentially allow you to go somewhere very quickly without locally leaving your local light cone. One is the idea of a wormhole. The other is the idea of a space warp. I'll talk a little bit about that. So the idea of a space warp works on the principle that you can expand and contract space at any speed. It's not restricted to c. We know that inflation occurs in nature when we look at light.
Chat, can I just say, fucking Yahtzee? Look at what we're looking at right there. Look at that ring around the object.
Yeah, man.
Look at that torus, that donut around
Exactly.
the object. Location of the
Exactly.
ship proper. Literally, how do you create this? You create a torus around the object. This is exactly what the orbs are doing to MH370.
Yep.
Exactly. Not a little bit. Exactly what they're doing. Let me be 1,000% clear right now. The orbs in the MH370 videos are quite literally showing a modified version of the Alcubierre warp drive space-time metric.
Yep.
Do you get it? Like what the guy just said here? He just said
I can't have it out of
that there are two ways to get around general relativity to go faster than the speed of light. And one of those ways is to create a warp bubble. And Harold Sonny White's own video from 2014 that we're looking at right now quite literally shows an object in a torus. And now remember this, chat, when you're watching the MH370 video. Do I have the one with just the zap? Here it is. Look at the orbs spinning around the plane in a torus. This is why the orbs are spinning around the plane. Did you ever wonder why the orbs are spinning around the plane like this? It's not random. They're spinning around it in a donut shape. They're spinning around it intentionally, and the direction of the spin matters too. the direction they're spinning counterclockwise around the plane. And this is important because counterclockwise means the plane's going backwards according to the right-hand rule in electrical engineering. If it was clockwise, the plane would be going forward. This is really important because the plane's flying to the east. So that means if this plane's going backwards, it's going to the west. So yes, is there a reason why these two things look exactly the same? Yes. Probably because these motherfuckers have been hiding warp drive technology from us, and clearly they've got it figured out because we're watching it in a military video, and there's no way in goddamn hell that somebody faked this video and they were just like, what, a big fan of Harold Sonny White in 2014? This wasn't even on the internet yet. This presentation is from November of 2014. This post dates the video. This video we're watching post dates Harold Sonny White's presentation. So
Bring in the teleportation.
how the hell would they know
Holy
about
shit.
something that doesn't exist yet? There's several aspects of the physics in this video that literally just didn't exist publicly when this video was on the internet. Like, I'm sorry, if you think this video is fake, like, I get why from an ontological shock perspective, but, like, can't you just tell you're looking at real clouds?
Yeah, man.
Can't you just tell that you're not looking at, like, a still picture? Can't you tell from, like, the noise pattern that this is, like, actually real imagery and not just, like,
Nobody can
if it
tell
was, like,
you.
crystal clear, you'd be
People
like, oh,
refuse
well,
to believe to see with their own
that'd be
eyes.
fake. But you see this noise pattern.
What the
I
why
don't know.
is
I guess
this
not. I
like?
guess not everybody can see it.
What the fuck? I want
Okay.
to show this fucking screen. It wasn't
So,
like this before.
why
What
do
happened?
the person I should be glazing is Harold Sonny White, because I'm like 99% sure Harold Sonny White knows about stuff like the orbs as well. It's very easy once you figured out what we have to realize which people know and which people don't. People like this don't do these kinds of experiments like this. And Sonny White is in the know, and Sonny White took one for the team as well. My sources tell me that they had Sonny White was getting a little bit too much truth out there, and so they basically had to tell him to chill out or back on and stop telling the truth. We're not trying to tell people about warp drives and wormholes just yet. An EM drive. They're all real. They're all 100% real. Warp drives, wormholes, EM drive, the imposter drive, yep, it's real. Cold fusion, yep, it's real. It's all real, chat. Doesn't matter if you believe me. It literally doesn't even matter. You will find out in the future that I was right. I'm not psychic. Nobody gave me a download from an alien or any shit like that. I just literally saw the videos, was able to deduce it. It wasn't hard.
Yep.
It wasn't hard. That's clearly what happened to MH370. The plane's literally still missing. They're actually here we go, Miss Chloe. They're actually literally searching for that plane right now, this very moment, while I'm talking this live stream. They are searching for that plane. The boat is in location searching for it. And I already know that they're going to find nothing, and that they found nothing, and that they're going to find nothing at all. It's not because I'm psychic or anything like that. It's because I know with absolute certainty they're not going to find anything, because I'm watching the video where the plane is being literally warped out of space-time, and there's coordinates, and I can just see in the coordinates, it's the Nicobar Islands in the bottom left. I can just see the coordinates. It says right there in the bottom left. It's Nicobar Islands. That's what those coordinates mean.
I have to go all in on
So
this.
obviously the plane's
know
not
my
in the South
direction is
Indian
right.
Ocean. That's it.
Okay.
Now that I've addressed my MH370 rant, let's go back to this.
Light
'Cause he talks
comes
about
to
some of
us, from stars that are in galaxies very far away from us. That light has been redshifted since the Big Bang 13.
Okay.
That surrounds this little football-shaped spacecraft, and so the football shape might be where you'd have your sensitive instrumentation or any.
Or like airplane. The football shape is where you might have your airplane that you're going to teleport away with some orbs.
Payload that you're very worried about.
I mean, this part was crazy. I actually forgot how on the money this was. Yeah, if you're right now wondering how is this all real, well, welcome to the party. I forgot how on the money this is. Look at the image you're looking at right now. This post dates the videos.
Yeah.
This is Harold Sonny White quite literally explaining how they use an Alcubierre warp metric to teleport MH370. But quote unquote, they don't know how to make the energy. Sure.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can.
yeah.
Or if you wanted to be bold, maybe some type of a human crew.
Some type of human crew.
Now, the metric had a lot of good appealing characteristics when you think about the idea. At that little center area, that blue disc you see on the screen, it has a couple of good characteristics for the concept of a mission like this. It has the divergence of phi is 0, so it has flat space-time inside of the.
So basically what he's saying here is that if you're inside the plane, you can live. Okay, a lot of people ask me the question, can you survive? Yeah, you can survive a wormhole. That's not the problem.
Problem
Sonny
is the
White's
edge of
explaining
the
right
wormhole.
here that you can survive a wormhole right there. That's what he's explaining with that topology. He's like, because this is flat right here, you can survive. But you don't want to be on the edges, okay? That's what he's explaining right here. It's the fire that's going to take them out. The problem with the MH370 videos is actually, ironically, not them getting teleported away through a wormhole. Somehow, that's not the biggest problem with the videos. The biggest problem for the passengers in the videos is the plane is on fucking fire. There's smoke coming out of the back of the plane. That's the biggest problem. And the reason why that's a problem is because it was 1 hour and 20 minutes from the time the plane was on fire to the time those videos happened, and there's no way those passengers were still alive after an hour and 20 minutes with the smoke. That's the biggest problem. Okay. So flat space-time, blah, 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 calculations. Okay, you know what? I am going to just go ahead and I'm going to do commentary because I've basically memorized this whole video. So right here, he's saying, well, the amount of energy, he's saying, here's the amount of energy it would take to make the ring. And notice, when you do it for real, you don't require a ring. You just need 3 orbs. 3 orbs is enough. Now, here's the rub. Harold Sonny White was saying that, well, we would need the mass of Jupiter, which is obviously insane, way too much. And obviously, we don't need the mass of Jupiter. How do we know we don't need the mass of Jupiter? Well, because we're literally watching the plane get zapped away, and there's no massive Jupiter here. Right? There's no massive Jupiter here. Now, couldn't there be a very powerful, concentrated amount of energy? Yes. But it's not pulling everything away. So something different is happening here. Something different is happening here. Now, so instead, what is the answer? The answer is twofold. One, yes, we can amplify energy. Yes, we can clearly amplify energy. 2, they've found a way to reduce the energy requirement. Listen carefully. They found a way to reduce the energy requirement. They don't need Jupiter, but they don't even need anything close to Jupiter. They found a way to do it with much, much, much less energy. They basically found the cheat codes, guys. They found the cheat codes, and they found the way to make this happen with a tiny amount of energy. A tiny amount, relatively speaking. That's the big secret, right? And that also represents free energy. There's a lot of ways that you can represent free energy. You can represent it by amplifying energy. You're getting more out than you got in. You can make something like this take less energy to produce. And then you can just pull it out as well. So lots of ways to actually get free energy. Now, the thing that Harold Sonny White's was in the news or social media trending, and that has to do with their torus shape. So what Harold Sonny White has been focused on is how do you reduce the energy requirement? That's what Harold Sonny White has been trying to figure out. And he said, well, just make the shell, the bubble, really, really thin. Make it really, really, really tiny. Because it doesn't need to be thick. We just need to displace space-time. It can be as thin as a soap bubble. And if you make it the shape of a torus, then you can also reduce the energy requirement. That's what Harold Sonny White was saying. Well, it turns out 3 orbs can also apparently reduce the energy requirement. And to somebody who was saying, well, isn't this what Jack Sarfati is saying? Yes. And Jack Sarfati is correct that we can reduce the energy requirement. Where he's wrong is we don't need a metamaterial to do that. Jack Sarfati is prescribed because a lot of these guys have 1 foot in academia and 1 foot in the woo. And it's funny because where Jack's line is drawn his crooked ass line, is that he thinks space is empty. Jack Sarfati thinks space is empty. And if space is empty, then of course you need a metamaterial to change the permittivity of an object, a region of space. You need something to be there and change that permittivity of that object. And if you change the permittivity and permeability of a metamaterial, then yes, you can reduce the energy requirement. We don't even need that. Why? Because we can reduce we can change the permittivity of a region of space-time with a plasma. Plasma will do it. We already have a better medium. We don't need a metamaterial. We've got the best medium there is. It's called plasma. The fourth state of matter. That's the medium. Change the permittivity. And then you would say, well, how can you change the permittivity and permeability then? Well, compress or expand the plasma. People would say, well, can you compress or expand a plasma? If you can, then that's your answer, isn't it? So I would say yes, you probably can. And that's, yes, probably the answer. Just throwing it out there, chat. The benefit also of the plasma is that you can treat it like a circuit that is connected everywhere. It's perfect. Plasma's perfect. In fact, I wish I knew about plasma earlier. I would have become an expert on it. Instead, I'm a social media influencer. Life comes at you fast, chat. Stay in school. Okay. Let's do a couple super chats since I saw you guys popping off. Okay. If angular momentum happens, does that mean that the resistance force is getting weaker, correct? Because when the top is full spin, there's 0 angular momentum. But once the resistance force gets weaker, no, I think it's opposite of how you're saying it. I think it's the opposite. Could be wrong, but I think it's the opposite. Thank you for that donation, sir. Follow up. MH270 orb appears to be going elsewhere or just passing through. But once it passes through the plane, it appears to reverse and get attention of the plane. The other 2 orbs come into the picture. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not going to go too much into it. What I will say is that it does look, if you watch closely, the first orb gets into position and the second 2 orbs get into position. Like, they already know where they're going. Like, they know where to go to get into position already. That, I think, shows AGI or AI or some sort of tracking mechanism, homing mechanism that I don't think anybody's seen yet. So, thank you very much for those 2 donations. I appreciate it. Hopefully I didn't get this one wrong. If I did, go in the comments, guys. Tell me all about it. Deniable plausibility. Hi, Ashton. Love you. Thank you for that donation. We assume it was teleported to Diego Garcia. Could it also been teleported somewhere else? Yeah, it could have been teleported anywhere. How do we know for sure? Well, one of the biggest clues is that the phones were still ringing. The phones were still ringing. Not just 1, not 2 phones. 19 phones were still ringing at least. And if the phones are still ringing, then it's probably not an Alpha Centauri. Now, this is a really interesting clue because it tells us maybe the warp drive and the wormhole technology that we have as human beings right now is not to the Alpha Centauri level yet. Or maybe it is and we just didn't feel like flexing. Or maybe the plane's an Alpha Centauri and we're never going to find it again. Who knows? Thank you for that donation either way. Mr. Rusty Rudder, could he be people be teleported before the plane was teleported? Could the people be teleported before the plane was teleported? Well, a lot of things could have happened. For me, guys, like what I say all the time is I try to look at all the evidence in totality and try to tell you the story that I think makes the most sense and for you to come up with your own. So, could they? Maybe. Sure. We used to think that maybe there was a chance the plane got teleported twice. If you can teleport a plane once, why can't you teleport it twice? I don't know. End of the day, the only people that can tell us the truth are the United States government. Everybody should be pushing for the United States government to declassify the MH370 files. We know they know what happened. The moment they reveal the files, we're going to be proven correct. It'll turn out that, yes, the United States government orbed the plane with some magic plasma orbs. And, yeah, we got plasma orbs. Get over it. It's not that big a deal. Thank you for that donation. As Milk. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for that donation. And thank you for doing this and your courage. I'm certain I'm not the only person you have converted from focusing on NHI to ZPE, which is more productive. I'm not trying to convert people. It's not a battlefield of converting people from one to the other. It is a matter of opening people's minds up. Even people that are open to the idea of aliens, I have not yet opened their minds to the true implications of aliens. Which is, if a civilization is more advanced than we are, what does that actually look like? And if they're thousands or millions of years more advanced than we are, what does that look like? What does that technology look like? And can we understand it? Those are the big questions. Much, much bigger than are we alone? No, we're not alone. Alien life is out there. Of course it's out there somewhere. Jesus, chat. Of course it's out there somewhere. The universe is huge. Of course there's alien life somewhere. You think we're the only beings that are like bipedal sentient creatures? No, it's gonna definitely be, it's probably common. It's probably common, just mathematically speaking. Okay, and then deniable plausibility one more time. What if it got teleported forward in time and it just turns up somewhere here? I think getting teleported forward in time would be the most likely outcome if time travel is involved. Other than it just being teleported like an hour away. That's actually the most likely. But forward time travel makes the most sense to me, that you would like freeze yourself and then you would show up in the future. But I feel like even that's probably gonna get more complicated. Like even that, like you feel like you would look at someone would look like moving in slow-mo or something. But who knows, chat? We're in uncharted territory. When it comes to time travel, that's the most interesting aspect of it, but also the most unknowable aspect of it. I do want to say I hope the passengers of MH370 found peace, and I hope that their loved ones get closure eventually, and I hope that the government admits the truth about what they did. Oh, one more. Michael Burke, you're so amazing that you've come this far. I love your work. Have a question. Why do the orbs seem to switch directions? Yeah, that's a good question. That's a really good question. My guess, I mean, the obvious answer is they're locking in. They lock in, and then they start their dance. And then after they start their dance, after they do their dance, they're locked in their orientation. So I'll just skip ahead a little bit here. So, and for the other person as well who donated, so the first orb doesn't lock in right away. It locks in there. And now it's already in its location. The second orb's coming through this cloud down at the bottom here, and it gets right into location. And now the two orbs are already locked in a triangle formation. That's the weird part. They're already locked in a triangle formation. And the third orb comes in and completes the triangle. And now you're going to watch in about 2 or 3 seconds, the direction of the orb is going to change. Or it's not like the direction, or maybe the direction, but it like adjusts right here. Right here, right there. And now it's going like, it's not quite going a different direction, but like it starts its dance right now. So now it starts spinning around the plane. Yeah, it kind of changed direction there, but it's kind of hard to say because it's 3-dimensional, right? So it's really what's happened is not so much that it's changing direction, but if you imagine the 3 orbs as being connected with a triangle, what's really happening here is that you're seeing the triangle just like spin around the plane like this. Like it's mapping the plane. It looks like it's mapping the plane. And then you see them go into a vertical formation right there. They switch in that vertical formation. And this is where you're seeing that sunny white warp drive, which it's obvious that the vertical formation has to do with the warp drive and probably the direction of travel of the plane. Probably the direction of travel. It's pretty scary to think about that. That video's on the internet and real. Pretty scary to think that video is real. Okay. Back to the last bit on this. So, okay, what I'm trying to find, guys, just in case I don't find it here, Harold Sunny White did the experiment. He's got this thing called, like, the warp drive interferometer. So everything's interferometry. They make an interferometer, and you can see the bending of the light. Like, so basically they have these lines, right? And you're like, okay, if there's no bending, you should just see straight lines. And they look at it, and you can see the bend in the line. What does that mean? They've created a real warp bubble that is quite literally gravitationally lensing light around it. Why is that huge, chat? That is what's happening in the MH370 video. One of the most impossible details to fake, that there's just no way in a million years anybody ever faked, is the frame right before the plane disappears. Oops, I missed it. This frame right here. You can see the gravitational lensing already beginning in the frame right before the wormhole opens up. You can see the orbs are flat. That's not because the orbs are actually flat. You're seeing the gravitational lensing effect happening because the orbs are creating that toroid around the plane while they pinch together. You're seeing it right there with your own eyes. The frame right beforehand is perfectly clear, perfectly clear. The next frame, it blurs and there's flattening, and it's blurring not because the camera's out of focus. It's blurring because of the gravitational lensing. And then the next frame, the wormhole opens up, it eats the plane, and then it collapses back down, and then the wormhole's gone.
Yep.
Absolutely fucking incredible.
Yep.
I could never have guessed in a million bajillion years I would be trying to convince people or being an advocate for videos of a plane being wormholed out of the sky by some orbs. Drink to that, chat.
Drink to that, my boy. Let's go.
Jesus.
That's crazy.
They're just hiding plasma orbs and warp drive technology from us. Whoever has that technology, you're unstoppable. And just at that point, now you understand why I always wonder, like, what's the limit? Like, is everything a lie? Is our whole society like one carefully manufactured lie? And the answer is probably yes. It probably is yes. Okay, let's go back and see if I can find that part that I was trying to talk about. So here are the calculations.
Just the amount.
Here's how he talks about how you're
What
gonna
hap-
these
what
like
happened?
he tried these different ways where you can actually reduce the amount here to make the bubble really thin. Okay, now let's see. Here we go. There it is. Warp
Wait, did I
field
miss it?
interferometer. See, I was
I
pretty
missed
close.
it.
Well, the reference
I
legs of the
missed it,
interferometer.
even though
So
I
actually, you
looked
can see right here. Am I on full
Fuck
screen?
me.
Yeah, I am. Okay. You can see right here
there.
where
God damn it.
you see the straight lines, the red down here in the bottom left, the pink. You can actually see the bending right there. So you take that bending and they
Actually,
convert it
that's
back
not
to
bad.
3D, and then you can kind of see this bend. So he did this, and so you guys can find some articles, and I think there's another. Here's a different interferometer. And so what they're looking for is they're looking for little bends in the
No, I didn't
space-time.
miss it, right?
And let me see if there's. I thought there was one more image somewhere.
I did miss Brent, I guess.
Just some more dope images in the background. Oh yeah, and then here's the Q thruster as well. So the Q thruster was actually another EM drive. So he talks about that as well. Pretty crazy. He gets some. I remember at the end of this, he gets some really blue-pilled questions from people who couldn't understand, who were like just thought it was all fake or something. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, let me see what questions we got in the chat, guys. So if you want to know more Sonny White, you can go ahead. You can check out the link. There's also a PDF from EgoWorks that you can find where you can see the results, where you show positive results. You can find several news articles where he talks about this is not a simulation. We produced a real warp bubble in the lab. So why is this important? Because if we are publicly announcing, if NASA is publicly announcing that they've been able to produce warp bubbles, and it's the same guy that was able to show the EM drive is real, well, all the physics is, of course, real. It's all based on zero-point energy and the idea that space is not empty. All of it is. And if NASA and them had figured it out publicly and are talking about it publicly, well, then the private military contractors in the military probably figured it out decades before that, way before that. This is the part where I'm trying to tell people, like, you have to be out of your mind to think that they're talking about this stuff publicly in 2014 and the military didn't already have it figured out. You don't think that Lockheed Martin would have already locked up the Sonny Whites of the world way before Sonny White? Yeah, of course they did. Of course they figured this all out. Lockheed Martin has no incentive structure to go do a presentation about how warp drives are possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Lockheed Martin doesn't give a shit if you think warp drives are
exactly.
possible. In fact, they don't want you to think they're possible. So
Yep.
they can sell you F-35s at like $1 billion a piece.
That's right.
You're buying useless, garbage, obsolete technology when they've got warp drive technology.
Yep.
It's called the razors and the razor blade model. Have you ever heard of it, chat? You say, you got to get my razor, and once you have my razor, it's really cheap, but now you got to get my razor blades every time. It's what Lockheed Martin's nickel and diming people to buy obsolete technology, and they're keeping the super advanced shit out there because it would obsolete all their other stuff. That's what's going on. Okay.
I need one pistol.
Bro, you guys think I want to be a politician? Screw that. I'm way too honest to be a politician. I don't meet the criteria for dishonesty. You also just have to be a complete scumbag, I feel like, is like pretty much a mandatory requirement. And if anything, when I learned more about this stuff and like how the Gang of Eight absolutely knows about MH370, the Gang of Eight back then included Mitch McConnell. So Mitch the Turtle probably knows. And you start to realize like these are all the deep state pieces of shit. Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, you know, Chuck Schumer. These dudes are all the deep state pieces of shit. And remember when I was promoting Marco Rubio for vice president, and everyone's like, no, he's a uniparty deep state shill. I'm like, yeah, I know he is. Trump's going to need one of those in his crew. You got to have one deep state shill in your crew to keep the other deep state shills in line. Of course Marco Rubio is. He's a Gang of Eight member as well. That's why he's talking about UFO shit. You think Marco Rubio, a conservative kind of idiot guy from Florida, why is he talking about UFOs? Why is Matt Gaetz talking about them? Because they've seen the shit. They've seen the videos. The good shit that we haven't seen. They don't know what it means, but they know they've seen some shit that normal people can't explain. Marco Rubio has probably been fucking scared silent. He saw MH370, he was like, oh boy, I'm way over my head. And he was like, I'm gonna go ahead and just join the deep state. You see some MH370 shit, chat? Imagine being a politician and you see some MH370
Fuck that.
shit.
I'm
You're
not
like,
dealing
oh,
with that.
okay, yeah, the deep state controls everything. I'm gonna go ahead and be on the deep state side now.
Yep.
They're the ones with the magic orbs and the teleportation and the free energy. I'm gonna go ahead and be on their side.
Yep.
And then when the public's making fun of you for whatever weird shit because you're a shill, you're like, yeah, well, my plane's not being teleported away by some orbs now, is it? When I get on a Boeing plane, I'm not afraid that it's going to fall apart in the middle of the sky. Are you? That's a pretty good safety net. I'm not going to lie. That's why when the overlord prison aliens or whatever that are controlling us come, I'm going to be on their side. I got more in common with them than I got with you all. I'm just kidding, you guys. You guys are fine. Everybody else out there, the NPCs of the world,
The backdrop people.
I have no earthly connection to them, chat.
Oh,
Okay,
you do,
guys.
You do.
I hope you enjoyed our live stream tonight.
Ah,
We
that was
talked a little bit
crazy,
about
dude.
science. I hope you enjoyed the change of pace. I certainly
great.
must be one of the live streamers that have the weirdest niche between conspiracy, advanced energy concepts, propulsion, free energy, all this stuff, UFOs. Strangest combination ever. So I hope you enjoyed it tonight, guys.
Super dope,
More science coming to you on Wednesday and on Friday. And on Saturday or Sunday, I don't know which day, I'm going to have Robert J. O'Neill, the guy who shot Special Forces operator who shot Osama bin Laden. Also, famously, in my opinion, said that MH370 was not a mystery and that it was a message to China and that it was 6th generational warfare. So, going to be talking to Robert J. O'Neill about
nice.
special operations. We're going to talk a little MH370. I'm going to find out why it is that he said that it was a 6th generational warfare. Get some answers. And, yeah, hopefully learn a little bit about how special operations work in general and how everything works behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I think that'll be sweet.
Oh, yeah.
So look forward to that interview coming up this weekend, guys. Talk to you guys on Wednesday. Peace out, MH370X. I love you guys. Keep being real. Keep doing your thing. And we'll win in the end.
Yes.
Later, everybody.
Yes.
What's up, Jesse Michaels?
What's up, Danny Jones?
Like I just said to you, bro, you're gonna have to pull me back into the believer, make me a believer again, because the more I learn about UFOs, the more I am just out on this topic lately.
That's understandable, and I'm not here to bring you back. I'm not an evangelist. I do think.
Damn it.
I'm sorry. I do think if the question is the topic worthy of further investigation, and is there something very interesting at the bottom of all of this? You know, you get to the final room. Is there something interesting going on? My answer would be, I think yes. But yeah, I don't want to evangelize. I think in many ways, interest in UFOs is maladaptive and a distraction for a lot of people, and doesn't make sense. So.
Yes, yes. There's a lot of you got to cut through, bro. Like, not just if you want to talk about like psyop stuff, like sure, there's a lot of stuff you got to cut through with that. But then there's a whole nother layer of people monetizing this. There's a business, right?
Yep.
Like we're doing a podcast in a spaceship about UFOs because my audience loves UFOs and I'm gonna make money talking about UFOs. Half the books on that shelf are about fucking UFOs. So it's a huge business too.
Yep.
Which muddies the water even more.
Yeah, it totally muddies the water, and it's a weird dynamic. And I think when you have a topic that's kind of pointing at the sacred, you know, it might be the tip of the iceberg. It's not the rest of the iceberg. Like, it's just
Right.
an unidentified flying object is not necessarily what you're going for. I think a lot of people that are into it are like ultimately meaning seekers, and they want like they want to understand the reality of religion. They want to understand metaphysics, and so I think UFOs are just a foray. They're just one kind of route in. But I think combining that with money is a very weird thing. I mean, then it's like sort of the modern Catholic indulgences or something. You know? It doesn't really work.
Right. Yeah, totally, man. And we were just talking before we started rolling about that movie, The Adjustment Bureau. And there's some crazy people, like some deep, dark, secretive people in this whole UFO world that aren't public, that I guess we can talk about the guy, right? Like he's fully the reason I'm scared to talk about this guy, is because my podcast today with Chris Bledsoe, completely got nuked off YouTube.
Yeah, should we tell this story? Because you told me some really interesting stuff on a phone call.
I did?
Yeah.
What did I tell you?
Well, you said that.
You say I don't care.
Okay, cool. You said that the views were like, you know, it was like doing 50K a day.
Oh, yes.
And then it cuts off.
Yeah.
You speak to some rep at Google, and they're like, we don't know what the hell happened here. It doesn't make any sense given the click-through rate, average view duration, which should basically define the video's performance. He goes, the one other time I've seen this is with Jesse's David Grush video.
Exactly.
Performance fell off a cliff.
Yep.
So.
And he said that my video with Bledsoe and your video with Grush, neither of them broke any YouTube rules or had any internal red flags that he was able to see.
Yep.
And he goes, whenever this happens, which has happened one other time recently with David Grush, it's basically the floor above me that I have no access to.
Yep.
Something above my head that I don't know what the hell's going on. So what the hell is going on? Why are they doing this? Erasing podcasts with people who talk about getting abducted by aliens off of the internet. I feel like they have way bigger fish to fry.
You would think. I don't know.
It's not aliens.
There's something very interesting about Chris Bledsoe's story. It's like, why is, you know, Jim Semivan is very high up at the CIA. Why is he showing up at Chris Bledsoe's, you know, place in Fayetteville, North Carolina?
Tim Tater.
When he's, you know, starts to kind of attract UFOs, he talks to the lady or whatever. You know the whole story.
Yeah.
He's definitely attracted the attention of some very interesting people. You know, we were just talking about, you know, Tim Taylor.
Yes,
who
that's the guy.
I would always mention pseudonymously. He was written about in this great book by Diana Pasulka, religious studies professor, called American Cosmic, and then he was kind of doxxed by Chris Bledsoe on your show, actually.
Right,
So-
which I thought that might have been the reason that video got completely blasted off the face of YouTube because of him talking about him. Right, because if I'm that guy, and I have all these connections that he allegedly has, I could probably make a call or send an email to somebody at YouTube being like, nuke this thing.
Totally. Yeah, well, that's what, and Bledsoe even says in the story that Tim Taylor gives him a whole brief about UFOs, and then he says you can't send this to anybody, and then he like sends the email or something to his wife or like I don't know somebody very close, and immediately gets a call from Tim being like
knowing that he forwarded it.
Yeah, like you f***ed up, yeah. And so who knows if that's like a test and like they're just sort of being psyoped or I don't know. I think even Bledsoe thinks that maybe he was being messed with initially when he sort of entered his life. And even when I think he was giving him a tour of like Kennedy Space Center. What was
he said when you walk through the security, when you walk past the security tower, he goes, just play a song in your head.
Yeah, so they can't access your thoughts.
So they can't access your thoughts, right?
That's
And I asked him like, what?
Yeah.
I'm like, who's in there?
Yeah.
And he didn't know. He's like, mind readers. I don't know if they're aliens or humans, but they read your minds.
Yeah.
And then he also said some that I'm like, I don't even know if I want to say on camera, but he like.
Say it, Danny.
He told me some stuff. Okay, essentially, I'll dumb it down so it's not too technical, but he basically told me that this fella showed him a real life Men in Black neuralizer
No way.
that wipes your memory.
No way.
Oh shit.
This is what he told me.
How can you know
And
if it's a neuralizer?
we actually cut the segment out of the podcast because I was like, "There's no way I'm putting this on the podcast." It was like a 10-minute chunk of that Bledsoe podcast where he explains everything about it, how it works, where they got it from.
No way.
Yeah, bro.
Why didn't they neuralize him after they described the whole neuralizer? That would seem like
You would think they would want to do that, right?
yeah.
But like that is like essentially is like one of the explanations for the missing time stuff. And he had another story about like missing time where they were like walking through a forest.
Yep.
I don't know if you're familiar with that one, but like they were him and Tim were walking through a forest with somebody like looking for something, and then all of a sudden they started over.
Wow.
Like they almost like started back to where they were an hour ago with in an instant. Like almost it was like a loop, like they looped through time or something.
It's fascinating.
Weird.
I don't know. Well, I just, we were talking earlier about I did a piece on this guy, Thomas Townsend Brown, who I think is just a fascinating character.
One of the best documentaries I've ever seen.
Thank you, man.
It is incredible. Dude.
Appreciate that. Yeah, well, he's amazing. He's, I think, like a forgotten hero in American history. I think he made all sorts of breakthroughs in the world of gravity. But in general relativity, gravity and time are related. So the kind of subplot of his whole biography, it's a great biography called The Man Who Mastered Gravity by a guy named Paul Shatskin. Recommend you all read it. The subplot is that he's obsessed with time travel. And he talks about time travel constantly with his wife, Josephine, his daughter, Linda. And here's where it gets really weird. Apparently, Tim Taylor told Chris Bledsoe that he was part of a secret time travel group in Nassau in the Bahamas. And the president of that group was Thomas Townsend Brown.
Oh,
Now,
shit.
I would think that was I would dismiss that out of hand. I would be like, that's sort of, madness. But I know from my own research, independent research on Thomas Townsend Brown, he spent a ton of time in Nassau in the Bahamas. And he was just extremely interested in time travel. And he was spending a lot of time with this guy, William Stevenson,
God
who was
damn it.
James Bond's super spy. Or sorry, he was the inspiration for James Bond. He was Winston Churchill's super spy. But he was, Ian Fleming's inspiration for James Bond. He's just like fascinating kind of, he's, coordinating a lot with Wild Bill Donovan, early OSS, or late OSS, early CIA, involved in the formation of the CIA. Was working out of the Rockefeller Center in New York and kind of calling a lot of interesting shots as, almost part of like a shadow government, if you will. So he's close with Thomas Townsend Brown. They're in the Bahamas a lot. Mm-hmm. And then you have, Ryan Bledsoe saying that Tim Taylor told his father that he's part of this secret time travel group with Thomas Townsend Brown. Just very, very interesting. And then we were talking about this before the show. You said, that Tim Taylor told Chris Bledsoe that the Adjustment Bureau was like, his life or whatever. And that's all about like changing one little variable. Like it's like if I were to freeze this room and like, I don't know, move your mic like a little bit, and you get this butterfly effect style multiplicative effect down the line or whatever of like, changing timelines. It's madness. It sounds kind of crazy.
Complete fucking madness.
Yeah,
and science fiction.
It is. It's sci-fi, and I'm not proposing that that's a real thing, but it is fascinating that there are some connections there. And then the final connection I made is Townsend Brown's daughter is an amazing woman
She was in the documentary, right?
She was in the documentary on the phone call, and her name's Linda Brown, but it was Linda Leach for a while. And she has an Amazon review on Tim Taylor's biography. Tim Taylor's biography is called Launch Fever, and I think he wrote it 2003, 2004.
Right.
And in 2012 or 13 or 14, like early, well before Diana Pasulka even pseudonymously published about Tim Taylor under the pseudonym Tyler in American Cosmic in 2018, Linda Leach is writing a review on Launch Fever saying this is, wonderful homage to, the space program or whatever. So clearly there's a connection between Townsend Brown and Tim Taylor, which is, it's pretty interesting.
Wild,
yeah. Yeah. So you have this mid-century inventor who I think, at the very least, like we have an FBI file on Thomas Townsend Brown saying he was the lead radar scientist in the entire Navy. Like, this guy's a real guy. You can say he didn't crack anti-gravity, that's fine. I'm like totally open to that. Like, you have to think probabilistically around that. I have a lot of fucking evidence that he did. But you say he didn't do that or whatever. He's like a very real guy, and he's talking about time travel constantly. And then there's this really interesting connection with a modern NASA mission controller. I don't know. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Going to the Adjustment Bureau comment that he made, do you think that there's a thing that happens to people, and I wouldn't know because I don't have the personal experience, but do you think it's possible there's something that happens to somebody or certain individuals when they have tons of super top secret information that they have and nobody else has, where they sort of feel like their life is, for lack of a better term, they're living the Da Vinci Code. And they sort of like fall into that, and they sort of like look through their entire life through that lens, right? Like I am living this movie, or like I am this superhero character because I hold these secrets that like literally would change the power balance of the world if I let them out.
Yeah.
I wonder what that does to your brain. You know what I mean?
I do wonder that as well. And then I wonder how much of it is like human clearance systems versus, like, have you ever experienced synchronicities in your life?
Oh, all the
Things
time.
popping
Oh
up,
my
showing
God.
up, like really cool, interesting, fun way. So maybe there are people that are more tapped into that
Oh, for sure.
in sort of a weird way.
Well, that's what this guy tries to do, right? He's trying to tap into this other thing. He's trying to get these downloads that she's in her new book. She talks about like all these. Diana Pasulka in her new, I forget the name of her new book. She taught in that one. She talks about encounters. Yeah, it's great.
Awesome book.
Shout
out Diana Pasulka.
Shout out to Diana. All these protocols that he goes through every day by not drinking coffee.
Yep.
And like going outside.
Yep.
And getting sunlight and all this stuff in the morning, and like trying to download some sort of cosmic shit so we can make more patents.
Yeah, it sounds so woo woo
so
and wild, and like I don't know what to say about it. I think that's more how thinking works than the average person realizes it. I'm a big fan of the transmission theory of consciousness. When you're daydreaming, you're not actively producing those thoughts, right? It's like you're like a receptacle for the thoughts. And so I think it's an important kind of epistemological question: is, are we locally producing the content in our minds, or are we somehow downloading them from elsewhere?
Yeah, sure.
I think that is probably going to be proven by some sort of scientific model of the future. Right now, electromagnetism, as we know it, decays over and attenuates over space-time, so we don't have a good model for like how that transmission might occur. Neutrino information transfer. But increasingly in vogue is this extended electrodynamics model, which NASA and not the DOE, the National Science Foundation and NASA just launched this podcast, and like Hal Puthoff and all these interesting like kind of figures in UFO world, but also with some pretty impressive bona fides just in science as well. You got a former Skunkworks guy, some Navy scientists.
Alrighty, fellas, it's time to talk about personal grooming, which is not just about
Model that involves escape
and 20% off plus free shipping. And thank you, Manscaped, for sponsoring the show.
And they're all speaking about extended electrodynamics. And this is basically a model that involves a scalar field. So unlike classical electrodynamics, you don't get the attenuation over space-time. So you can have it basically in classical electrodynamics. You just have one electromagnetic wave, a transverse Hertzian wave. So you have a magnetic field, an electric field, and wave propagation, and all three are perpendicular to one another. And so because of that, you get this attenuation, you get electrons pairing off, and you get this decay function on the signal. But in the scalar field, you can get like scalar longitudinal waves. You get all these interesting wave types, and you don't get the same decay. And so maybe we are downloading thoughts via one of these sort of scalar field waves. That would just be one thought experiment. I don't know.
Right.
But I do think something like that will get proven out, just given the phenomenology of thought or invention, where like a wheel pops up in Africa at the same time as South America.
Yes.
You look at the phenomenology of science, it looks way more like revelation than it does
Quantum mechanics or something.
It looks like something's popping into the person's head every single time, whether it's Dirac staring at the fire at Cambridge, coming up with the Dirac equation, or Einstein at his desk as a patent clerk. Like, it literally, it's the exception to the rule is like, I just finished the equation on the whiteboard. No, you're like in the shower, or you're like, there's so many examples. So, yeah, I think, Heisenberg at Helgoland, making all these downloads about, how electrons make quantum leaps and, electron cloud. Like, it's sort of constant. So, so Tim Taylor saying that, it's like, yeah, I think that's real. But then I don't know. It's hard to sift through some of the other quackiness. I don't want to endorse any of the stuff that he says is definitively real, but it's interesting.
He seems like the most. I mean, it's because he's so elusive. I think makes him so interesting.
Yes.
Especially the way she talks about some of the stuff that he was involved with. Like you've met the dude, right?
Yeah, I had like a 20-minute call with him.
Really?
Yeah.
How did that come about?
I can't say, because I will say anything on any podcast. I'll always be public, but I want to protect
sources.
Sources, exactly.
Okay.
I just don't want to like burn relationships.
Sure. Can you tell what you talked about him with? What you talked about with him?
Yeah. Well, the impetus on my end. So I invest.
Yes.
In venture capital.
Oh, Steven, did you leave your phone out? We got to put our phones out there. We got Palantir in the fucking building, bro. We can't let all our info get sucked off our phone.
Get out of here, dude.
He's a Palantir honey trap. Jesse Michaels.
I am not. You're furthering the internet bullshit, Danny. Come on, man.
Just kidding. But no, you what you talked about on Julian Dory's podcast, a great podcast. You guys went into like your whole background into investing and how you invest. Basically, you invest Peter Thiel's money.
Exactly. Yeah. Love Julian. Great guy.
Yeah.
And so I worked at the family office for long amount of time, and even now I still have a contract with them, and I do investing, and but I'm mainly focused on the show. It's like a 90-95% show at this point. So one of the companies that I was invested in was a rocket company, and they were struggling. Rocketry is incredibly hard. It's got a very high failure rate. Yeah. It's absurd. I mean, the amount of, you're talking about like thousands of subcomponents, and like one thing fails, and you get this chain reaction, the whole thing screws up. So we had a couple of failures, and I always try to keep my investment stuff and the quacky stuff that I'm into. I always try to keep those separate for many reasons. But I'm kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as, it's like, we're struggling to get off the ground. And
this is like a startup rocket company?
Yeah, it's a startup rocket company. Yeah. And so I know about, Tim Taylor being this NASA mission controller. He uses consciousness protocols to get rockets off the ground. And I also know about the history of rocketry, where it's like Jack Parsons, the founder of JPL, and like basically the American rocket program, or Tchaikovsky, the equivalent in Russia, or Wernher von Braun. Like, all of these guys believed in versions of this. So I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
Yeah, I basically, like, in my, putting my investment hat on, I'm like, I'm a materialist reductionist. Like, I don't want to bring the woo-woo stuff in, but again, it's, I'm like, if I have access to this guy, I gotta, find a way to meet him, talk to him.
Pretend I'm not interested in UFOs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's genius.
Yeah.
That's
well,
smart.
yeah, I actually, that was literally the impetus, actually, was like helping on the rocket stuff. So it actually wasn't as much like the UFO thing.
Right.
And so, we spoke, and he said some interesting stuff. He was like, He's, most of it was actually kind of very like kind of platitudes around the American cosmic style stuff, like, use these protocols and tap in and like don't use your phone. I was like, I already read that in the book that Pasulka, published, but thank you. And then he was also like, look, if you want the rocket to work, maybe you have to get aligned with what they want. And I was like, who is it? They? Yeah, like the non-human intelligence.
He said this to you knowing that you didn't bring this first. He brought it up first?
No, I brought it up.
Okay.
I didn't bring up non-human intelligence first.
He was the one to bring it up.
Yeah. I know. I just asked questions about rockets.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Bless you. I was just asking questions about the rocket and getting it to work. Yeah.
And so did you follow up on that when he was like, they? Did you ask who they were?
I don't remember exactly. I mean, I'm sure I did. And I was sure that when he said they, he was talking about non-human intelligence, either due to a follow-up question that I asked or something he made that kind of clear. So, yeah.
I don't know what to make of this stuff, man. I mean, he even said, like, apparently, like, he knows Elon, right? He has to know Elon. He works for Elon and at SpaceX and like watches the rockets and supposedly is part of NRO where they have to like watch everything that happens around the rocket with the satellites and the drones or whatever.
I think so. I don't know. I've heard that and Pasulka's tweeted that but I think he does work occasionally with Elon. I know he works on some. I think some serious launches. He also works at Aerospace Corporation, which is a very interesting company. So they're sort of like
Remind me what that one is?
They're like I think they're kind of like a think tank. They have like 5,000 employees split between Virginia and Fairfax area and El Segundo. And I think that they show up in interesting places around the UFO question for sure.
Aerospace Corporation.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like my world got turned upside down when which I talk about it at nauseum on this show, but like when Bledsoe came in here and talks about this stuff, and then after that, I became aware of the Mirage Man documentary, which flipped my world upside down again.
Yeah.
And I've been looking at this whole topic through that lens. Ever since then.
Sure.
And it really makes a ton of sense.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's an example of like. Should we like talk about so this guy Paul Benowitz is outside Kirtland Air Force Base. He sees this like vertical takeoff and landing occur of probably some exotic craft or whatever, which to me doesn't mean look away. It's like, what is that? What's the initial thing you saw? And then Rick Doty, who's an Air Force Office of Special Investigations officer, enters into his life and kind of drives him crazy. And he ends up committing suicide. He's driven into psychiatric hospitalization. He's told that he's communicating with aliens via these signals.
NSA's across the street beaming into his house, telling him they're aliens that are like running out of gas on their planet and they're on their way here.
Yep. Yeah. So pretty nuts.
So now, like, so after watching the documentary and learning the story of this guy Paul Benowitz and seeing how this world really works behind the scenes, like I have to just assume that most of this stuff that is going on is just super secret military technology, and there's a huge apparatus and bureaucracy of people behind the scenes that are just involved in making information murkier, right? And like what they were doing with Paul, if I understand it correctly, was they were because he was in the UFO field, he was part of MUFON and all this stuff, so they were trying to use him as a conduit of disinfo to poison the well. And because they knew there was also Russian spies in the UFO community out west. So they thought, okay, if we can just throw a couple curveballs through Paul Benowitz, it'll throw off the Russians, and they won't know what we really have going on. So now I look at people like in the media today, like, and you're gonna have to explain this up to me better, but like people like Grush, people like all these whistleblowers, people like Bledsoe. Like, okay, is he Paul Benowitz? Is he a Paul Benowitz? Is he a Paul Benowitz? But the thing with Bledsoe is like, there's like CIA people, NSA people, NRO people, like. The guy that he talked about that mapped the moon for the Apollo missions was like visiting him and like befriending him and telling him all this secret stuff. And then like, God, dude, it's too much.
Yeah, it's extremely confusing. I mean, here's what I would say. That seems like a massive waste of resource. Like, to what end?
Right.
Why are you getting all these kind of super high up guys at NASA, CIA to visit this guy?
Driving to North Carolina from the middle of Florida.
So,
Doesn't
but
make
that
sense.
points to there being some real like proto-architecture underneath. Like, there's a different. You can attempt to manipulate or like shade a thing differently. And by the way, I'm not saying I have no evidence that this at all happened.
Right.
In for example, Bledsoe's case.
Sure.
And he seems like a really earnest, good guy to me. And I'm hopefully can go. We've been talking
very,
about
very
maybe
sweet, very sweet,
sweet
genuine
guy. Yeah. But
as his daughter, she was in here with him when he came in.
Awesome. Yeah, their whole family seems
Yeah.
really cool. But I think you can have an experience and you can shade that experience differently versus like you didn't experience anything to begin with. Because it's like, why are you spending all this like manpower and resources? You know, like
Yeah.
it's like this huge waste of resources otherwise. And so if it's all passage material or all some honey trap or like I just that feels like a little crazy to me. And then you have all this you have like you have to think probabilistically with all this stuff.
Sure.
So like there's the stuff where the adjustment period, like the crazy stuff. Like to me, I hold that extremely loosely. I
Right.
catalog it as very low probability, and I'll look for corroboration in the future for it. But like, if you're like, do you believe that's definitely a thing? I'm like, no, I don't. I have no idea.
Right.
Right. But then you have things like you have this book called UFOs and Nukes by a guy named Robert Hastings, and he we've talked about this. He documents 167 Q-cleared ICBM security personnel, radar operators, guys that
The
work.
most psychologically sound people in the military, right?
They're on the PRP program, the personal reliability program, where they have to report if they're taking ibuprofen or Tylenol. They inherently have to be the paradigm of a sound mind because you are guarding the crown jewels. Like you would never let crazy person
Right.
next to a nuke, right?
Right.
And in certain cases, they have their finger on the button. And so all these guys see tic tacs, saucers, orbs. Often they're messing with comms links, shutting down the nukes, rendering them inoperable. In the case of Malmstrom 67, Robert Solis. In 64, Vandenberg, you have a nuke wrapping around an Atlas V dummy missile and taking it out of the sky. And then you have Air Force Office of Special Investigations people like Rick Doty. In fact, Rick Doty is literally one of these people who shows up with this guy Mario Woods at Ellsworth Air Force Base in 1977 and swearing them to secrecy and saying, never talk about this again, and demoting them in cases where they do come out when they speak to Robert Hastings. Robert Hastings getting threatening phone calls. And so to me, if you were to, you have to think about everything as like a database. And it's like, okay, there's one thing if you have like the, National UFO Reporting Center or MUFON. It's another thing if you have this, database which I would call UFOs and nukes of these inherently very credible people coming forward saying they've seen things.
Yes.
And then
Did you know sleeping less than 6 hours per night nearly doubles your risk of death? Poor sleep is also linked to obesity, heart disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, depression, and weakened immune
gonna
system.
die
I've struggled
tomorrow
with
then.
sleep for a while, and I'm not alone. The CDC reports over 35% of adults in the U.S. sleep less than the recommended 7 hours. Many sleep supplements contain melatonin and other ingredients that create dependencies, cause morning grogginess, and lose their effectiveness over time. And that is why I take Evening Being by Verso. After 3 years of perfecting to ver.so/Danny and use my coupon code Danny at checkout to save 15% off your first order. Again, hit the link in the description or head on over to ver.so/DANNY and use the code Danny at checkout to save 15% off your first order. And thank you to Verso for sponsoring the show.
you could say, oh, okay, well, it's just some U.S. deep state cabal thing. You're like, okay, maybe. But even then, your null hypothesis gets pretty fantastical and weird if that's what you're saying. But then you look at Fukushima, Lino, which is a town right next to Fukushima, next to the prefecture where they have their civilian nuclear energy grid. And they've had it there since the 70s. They're famous for their nuclear spill in 2011.
Right.
And in the 90s, they built a museum dedicated to UFOs. And Vice did a documentary about how obsessed the townspeople are with UFOs. And it's probably due to the nuclear energy presence. And you have a famous case in Bariloche, Argentina, where they have their civilian nuclear grid, where a commercial pilot sees a UFO, and you have stories around Chernobyl. And so this nuclear connection is extremely important. Then you hear about UFOs basically being bound up within nuclear secrecy, and Battelle Memorial Institute being, very big part of UFO research. You look at the special definition of nuclear material under the Atomic Energy Commission, which was in 1954, and it's basically any material with emitting any sort of radiation. So alpha, beta, gamma radiation, anything is born secret, and it's restricted data, meaning that you don't even have to fall under the direct clearances of government. If you are a private aerospace corporation and you pick this stuff up, it is restricted for you too. So it's like born classified. So you have all this evidence that there's this kind of like DOE atomic research UFO thing that's been going on for a very long time. And I think that's where you have to start, this coherent picture. And then, yeah, there's psyops, there's weird shit. But I think what people don't understand is that if there are psyops around a thing, it means the thing is more likely to be real. How many How many Bigfoot psyops do you know?
None.
Yeah, because nobody would fucking believe it.
Bigfoot psyops.
Psyops are 95% true and 5% false, and the 5% that's false matters a ton because it throws you entirely off the trail.
It's 95% true
Yes.
and 5% false?
Yes.
Oh, really?
That's what people don't understand about psyops. They think psyops
thought it was
are
the opposite.
that's sure. They think that it's 95% false, but
Right.
you dismiss it out of hand. If it was 95% false, you'd be like, "Oh, it's Bigfoot. Fuck them. I don't. I'm not going to
Right.
believe that." UFOs are standard deviations more charismatic than any other. If it's a psyop,
Well,
it's the-
Bigfoot's more believable than a fucking alien coming here from another universe, right? It's a hominid. Just a big hominid.
Right, right. Which is why, and I actually, I'm more in the like Jacques Vallée, Diana Pasulka line of thinking, where I don't think, little green men from Zeta Reticuli is the answer to
Me
like
neither.
what we're seeing in the airspace.
Shout out to Mike Masters.
Shout out to Mike
We'll
Masters.
talk about
yeah, I love Mike Masters, and he does some really important work.
My
on-
favorite.
He's
My favorite.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's great because he's thinking about this stuff inductively. Most people don't realize they're bringing priors into thinking about UFOs that deal with movies they've seen and the
Exactly.
zeitgeist and culture. And so they're not looking at the phenomena ground up first principles, and he is.
Right.
And that's why Mike Masters is amazing.
Yep.
And people should definitely follow him.
Yeah.
But that's what people don't. So the psyop, I think is a really important point. If there are psyops around a thing, it's more likely to be real. And then if UFOs are real, there are going to be psyops around it. Obviously, if you have this like core important truth, there are going to be psyops around it.
Yeah.
If you're if it's talking about the nature of reality, obviously. But it's ephemeral and hard to detect, and it's like this thing that happens only to certain people.
Yeah.
Of course, you're going to co-opt that, manipulate it for
Yeah.
narratives, and you're going to have all these competing factions trying to like overlay their narratives
Yeah.
on top of the thing.
Yeah.
So these things are psyop or real is positive sum. It's not zero sum.
Yes.
The fact that it's real means there's going to be a psyop. The
Right.
fact that there's a psyop probably means there's an element of reality to it.
Why else would they invest manpower into it?
Why
right?
would they invest so much manpower at the
Right.
highest levels?
Right.
And so that's, I think people don't get that, and they snap it to grid. They're like, this is a psyop or this is real, and it's like, no, there are psyops and it's real. It's the same. It's both, and
Yeah.
that makes it really interesting.
Yes.
And worthy of
100%.
investigation. Everybody should think for themselves, and you should distrust anybody who's saying it's definitely this.
That's why the Bob Lazar story is so interesting to me, and it stays interesting
hell
because
yeah,
like
dude.
the
Yes.
more we learn about the psychological warfare and the counterintelligence stuff like in this current UFO state we're in, the more light it shines on the Bob Lazar story in what was it, 1980 or something, 1990? When was
80,
it?
87.
87.
Yep.
So like apparently he was the guy who first came to Area 51, blew the whistle on Area 51. But then I think this was all part of your documentary. Was this a part of your Townsend Brown
It
documentary?
was, yeah.
So like I think one of the questions you asked in the Townsend Brown documentary, which was brilliant, was why would the CIA let a guy come in who has this crazy history?
Yep.
Right. I think, and another thing that happened was I think he like recently gotten a divorce with his previous wife, who then like killed herself.
I didn't know that. That's
She-
interesting.
She like went in her car in her garage and let her car run until like
Oh,
she
Jesus.
suffocated.
Oh, it
This was
sucks.
like a week after they got a divorce.
Oh, no.
I think Bob also owned a strip club in Vegas.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, he did.
And then what were there was
Or
some-
I think a brothel, not just.
Oh, it was a
strip club.
brothel.
Yeah, he owned a brothel. Yeah.
So the CIA is gonna go out and find and to think they're not going to do a background check and find that kind of stuff if it's the CIA at their most top secret facility in America.
Well, you've seen Oppenheimer, right?
Yeah.
So you remember that Matt Damon's character, Leslie Groves?
Yes.
Who's running basically the entire Manhattan Project from like a national security standpoint. And he says, I didn't hire Oppenheimer in spite of his socialist sympathies. I hired him because of them. And so you hire people when it comes to some of these more secret programs, sometimes if they do have compromise on them, because they're more easily controllable. So that wouldn't necessarily cut against the whole Bob
that's an
Lazar
argument
story.
for them.
That's an
hiring
argument
him.
for them hiring him.
Okay.
But
And discrediting him if he ever decides to spill the beans.
Put it up and
yeah, and there's even so what I was saying in that documentary is John Lear is a CIA cargo jet
Yes.
pilot or whatever,
Right.
And the son of Bill Lear, who created the first business basically private jet in the U.S. who's known as the autopilot wizard, and actually worked with Thomas Townsend Brown. So
Right.
he comes from this like aerospace dynasty,
Right.
And he affiliated with the CIA. And says he disaffiliated in '83, but definitely was still flying cargo jets for them, like into the mid '80s at least. So my question is, like, we kind of know that if there is a UFO program, it's being run partially by the CIA, and the CIA has a part in it. And so if you're the CIA, why do you continue, unless you're extremely dysfunctional and not coordinated, why do you continue to pay this guy? Is flying cargo jets for you if he's leaking your most vital, important secrets? Because John Lear put all of the files around Bob Lazar on George Knapp's desk. He broke the story.
Yeah.
So why would you pay a guy who's leaking your crown jewel secrets? So that's one question. And then John Lear also had a UFO blog before, and was friends with Bob Lazar. And there's some story that Bob Lazar says all this UFO stuff's crazy and wacky and bullshit before he gets hired by Area 51 and S4. But the question stands: why would you hire Bob Lazar to your top secret UFO reverse engineering program if your good friend, or his good friend, John Lear, was a babbling UFO nut who has a UFO blog? Like, you'd obviously find that in a background check, right?
Yeah.
So, like, there's a lot to me that points to the CIA wanting the Bob Lazar story out. Again, that doesn't mean the details of the Bob Lazar story are not incredibly interesting. And maybe it's 95% true and 5% false. And maybe this Billy Myers sports model that he worked on was real. I don't know. Maybe Gravity A and Gravity B are high-level frameworks that if you are working on a secret UFO program, you need some initiate STEM student to start to develop an interest in, but you need to protect this from getting into adversary hands. So you put it out through this quacky person who is discreditable in Bob Lazar. And so it's kind of this limited hangout of a person where you can always retract it. You can always point to, say he faked his MIT, educational credentials.
Yeah.
And you'd say all this stuff about Bob Lazar. You'd say the brothel thing, but maybe there are elements of it that are very real. So I think it's this incredibly intriguing story, and what I want to be clear about is I think like the Corbell and George Knapp reporting on it are awesome. Like, I think we should be looking into this stuff, but to me, if you're not thinking about it through a meta lens of like the CIA probably wanted elements of this out, I think you're losing the plot. I think you're going to fall for you can't take the thing at face value. You need to understand that it's being pushed for some reason. And I think there's even a John Lear interview where I believe he says a guy named, I think it was like an Admiral McClellan. He says that this guy who was part of like legacy UFO efforts told him that he needed to leak the Lazar story because he knew that it was discreditable, but that it was mostly true, but also discreditable. And so there's literally a Lear interview, because Lear was clearly kind of unhinged and a little, crazy himself, where he's just saying what I'm telling you now, which is that the Lazar story, again, there could be elements of truth, but it was put out because it was discreditable. And I think that's the way a lot of this stuff works.
So what was the benefit of putting it out? Was it to recruit new talent? Was it
tons. So it's like if you want to throw the adversary off the trail, or like keep things fundamentally protected, but have initiates develop intrigue and want to be recruited or whatever. Like
right.
it's like the perfect way to do it.
Yeah.
So it's like tech protection, it's adversary signaling, it's recruitment, it's increasing the surface area. It's if you expect a leak in the future, you can manage that leak because you're like conditioning people and like softening the blow for something you expect to leak in the future anyways. There's so many reasons to get in front of and do something like that. And Ben Rich, who was, president of Lockheed Skunk Works, their most secretive, advanced aerospace aircraft division at the time, responsible for, the SR-71 and, U-2. He was complaining at the time how he was basically saying like, I have to spend tons and tons of money on tech protection because the F-117A, which was their first stealth fighter, had just crashed in Bakersfield in 1986. Lear actually established credibility with KLAS, with George Knapp's, news station by giving them information on that F-117A.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So there's some interesting ties there. The final thing is John Lear and Jim Goodall, his buddy, had been camping outside of Area 51 for the better part of a decade, taking pictures of all these advanced recon stealth craft. And so the security knew him. They all knew who he was. So it's like, if he's leaking stuff, it's probably for a reason. And so I think, people like Ben Rich were smart, really smart. Ben Rich used to call UFOs unfunded opportunities. And I think, he was kind of using John Lear to those ends, if that makes sense. Again, I don't know if you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater and say that we're not, reverse engineering UFOs in sort of, secret compartments of the government. But that's the way I think you need that meta lens to look at it through, if that makes sense.
And on my list, on top of my to-do list is read the book that Jacques Vallée wrote about this stuff, where he talks about Bob Lazar drinking something weird or something like that.
Yeah, Messengers of Deception.
Yeah.
Jacques Vallée's always, I've had a bunch of conversations. I love that guy. French godfather of UFOs.
Right.
And he's always thought Bob Lazar was like just completely full of shit. Which I think there are more elements of truth to it. And there's actually a great movie coming out about Bob Lazar by my buddy Luigi, and it's called Project Gravatar. And I do think it's actually going to corroborate that Lazar probably was at Area 51.
Really?
Yeah. And
he's working on it with Lazar?
He's working on it with Lazar.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's going to be epic. It's going to be really awesome. But yeah, so in Messengers of Deception, Jacques Vallée says, and what about the liquid that Bob Lazar said he was, meant to drink or whatever, and the memory lapses that it caused. And immediately my mind goes to MK Ultra, and I'm like, and Lazar admits that, and I think he's admitted it to Luigi, and he'll talk about this, that the fact that they like made him drink a weird liquid and he'll forget certain things. And so something kind of weird going on there. I don't know what it is.
A psyop wrapped in a mystery, wrapped in another psyop, wrapped in some sort of strategic deception.
Yeah,
I love what Annie Jacobson says in her book about when they're first flying the first jet planes out of Area 51. The CIA pilots had to bring gorilla masks in the cockpit.
Oh,
remember that?
Oh no!
Because the CIA pilots, when they were flying those first jet planes, in case they came in visual distance of a civilian airplane, they had to put on the gorilla masks.
No way.
How crazy is that?
That's crazy.
That's my favorite one.
Oh, that's so fast. Is that in Area 51?
That's in Area 51. Yeah. Yeah. You spent a lot of time with Jacques Vallée, right? You guys are. Did you live? You lived close to him, or
no?
You used to live closer to LA, right?
Yeah, I lived in LA for most of my life, and no, I just whenever we're in the same.
Gotta take a piss.
City. I tried to hit him up and visit him, and he's amazing. He's just a very, very deep thinker.
Yeah.
And there are clearly a lot of layers to his understanding of the UFO.
A lot
question.
of layers. The most interesting thing to me, and I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this, was in Diana's book. She talks about him being obsessed with angels and demons.
Yes.
And this medieval spiritual stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
And she says that he gave her a book about the devil. With 666 pages. And he said to her, if you want to understand this stuff, read the book about the devil. What the hell? I don't know what to make of that. And I don't think Diana did either when I asked her. I'm like, did you read the book? She goes, no, can't find it.
You lost it.
No, he didn't give it to her. He just like showed her the book. Like,
Okay. Got it. Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, I will say what, you know the concept of Lindy? So it's this idea that the current age of something should define its expected survival in the future. So really old things are very durable and are probably more true or right or like, just valid. So like the Bible, very Lindy. Plato, very Lindy. Modern architecture or, I don't know. The Museum of Ice Cream, not Lindy,
Right.
And so,
Okay.
I would say that really applies to the UFO question. Whatever we are seeing now is probably what we've historically seen forever, and that's what Jacques Vallée's book Passport to Magonia touches on. It's like, Celtic medieval, fairies and leprechauns,
Were
and
probably UFOs.
angels and demons, and Passport to Magonia it's based on the denizens of Magonia in medieval France. It's probably what we're seeing today.
Right.
And they almost pattern match one-to-one in terms of, the actual story. It's like somebody comes down, there's missing time involved, there's sometimes implants and physical marks, there's healings, but people also freak out and sometimes they get sick afterward.
Yeah.
It's just very common. And so I think when you get into the religious stuff, a modern scientist would say, oh, that's crazy or whatever. But if you treat that as a real phenomenology in the past, if you treat, like Diana Pasulka has in her book, St. Francis of Assisi, experience on Mount Laverne in 13th century Italy, if you treat that as a historical artifact, which I think you should, then I think a lot of these things were just UFOs. Now, where it gets weird is like, then you say, oh, UFOs are just angels and demons. Like so many people say that. And then you give them one more question.
Yeah,
you say,
think Tucker Carlson says that more than
oh,
anybody.
he says it more than anybody. And I'm a fan of Tucker's, but like then you ask Tucker, ask anybody, then you say, what's an angel? What's a demon? They'll have no idea. They'll be like, I don't know, what are you talking about? And
Hillary
so
Clinton.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what he'll say.
By the way, love that fucking podcast you did with Alex Jones.
Oh, thank you, man.
Amazing. One of your original ones.
One of the OG. Yeah. He's hilarious, man. I love Alex Jones. He's so funny,
Dude,
man.
that was pure entertainment.
It was so
I loved
fun.
it. With painting rocks. Are you kidding me? Painting rocks with Alex Jones.
Well, we did this thing in Austin and at InfoWars HQ, and he had COVID and he gave me COVID.
What?
Yeah, so I share some genetics with.
Oh my god.
And it was just I don't know, it was fun. We shot guns and stuff, but the vibe was like a little off. And then my friend Riva, she was like in LA at the time, and he was coming into LA. And she was like, we gotta just make it gonzo, weird, and funny. And we gotta paint rocks. She bought all these board games and stuff. And it was just
genius.
Lighten the mood. It was awesome. It was so funny.
Yep, there it is. What is the title of it? Isn't it like Painting Rocks with Alex Jones?
Alex Jones. Yeah, getting drunk and painting rocks.
Getting drunk and painting rocks with Alex Jones.
And he just says
That's such an OG Vice title.
Yeah, it felt like very Vice. It felt like just. I feel like your stuff is very Vice too. Like you have a lot of episodes like that too. But yeah, he's just like, oh man, he's so fun to spend time. He looks
like he would be such fun to hang out with.
He's so fun. He spent that whole day at my house, and I gave him all these books, and it was just such a good, fun vibe.
What were you guys drinking?
I think tequila.
Tequila?
Yeah. And he was going. Yeah, I know what he's saying right now. He goes. This is so weird. He goes. I didn't have a sexual desire for my mother.
Oh,
but when I look at her.
What? Oh
my God! But when I look at her, she's so beautiful, and then I'll be like, Alex, you are crazy, but in the best way.
He is such a smart dude.
He's actually extremely smart.
He's such a smart dude.
Yeah.
But like the thing about Alex Jones that a lot of people don't realize is that he throws so much shit at the wall.
Yeah.
Like there's the meme, right? Like
Yeah.
Alex Jones always he gets stuff right over time.
Yeah.
He's like the difference between conspiracy theory and the truth is 6 months. You know, Alex Jones was right again.
Yep.
But like if you saw the volume of shit that he says,
Yep.
you would realize how much he actually doesn't get right. He does get a ton of shit right.
There's so much. It's
But he's-
survivorship bias.
He's
for sure.
constantly just throwing shit out there, right?
Yeah.
Of course he's gonna predict something right.
Yeah.
You know, the 9/11 stuff is crazy. How he literally called out that Al Qaeda was gonna fly planes in the towers
on
before
air.
it happened.
He goes
on air.
Osama specifically. It's wild.
That is fucking.
It's
nuts.
why I think he's tapped in. It goes back to our conversation on consciousness. I feel like he's like
Yeah.
a bit of a prophet. He's like one of these people. It's like a generically magnified receptor, and like he's like an antenna. He's like an antenna, and a lot of bad shit gloms onto him.
Yeah.
He's like Kanye too, where it's like so much bad stuff gloms onto Kanye,
Yeah.
and then so much good too.
Yeah.
And like I think that's where people like don't understand somebody like him. He can be so wildly wrong when he's wrong.
Yeah.
But when he's right, it's like nobody else was right. Like it's like a download that he got that was
Yeah.
so prophetic and
Yeah.
so like
Yeah.
ahead of his time. It's really amazing.
Yeah, and it's almost like you have to be able to get rid of that filter
Yeah.
for that stuff to happen, because if you have that filter and you're like constantly like sitting and mulling on things before you talk about them or before you claim them, whatever it is, it's like automatically that is like you're not going to have that superpower. But if you don't have the filter built in at all,
Yeah.
and you're just constantly just coming in and it's going out, it's flowing through you,
Yeah.
then it's like you're more tapped in somehow. And it's
Totally.
definitely you can see that with Kanye.
Yeah, it's like automatic writing where you get the first like page you write is like contrived. It's coming from your like prefrontal cortex, like this intellectual thing, and then boom, you get into the flow. And you're on
Yes.
autopilot. Something's coming through you, and the muses. You're
The
tapping in the
muse.
muses.
Yes.
And yeah, I agree. You can't have the filter, and I think, and that's why I get so
That's
much
the
wrong too.
that's the double-edged sword that
It's
you
a
have to be
double-edged
okay
sword.
with.
You
Yeah,
have to be
yeah.
okay with it, and you have to be discerning. It's condescending to an audience to say, I'm going to a priori conceal you from this entire thing, instead of I'm going to let you think for yourself.
Yeah.
And there's a lot that this guy says is completely quacky and wrong,
Right.
and there's a lot that's super right. And
Right.
like, but we're not going to like. You're not going to be like Bubble Boy and Bubble Girl, who you know, siphon you off from like this, like, you know,
Right.
really important, you know, possible, you know, slivers of information
Yeah.
that are really important.
Yeah.
Golden nuggets.
Yeah, totally. Where were we going before we start talking about Alex Jones?
I don't know. Where were we talking
How did
about?
we get to Alex? Oh, demons.
Yeah.
I said Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
what
you're
is a
talking about
demon?
Jacques Vallée saying that
Jacques
this is all
Vallée,
part of. I
yeah.
mean, if you get into like, there's like a Gnostic through line in thinking about UFOs. So like, you're familiar with Gnosticism? Yeah. There you go,
Yes,
Project.
Gnosticism. Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
So like, you know, the idea that these are like arcani, you know, protectors or tricksters, protectors of the material world, but there's like a demiurge that runs the material world, and that's like a lower god, and then there's like a higher god, and this is not something I would fully subscribe to. I think they're too I think the material world's very special, and we can learn all of these amazing things from
Yeah.
it. I also think there's higher stuff going on.
Yeah.
So I'd say I'm more like, I don't know, like a Neoplatonist or something, but there's definitely some Gnostic thought and through lines in this world. And like, I think that is one lens you can overlay the whole UFO question with. But as to, you know, I don't know. Yeah, he's super into fallen angels, and he's interested in demons, and I can't quite, you know, explain that.
Well, the demon thing is interesting when you look at the Virginia, Brazil case.
Yeah.
With the thing that smelled like sulfur.
And they call it, the three women, they go, it's like a demon, you know, it's, yeah.
Smelled like a demon, had
Yeah.
horns and eyes like a demon,
Uh-huh.
and killed a guy.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, some of these things, or even the rumors of Roswell, there's a CIA liaison named Chase Brandon who wrote a book called Crypto's Conundrum, and the alien being that comes out of Roswell, and I think there's some true stuff that comes out of that book.
Do you think we really have a being that came out of Roswell?
Again, I would say high probability that Roswell happened, there was a crash there, and then lower probability that there was a being. I don't know what maybe
Lower probability that there was a being.
50-ish%, but I decently high. There's so many townspeople at Roswell are like, something happened here, beings came out.
Yeah.
Edgar Mitchell, who I know this is going to kind of muddy the waters because he was, an Apollo 14 astronaut who then got really interested in consciousness and aliens, his trip on the way back to the moon, almost this conversion experience. He was from Roswell. And it's like an open secret there that something happened. And then the beings I would rank as lower probability than like the memory metal that Jesse Marcel, this Air Force flight surgeon, I think definitely collected. And I think it did make it to Wright Airfield.
The tritium. What is the word for that metal? The tritium or night.
Tritium?
No, not tritium. It was like there was a crazy metal that there was a name for it where it would bend and go back to its original shape.
Oh, you're talking about the titanium nickel alloy. So there's a contract between Wright Airfield and Battelle Memorial Institute from 1949 that my buddy
the Gerb video.
UAP Gerb, everybody check out his channel.
Shout out to Gerb.
Amazing researcher. You should have him on. He's awesome. Yeah, so there's this titanium, and I think it's I don't know.
It's a crazy word, right?
I don't know, but it's titanium nickel alloy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Titanium nickel alloy, and there's evidence that we have that.
Well, we definitely have that. That was declassified as a material that we have in 1961. Then you have to ask the question, why does Battelle Memorial Institute, that runs all of our nuclear stuff, have a contract with Wright Airfield where the Roswell materials were, nitinol.
Nitinol, that's what it was.
Yeah.
That's the word.
Yep. So that, they have a contract to study this stuff between Wright Airfield and Battelle Memorial Institute in 1949. Again, there's the nuclear connection. And then I think in 61 or 62, it comes out that nitinol's a thing. But why are you keeping it secret for 12 years? And then nitinol is really interesting because it exactly pattern. So Jesse Marcel is this Air Force flight surgeon. He comes out later in 1979, I think, saying, actually I was like forced to pose with this, fake material. And, and then Project Mogul comes out later. The Air Force says that, it was just a weather balloon or whatever. But actually it was this kind of, memory metal that was like extremely very durable, and like you could apply a lot of stress to it, and it would kind of like it had like shape memory. It would go back into its original form and look unperturbed. Yeah. And nitinol is that. We know that that's the case. Yeah, that is crazy.
And James Fox's witnesses literally said this is the exact same stuff they found in Brazil when that thing crashed.
There you go. Yeah. So
they said that he explained it like he was like foil that you could bend around and it would go back to its original form.
And Robert Sarbacher, who was very close with Thomas Townsend Brown, who's probably working on a lot of this stuff, talks about thinly layered materials that do similar things from that time. Yeah. So I think they are there, and then the bodies I'd rank a little lower probability, but I've heard from some pretty credible sources that I think there's something there too.
So what do you make about what?
And Moment of Contact is, and I think more, by the way, is going to come out about the Virginia case. Moment of Contact is, in some ways, better.
What do you mean more? What else is going to come out? You got some special info, Jesse?
No, well...
My fellow men, if you've lost your hair, it doesn't mean you can't find it again. Try Hims Hair Loss Solutions and join hundreds of thousands of men who have found, based on studies of topical provider, who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Make your hair great again with Hims.
I love James Fox, and I'm buddies with him, and I just know he's kind of actively pursuing that. So I think I'm really excited to see what happens there. But like, I would rank that as higher probability as far as the beings than Roswell, because we have witnesses who are alive, and we have them on video saying they were right there. There's the three women who like.
How about the scene where they go to the guy's house and he's like, he pulls his gun out and he's about to shoot him?
Totally, that scene, and then there's this doctor that reportedly died when the thing was in his hands, and this kind of ammonia like smell which keeps coming up. So
he said that, and then the doctor who did the X-ray said the whole hospital smelled like ammonia for a week.
There,
or no, sulfur. I'm sorry, sulfur,
which is the smell of the devil. So weird.
Yeah.
Then you have to ask yourself the question, like, how much of that stuff is actually just historical and real? Like, if something has a religious veneer to it, we throw it out as not historical. But we have to remember, like, pre-Enlightenment, everybody was religious. Everybody.
Yes.
So it's history. It's not religion.
Yes.
Just because something has a religious overlay to it doesn't mean it's inherently not true. You can say a lot of the things in the Bible feel beyond the pale for you to believe or whatever, like the seas parting in the Old Testament, whatever.
Yeah.
But to say that like somebody definitely didn't have this experience that seemed paranormal, we put this religious overlay over there, I think is extremely close-minded.
Sure. Yeah.
We have all these examples now of people experiencing paranormal stuff, and it's just not a religious overlay because that's not the kind of mythology of today. Science is.
Right. Yeah. Again, like you say, can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
But there's when it comes to the crashes, though.
Yeah.
What do you make of the crashes? Like, if these things are so advanced, if they're extraterrestrials or if they're future humans that are 500,000 years in the future, why are they crashing?
Yeah, this gets into weird stuff, but I think there's high-powered radar that was developed in the 40s. I think Watson Watt was like the first guy that developed radar. That was in Britain, and then we started to experiment with more and more high-powered radar, and that we had that at White Sands, and I think we had that probably at Wright Airfield, and I think we've had that at Air Force bases across the U.S. And then I think they're attracted to nuclear stuff, and so I think they can be disrupted by some of these high-powered radars. And this is where the conversation kind of gets weird because
and they're not aware of our high-powered radar.
I think that's possible, man. I mean, there's also I think it's possible. Like, they could not be okay, if they're
talking about like directed energy weapons, is that like similar?
Yeah, and it's a weird. I don't like talking about it because I think it's kind of fucked up, to be honest. Like, I don't think that should be. It's kind of weird, but yeah.
How so? What do you mean?
Well, just messing with these things at all. I think they're not kind of interfering with us, and so we shouldn't interfere with them.
Oh, totally.
You know, but yeah, I think as far as that being possible, I don't think we know what they are. I think assuming, they traveled the cosmos to get here and they're so advanced or whatever, and then they get messed up due to our, how do we have the hubris to think that we could like pop them out of the sky with this stuff? It's like, we don't know what they are and like why they're here. And there are ways in which you could be extremely advanced and then ways in which you could be super simple. Like, AGI is way more advanced, not AGI, any AI model is way more advanced on like vector calculus than like a human, way more advanced. When it comes to like snap intuition and like judgment of like kind of multimodal stuff, like across different domains, humans are way more advanced than AI, right? So this idea that like they are stepwise better than us in like every single way and can't crash, I think is ridiculous. And then it also is predicated on this space alien thing that like, again, we don't know. Like, they could just exist in this kind of interior fabric of reality. They could be kind of mostly ignoring us outside of certain things that light up in our population around consciousness or nuclear, things of that nature. And so, yeah, the development of certain, weapons technology might interfere with them. And I don't think that's crazy to say.
Well, it might not be as crazy if they were sending things that weren't biological, right? If they were sending sort of drones through, or reconnaissance drones, like kind of like we send to other planets.
Yeah, but everybody I know who's deep on this topic says that the biological stuff, they're drones. And like the grays and all this
they're
stuff.
Like 3D printed things.
They're anatomically compiled, like what is DARPA looking into right now? Like programming biology.
Yes.
So like that's probably what they are too. And if you look at like all the interactions with the alien beings, they're always like, do not fear, we won't hurt you, this will take a second. And then they like, there's like an incision and they like put an implant in you and then they go away. And so like they are doing a low level task. They're probably not the beings themselves. They're probably von Neumann replicator envoys to like achieve a specific function.
So it's not going to be that catastrophic if they lose something.
No, not at all.
If they lose something to a lightning strike or a DEW or whatever.
No, it's like your little robot avatar.
But some people think that they're crashing them on purpose, right?
Yeah, or like, it's like a donation or a gift. Jacques Vallée speculates that. This is where I have no idea.
Yeah.
But I do believe there are crashes. There are just so many. I mean, Leonard Stringfield had 119 cases. There's a guy named Ryan Wood who has 104 cases. Yeah. Most of which are uncorrelated with the Leonard Stringfield cases.
So when you're talking about those like anatomically 3D printed biological beings that everyone thinks about as like the little gray aliens.
Yeah.
When I had Greer in here last week, as soon as I said that, asked him about those things, he goes, "Oh, that's just CIA." I'm like, what about Whitley Strieber? He's like, "Oh, that's all CIA. That's all CIA mind control stuff." He completely brushed it off as like intelligence black shit happening.
His easy straw man for anything that he thinks is like fake in the UFO world is it's like intel, national security, deep state, whatever. And like I just think that's like super closed-minded thinking, and like I don't know. It could be in the case of Whitley. Whitley has a really interesting story where you did a great podcast with him that everybody should check out. But there were experiments done on him as a child at
Yes.
Randolph Air Force Base near San Antonio, I
Yeah.
believe.
Did he tell you about when he went to Mexico?
Yes, yeah, that was very strange as well. Yeah, so I don't know what to make of. Yeah, I don't know if you like have like a theory there, but I mean, that's I think less of an uncommon story than people realize as well. These like GATE programs, these gifted and talented student programs,
Yeah.
recruiting kids,
Stranger
for, like,
Things type shit.
Stranger Things. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Whitley, first of all, when he came on that podcast, I didn't know he had an implant, and he fucking dropped that on me right when we
Did
started
you,
recording.
by the way, touch the implant or see
no,
it?
I didn't touch it, but he showed me a video.
You should have, dude, because that thing is weird.
Really?
I touched it.
He sent me a video of it. There's a video of it I have, and then he showed me like the X-rays of it. I saw you touch it though. Yeah, that's crazy. He says that it moves around.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said they tried to take it out and it just moved like.
Yeah.
Which also is a common thing that you hear of. These things move on their own metabolism, which is that's very common with the implant thing. So again, it points to this kind of biological drone thing.
Have you read all Whitley's books, or did you just read?
No, I've just read Communion.
So there's a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, and I read his book on Jesus, actually.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I read that one too.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of interesting stuff that he didn't include in Communion that he does include in his other books. This fella I had on the show, Jason Giorgiani, is like
Oh, I've seen that episode.
he is a historian of Whitley Strieber. He's read every single book front to back multiple times, and like I spent like 2 hours on the phone with him before I had Whitley in here.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other interesting things, like wild things that he left out of Communion. Like for example, there's one scene in one of his books, I can't remember the name of the book, but where he talks about when the alien girl is like riding him.
Okay.
He says there's a CIA guy in the room watching him. A CIA guy that he knows.
Watching him have sex with an alien.
Watching him have sex with an alien.
No way.
And like how do you explain that? First of all, why'd you leave that out of the book?
Yeah.
What was going? I think I don't remember if I asked him about that in the podcast. But like there's so many just bizarre, and then also like the history of him going to Mexico.
Yeah.
And like he didn't want to talk about that to me on the show. I don't know if he talked about it with you, but like apparently there were some kids who went down to Mexico, and he was a part of it, where he was at some house that was like guarded by the military, and it was all military stuff, where they were like subjecting children to watching like murder videos of people getting like tortured and murdered and stuff to do something to their mind.
Yeah.
To induce some sort of trauma to these children, right? So if you combine that with his stories, I don't know what to make of that.
Well, I do think the inducing of trauma and dissociation is more common than we realize when it comes to these programs that recruit kids and try to find kids with high psi abilities. And this is going to sound nuts to the average person who doesn't believe that there's any sort of mind-matter interaction or whatever, but parapsychology has been studied at elite universities since, mid-century. Stanford Research Institute, Princeton, Engineering and Anomalous Research, Paralab, Duke, the Rhine Center from 1931 to 1960 was the first one in the U.S. And I think aerospace has known about this for a long time. And unfortunately, I think we have a dark past, checkered past when it comes to MK Ultra, which came out in the Church Committee in 1975. And I think MK Ultra and a lot of the psychic stuff dealt with trying to find kids and induce trauma. And so I don't know if, I find Whitley to be pretty honest in his readout of things. He's like a good guy, and then like. I
don't know what to make of any of this stuff. I just listen to what people say and repeat it. Like,
me too. Sure. Yeah. Well, I think, and then you can obviously remember things falsely as you're, a kid.
Right.
So I don't know on that, but I would be lying if I weren't to say that didn't kind of pattern match to other stories that you hear. So
Whitley's story.
Yeah. I just interviewed a psionic asset on my show.
Oh, Jake Barber?
Not Jake Barber.
Oh.
But Jake Barber does say, he kind of hints at this. He goes, I was traumatized. He had a really rough childhood. His stepfather didn't treat him super well. And he kind of talks about how he was gifted as well, where he was like, he had matched colors up as a kid with major chords and minor chords. And so certain colors would make you happy, like a major chord. Certain colors would make you sad, like a minor chord. And to me, like my like almost coded read on that is like maybe, you know, he was part of something as a kid, or maybe they like they looked at him, or yeah, maybe early on they thought that he had something kind of special going on. And that again, it's a lot of stuff around GATE programs in the US I think are going to come out in the next
programs?
year. GATE, G-A-T-E,
What does that mean?
Gifted and Talented Education.
Oh.
Yeah. I think a lot of stuff there is going to Stranger Things style stuff. I think Stranger Things as a show will look a lot more real than people now think it is in a couple years from now.
Yeah.
And there are people I know deeper than me on this who are the tip of the spear as far as investigative research on this stuff. So I'm not trying to blow up their spot. And yeah, but it's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird.
It's really weird.
That's putting it light.
It's really like it's messed up.
Mm-hmm. I'm just like my pause with the shit with people like Jake Barber and all the whistleblowers for that matter is that if I am a part of this secret government, right, or this secret rogue private organization that has possession and understands this super anti-gravity UFO technology, contacting non-human intelligence, whatever it is, it seems like something that's so much more powerful than anything that the US government would even have, or any government for that matter. And if I wanted to protect my secrets, I would absolutely send out fake whistleblowers, you know?
Sure. I think we don't know exactly what to do with what we have. I think we have bits and pieces. Okay, take this analogy. If you had, you gave a thumb drive to a caveman, would they have any idea what to do with it? They don't know information theory. They don't have a computer to plug it into.
Right.
They just look at this thing. They probably like try to make a fire with it, right?
Right.
So like, I think that's, you know, maybe you can get some interesting derivative technology. Maybe the nickel alloy titanium. Maybe we've done some interesting stuff with that. You know, maybe there are elements of the Philip J. Corso Day After Roswell, you know, narrative that are true, that some of this stuff has made its way into civil side, you know, infrastructure. Yeah. Elements of it, I think there's clearly falsities in that book. Like I don't think semiconductors required, you know, alien tech to you know, their patents of transistors that go way back to the 30s. But by and large, I think we're extremely confused in the Stone Age on what we've retrieved. And so if you find this stuff and it's like Cold War era.
When you say we, who do you?
I mean, it's the U.S. government, the U.S.
The people who know what's going on. Okay.
Yeah. And so like, yeah, I mean, just like America.
Okay.
You know.
I don't know if you meant me or if you meant the guy that's working on the craft.
Well, let me tell you, I got a stash, Danny. Yeah. No, I think like the programs around this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think they know exactly what they're working with or what they're doing. And to me, that explains a lot of like, you need in the era of Cold War secrecy, you know, we're like way ahead of like China and Russia on like retrieving this stuff to begin with. Then like you can keep it super over compartmentalized, right? And like that's fine. It doesn't matter. Then all of a sudden, if like Cold War ends, and then now we're probably back in another Cold War, and it's this multipolar kind of scary thing, and China starts to catch up and like eat our lunch on some of this stuff. Then all of a sudden you need like some civil side eyes. Like a lot of our best and brightest are not working at like Lockheed or Northrop or like any of these places. So you need to like let certain things out. Yeah. And so that I'm not cynical about, you know, a lot of these whistleblowers. I think they're genuinely wanting to come out. Why they might have some sort of top cover or like why they're not dead, to me might be explained by you got to kind of let the cat out of the bag somewhat, if that makes sense, because you need certain eyes on this thing. Because I don't think we've made a ton of progress on many dimensions. You know, I've heard rumors that we have alien reproduction vehicles or, you know, advanced research vehicles that pattern match the UFOs, and we've made them flyable. And then I just don't know. I don't know if that's like, you know, how much progress we've actually made. So, and then even if we have made progress, it's really that fundamental question of like, if we're at parity with China or Russia, then this stuff has to come out somewhat, if that makes sense. And then we live in this like information age too, where it's just like impossible to keep a lid on this shit. And I do think there's these snowball effects where somebody displays a tremendous amount of courage, like David Grush, where he pieces together all this stuff and he, you know, goes forward to the IC inspector general, gives him 1,000 pages and offers to say, I'll go in a skiff with anybody, and I'll show you where the bodies are buried, and I can give you the exact addresses of the facilities and stuff. And he does this in front of Congress. And I think if you're on the program, you're somebody like Jake, and you're seeing that, you're like, this guy's really courageous, and it inspires you. It's like the Bannister effect. Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, and then 10 people broke the 4-minute mile like 2 years after him. I think you see somebody go a little, you've had like moral minute mile. Bannister effect. Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile, and then 10 people broke the 4-minute mile like 2 years after him. I think you see somebody go a little, you've had like moral qualms about what you've been doing already, and you see somebody like, take it this far, and you're like, okay, well, I know a little bit more, and I could probably help with this effort. I'm gonna go a little farther, and so yeah.
I can see the problem though, which you alluded to in that conversation with Jake, that if all of this super high-tech secretive war stuff that we're working on is so compartmentalized and not available to even people in the highest levels of the military and the highest generals and the president. Like, if we get into a war, I'm sure that Russia and China, under their dictatorships, they're going to be able to get shit done instantly, and they probably don't have this problem of compartmentalization and keeping secrets from their actual government.
Yes.
Right? So, like, that's a problem.
That's a huge problem from a national security standpoint. I mean, read the 3-body problem, and, like, that's how it goes down. It's like you see, like, a scientist that, you're the CCP, you're the, the PLA.
Yeah.
And you see a scientist, like, working on some really interesting neutrino info transfer. You have something like really far out, crazy stuff that like you don't have.
Yeah.
You just knock on their door. You say, we're relocating you.
Yeah.
You're working at this base. That's it. That's the way it goes. That's not the way the U.S. The U.S. is like, you have these competing factions. You have all this, it's just, it's way more of this kind of uncoordinated octopus. And
Right,
so,
exactly. That's a good way of putting it.
so I think the reason, I think a lot of these NDAs that people have signed in the aerospace context to work on this stuff in the past are extremely threatening. And they're, really scary retributions that could occur hypothetically for a lot of these people.
Yeah.
And then I do think whatever legacy programs like don't want anything to come out are on their back heels. And they're like, some limited disclosure has to occur. And I think they're kind of like, we don't quite know what to do here. And I think my hope is there are people on the inside who are a little more like, we need basic ontological truths to come out. It's like nuclear stuff, right? Like you have nuclear physics, you have programs all over the country. It's physics, it's open source. Ontological truths, the idea is that there could be bodies and crafts. Like people need to know this shit. That's crazy.
Yeah.
And then, anything that, any trade secret that could immediately be weaponized or is low barrier to entry, blow up the world kind of stuff, that obviously should be classified.
Yeah.
And we just need to think about it reasonably through those lenses. But I do think there are people on the inside who are just dogmatically pro secrecy because it's like this like cargo cult bureaucracy thing. It's just like they don't understand how to be any other way or something.
Yeah, I mean the most frightening thing is that if this rogue government that's like has its own air force, military, navy, whatever, that has all this power and has this technology that could essentially like beat any world government's technology as far as like war or whatever it is, like, and if they go rogue and if they decide to start a war against the rest of the world, like that's the worst. That seems like the scariest thing regarding these companies that have this stuff, because what's going to stop them from keeping more secrets from you and just taking this technology and exponentially gaining more information and revealing more insight into it and understanding more about the universe and keeping that shit from the US.
Right. Turns into like a breakaway
what
civilization.
A breakaway military.
Breakaway
right?
military.
A breakaway. It's not a country.
Well,
but it's like a company that's more powerful than any country.
I did find it very interesting that like Matthew Livelsberger, the Green Beret, he blows up a Cybertruck in front of the Trump Towers. So it's like this weird message or something.
Symbolic, yeah.
Felt kind of symbolic, like some sort of meme warfare thing. Yeah. And then the email he sends to Sam Shoemate, who goes on Sean Ryan, is all about Chinese gravitic propulsion drones, which I think is China is not flying with impunity with, electrogravity propulsion. Like that's game over, right? Like that's like we're in the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's been going on for 3 months or whatever. Like that. It's not that. But maybe it's sort of a little bit of a shot across the bow, depending on what force was behind that. Because clearly he was dealing with a lot of trauma, PTSD, and I think was like a good guy in his private life. But like, what leads somebody who's like that to do that and to send that email? And I did speak to a Green Beret about this, and he was like, maybe this is a way to let out some of the gravity stuff that we have made breakthroughs with. So think about it like this: like maybe you're sending a little shot across the bow again to Elon, to Trump, civil side government, and you're saying we've got some harder core shit that you don't have.
Yeah.
And again, this is deep conspiracy. I would hold this very kind of loosely, low probability, but it goes to the point that you've made. And then, yeah, I don't know where they are technologically, and if they even have the power to sort of flex and do that. But I do think that aerospace has some pretty advanced technology that
those drones over New Jersey, they didn't seem like anything special. Like they seemed moving like regular drones. Like they weren't moving at light speed, or like they weren't moving like Tic Tacs making sharp turns. They were just like floating around like normal quadcopters.
They were floating around for longer periods of time than you'd ever expect. Like hours at a time. They'd stay stationary. So they were exhibiting some kind of exotic effects with the kind of winds and stuff. But like, yeah, generally. And then I would make a huge distinction between a lot of people were seeing orbs and like other weird stuff. And then there were like the fixed wing drones that looked like they were meeting FAA regs, which were obviously human. And so I would make a clear distinction between those two things. I would also make a distinction between the stuff showing up at nuclear bases, which if you know Robert Hastings' work,
yes,
that looks more, I don't want to say paranormal because that sounds quacky, but that looks more like of the UFO, the classic UFO variety.
Right.
You have to classify it.
I'm just saying that the New Jersey stuff didn't seem like anything near the UFO variety.
No, I agree with that. A lot of it. And then you had Salem nuclear plant right there, and you had stuff showing up there, and at Picatinny Arsenal, right? Stuff was showing up.
Right. I think it was definitely our government or one of our government contractors that was in charge of that. I don't know what they were doing.
But did you hear the audio of Wright-Patterson's like comms links were down, like their power was out for like a few hours? Like that to me is classic Robert Hastings UFOs and nukes, and that was happening around that time.
What happened with Wright-Patterson? I thought they just had to like shut down the runway or something for.
No, I think the power was out for a couple of hours.
At Wright-Patterson, the power was out?
I believe either the power, all comms were down for a little bit. Yeah. Yep. And there's
Can
audio.
you look this up? Can we find this?
Yeah, we should look it up. Yeah.
Let's find out.
Yeah, I think it's on Twitter is where.
What would we search? What?
Do Wright-Patterson communications outage.
Wright-Patterson drone
and there's
outage.
audio.
Wright-Patterson Air Force Base experienced a closure of its airspace for about 4 hours late Friday night into early Saturday morning due to the sightings of small unmanned aerial systems, drones, in the vicinity of the base. The base's airspace was closed as a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of the installation and its residents. No property was damaged or residents harmed during the incident. So they closed the airspace.
Okay, and I guess maybe there wasn't a comms outage. It was precautionary because there was stuff flying around it.
Right. Huh. Yeah, I did hear like a some sort of radio comm thing too, where they were talking about like shutting down the airspace. Or
I have a crazy one for you. So in 2010, after Robert Hastings wrote his book, which was 2008, F.E. Warren experienced an outage for.
What's F.E. Warren?
F.E. Warren is a nuclear base in Wyoming.
Oh, okay.
And it experienced an outage for, they said 59 minutes, but Robert Hastings did back channeling and it was 24 hours.
What?
And President Obama was briefed on this. Now, do F.E. Warren outage Atlantic? F.E. Warren, outage Atlantic. And you'll see that this was reported on by like mainstream media. And I don't know, go to
Atlantic Broadband?
No, the Atlantic, like the periodical or whatever.
Oh, and the Atlantic Magazine.
Yeah, Atlantic Magazine.
Okay.
Magazine.
Atlantic Magazine.
Yeah.
Is it a power outage?
Just look.
The failure shuts that third article.
Down.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, this is really crazy. So President Obama was briefed on this, and Hastings back channeled with this guy, this retired missile technician named John Mills.
Yeah.
And he back channeled with some missile security officers on site, and were like, there was a tic tac flying around all over the base, and that caused the outage.
Is this like
And-
one of the Minutemen missile silos, like where they have those underground ICBMs?
I know Malmstrom is. I don't know if F.E. Warren is.
okay.
Maybe. But this is what's crazy is you can even see in the article, at the top of the article, engineering. So power is crossed out.
Why?
And then it goes into engineering failure. I think it's covering their ass. I think they don't want it to seem like it was attributed to a UFO or to a Tic Tac or whatever, which, again, Robert Hastings backtracked. And by the way, I should say, I think, I was wrong about the right path thing. So I don't want to, like, conflate. Like, this is another thing that I think is very legit. But, I mean,
yeah, that's huge when they shut down a nuclear
dude,
base.
Obama was briefed. Yeah.
Right, that's big. That's a big deal.
No shit. Yeah, and then you're back-channeling with these guys who say that it's attributed to a Tic Tac flying around in the airspace.
Right.
And then they're crossing out power, and they're making it seem like it's an engineering thing.
What did I say? 3 other LCCs were successfully restarted. The suspect LCC remains offline. What is an LCC?
Let's see here. The LCC, Launch Control Center.
Oh, okay. So the Launch Control Centers.
Yeah, they lost comms. Like, they couldn't launch the thing if they
They
wanted to, which is a
interrogate
huge
each
national
missile
security
in
issue.
sequence. So if they begin to send signals out when they're not supposed to, receivers on the missiles themselves will notice this and send out error codes. It left 50 missiles in the dark. The missiles then restarted one of the LCCs and began to normally. Wow, dude, that's freaky.
It's really freaky. And then you're doing, Hastings, who I think is a very honest actor, is doing back channeling with these guys, and they're like, there's a Tic Tac flying around, and that's what caused the outage. And then I think one of them faces kind of career reprisals as a result of this back channel with Hastings and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and then you have that power is crossed out, and engineering is
That's
put up.
weird.
It's
Why
like
did
the
they do that?
live editing is shown on the Atlantic article
That's
to like
because
cover it up.
we're on the Brave browser. The Brave browser shows you all. I wonder if it shows it in Chrome.
It does show it in Chrome
Oh,
too.
it does too?
It
Okay.
does because
Oh,
I
okay.
put it in my documentary on Hastings.
Oh,
but,
okay.
So anyway, so the right pat thing, that is interesting. That I guess it sounds like they were just incursions on right
Yeah.
pat, and then they ended up shutting the airspace down as
Yeah.
a result of that. It wasn't a comms link failure, so that's my bad. But
I think they were getting ready
They're-
for the Eagles to win the Super Bowl,
Keep
so
it
they had to
in.
like start figuring it out in Philadelphia. They
yeah.
knew people were going to be looting and terrorizing the whole town. It was going to turn into Afghanistan for a week. After.
that's funny. Exactly, but that just goes to the point that like if these things are showing up around sensitive military sites,
Yeah.
it points to the nuclear connection. It points to this more generalizable 3-body problem narrative where they're not just showing up at nuclear sites, they're showing up at advanced science research sites and the most sensitive military sites. And that was the case with the New Jersey drone. The whole New Jersey drone, the name New Jersey drone is a psyop because they
Yeah.
weren't just in New Jersey. They were at Lake and Heath.
They were in Florida too.
They were in Florida. They were everywhere. And they weren't just drones. The drones were drones. When the shit you could see that were taken down occasionally, that was blinking red and green because they're meeting FAA regs. Obviously drones.
Yeah.
Like clearly those were drones. In fact, even the White House statement on the drones, the press
What
secretary.
Trump said?
Trump says it's very weird, very strange. It's not adversary, and they're going to the they're coming from the garage, and we know where the garage is. So that's interesting,
That's
right?
weird. Yeah. The
And
way
then-
he talks is just so confusing sometimes.
It's very confusing, but then the press secretary tries to minimize it and say there's nothing to see here. She says, "Oh, they were FAA approved. They were research drones."
Yeah.
See, that begs a question. If you were given orders by the president who told you we will clear this up immediately, because he was asked this as soon as he was elected. He goes,
Yeah.
"What happened there? We have to figure that out." And he like orders somebody to figure it out.
Yeah.
So those were your orders. You're saying we have FAA research drones. What were they researching? If it's a prosaic, easy thing to explain away,
Yes.
you say it.
How come no one
If
asked
it's
that?
not, if it is not, then you don't say it. So
Yeah.
I think it points to some more exotic answers. Again, I don't know. You have to think probabilistically about all this stuff, and I'd be open
Right.
to it not being UFOs. But like,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of evidence. Also, Southport, New Brunswick, Duke Energy Plant, there was UFOs showing up there too. So like
So drones or UFOs?
UFOs.
Meaning what? What do they look like?
They look more like these plasma orb style
Really?
things. Yeah.
Like the Bledsoe orbs?
More like the Bledsoe orbs. Like those look very different than these like fixed wing. Like they're just different.
Okay.
That's why the whole thing's inside. It's like not New Jersey, and it's not just drones.
Yeah.
It's a whole host of stuff, and it's again, you get into these weird kind of questions of like,
Were they
in
trying
the case
to
in which
distract? Were they trying to run a simulation? There's so many like
so many
options.
questions.
Yeah.
But also in the case in which it wasn't ours. Say in the case in which there were real UFOs, like not ours, not prosaically explained UFOs.
Yeah.
You would probably put some stuff out to research it.
Yeah.
You put some of our stuff out.
Right,
So it's
right.
like really murky, and it's way more charismatic and easy and goes viral much quicker to be like there's a loose nuke on the eastern seaboard.
Right.
That will go viral way faster than like it's actually a whole host of things. and
Right,
it's kind
right,
of
right.
complicated.
It's not that
More
interesting.
yeah,
Right,
exactly. So I think that's kind of what happened, and that's why like if there were psyops around explaining things away, I think that's why it was so charismatic. But then you talk to like the nuclear, support teams, the emergency teams, Nest or whatever. All of those guys were like, no, there's nothing there. Like,
Yeah.
nobody was like being evacuated. And, like,
Right.
so it clearly wasn't that. So it's weird.
Dude, with like all of this stuff that's been happening lately with the news cycle and all the crazy things that have gone on in the last 6 months, like from Trump almost getting killed on live TV to like a week later, that story's completely dead. And then we have like the Olympics debacle, and then we have like the debates, the election, and all this, the New Jersey drones. Like, there's like so much stuff happening on top of the fact that people are more awake now than ever of all the fuckery that's going on with like not only just the media trying to subvert stuff with advertisers, but with the government trying to subvert stuff. Like, people more aware of the word psyop now than ever. I'm sure if you did a Google trend on that word psyop, it's probably skyrocketing in the last year.
For sure.
So like, I wonder if the government came out tomorrow and said, yes, we made a deal with these alien civilization and they're here, we have their UFOs. I wonder legitimately what percentage of people would believe that or just run the other way.
This is such an important thing you're bringing up, because already with the Jake Barber piece, the UFO world has cleaved off and is on another island of reality from mainstream media. Has no idea who Jake Barber is. Unfortunately, it sucks because it's such an important story. But like, because it's a hard pill to swallow, we're talking about psionics, mind-matter connection, egg-shaped things showing up in our airspace. Like, it's a lot to stomach all at once.
Yes.
And it breaks the brain of these normie legacy people who like aren't down these rabbit holes that you and I are down, because we've spoken to a lot of people. And so it's this really important ontological question where it's like people are like, we need disclosure. We need disclosure. I'm like, if you walked into a hangar and were shown a UFO, you walked into the UFO, it wouldn't change your life at all. You'd have no idea what you were looking at. And it would beget all sorts of other questions that you'd have that wouldn't be answered upon walking into the UFO or whatever. So disclosure isn't some file that's going to come out where it's like this, these are, facts or whatever. I do think if Trump or Tulsi or like one of these people with like, serious, credentials in the government, like cabinet level credentials, or even from the past cabinet level credentials, says there's a there, I do think that's like a step function up as far as disclosure. Like that's progress. Mm-hmm. But it's gonna be this. You're dealing with people's core belief systems, and it's gonna be this sort of broken, jagged process. It's not gonna be this like overnight, like we have disclosure. Like people in our world, or in, I don't know where you lie, but in a lot of my world or whatever, they're like, we've had disclosure. Like, so much has come out outside of 8K. Imagery with like the president standing next to a UFO.
Yeah,
it's like we've kind of given a lot.
If they wanted to make it available, if they wanted to do disclosure, think about it. They're doing it the right way.
Right.
No one's losing their mind.
Sure.
Religion is not burning to the ground. People aren't quitting their jobs and like shooting. It's not turning into Mad Max out there. Or like they are doing it the right way. Although, like, kind of what I was alluding to is like, with the distrust of media and government now, and people being aware of the deception, the strategic deception that they are capable of.
Yep.
if the government was to say, yes, there's aliens, we have them, we have a saucer, right?
Yep.
There would be a huge chunk of people who think automatically, if they're saying that, the opposite must be true.
Yeah, of course. And I understand that skepticism,
Yeah.
and I have a reflexive allergic reaction to the government telling me anything as well. And I would just say, just because you think somebody has an ulterior motive, because a lot of people in the UFO world have a fucking ulterior motive, doesn't mean everything they're saying is wrong.
Right.
Maybe they're doing some weird controlled opposition thing. Maybe they're doing something where they want to make money and inherit some equities outside of the government.
Yeah.
Maybe they're
sure.
I can give you 50 million reasons as to why somebody would say some shit about UFOs and, claim to come from an authoritative background that aren't pure. That doesn't mean the facts they're saying are wrong. And I think, a lot of these guys, I think the prima facie stories of a lot of these guys are just fully right. They're just correct. And people just can't stomach them. They can't, it just breaks their brain. It breaks their priors. And, it's tough. And
That's why you think mainstream media hasn't reported on Jake's story?
Yeah, I think it breaks. I think they don't know how to process it. I think they have no idea how to. The computer, it breaks their computer. I mean, dude, those guys are mind controlled. I mean,
Those guys want money though.
That's true. They do want money, but they also, have certain commercial interests and are, connected to various. I mean, you're seeing what's happening with Mike. Mike Benz is reporting on all this USAID back channel shit with every legacy media.
I am so shocked that YouTube's letting that shit go.
It's wild. It's wild that they're letting it go. But I think we've crossed the Rubicon of sorts. But
I hope so.
We don't know who's making calls at these studios. But look at COVID. For a year, I mean, even in I think 2022, the New York Times published a steel manning of the zoonotic origin of COVID story. It's give it up, guys. It's so stupid. You literally have to, it takes the probabilistic thinking of a child to realize there are wet markets all over China. Why was it the one wet market
right
6 miles next to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which is studying spike proteins added on to a basically modification of SARS and how they can create a pandemic. Give me a break.
There's an outbreak of chocolatey goodness in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
John Stewart
Dude,
said
that
it
was
best.
the best.
Hilarious. And that just gets so simple, right? But they're overeducated. They've lost their instinct. They don't actually think about any media story critically at all. I hate to say, I come from this world. I went to Columbia, and I know a lot of these people. I love them. They think I'm crazy now, or whatever.
Yeah.
But they don't actually do thinking around they hear a story and ideas are fashion statements. And they don't want to look bad at the water cooler, at Condé Nast or wherever they are.
Yeah.
They don't want to and they're snarky. And if you watch, I interned for, the Daily Show back in the day, and I thought they were.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Jon Stewart was a total bulwark against neoconservatism back in the day. That was very healthy and amazing. And now he's just they're out of touch, man. You have, these correspondents go out to these MAGA rallies and they just make fun of them and they're snarky. And I was probably guilty of it. I was anti-Trump in 2016 and I thought he was kind of crazy.
Yeah,
And
I was the same way.
And I was these states don't understand, these red states don't understand what's good for them.
Right.
And then my now belief is the more you go through the liberal arts, Ivy League education, the more you lose touch with your real instincts about reality, and your worldview and mental models on things are actually really wrong. You're way off, and it's couched in this veneer of sophistry and of sophistication, and so it sounds really smart, but it's actually really stupid, and it's wrong.
I try my hardest to be open-minded about things and look at things from multiple angles, but every single big topic UFOs or ancients, Graham Hancock's a big one.
Yeah. They hate him.
He's no, they fucking love him.
Well, it's either one or the other. He's so polarizing.
It's so polarizing, and the lack of open-mindedness and ability to form independent thoughts outside of the comment bubble is astonishing.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, and it's an age-old trope in history of this amateur gentleman journeyer who has correct instincts, is outside of the priestly citadel of experts, and then gets proven right. Heinrich Schliemann was this German businessman that was laughed at forever because he thought the ancient city of Troy, you know, in the Peloponnesian War, written about by Homer and Thucydides, was actually, you know, that wasn't mythology. Like, that was actually a real place. And then he goes out and he finds it in Anatolia in the 1870s. And we have now have tons of corroboration. That's now consensus. Luis Walter Alvarez thought that, you know, an asteroid impact took out the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. And in their case, they actually were extremely credentialed. Luis Walter Alvarez, the father, was, you know, in the Manhattan Project, very involved with Oppenheimer, and so. But he was this, like, you know, he was out of his domain, right? He was an archaeologist, but he was right? And now you have Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson. They're saying the same thing about Younger Dryas impact. Younger Dryas impact. They're also pointing to mythology, just like Heinrich von Schliemann did in the case of Plato and dates around Plato. But they also have tons of archaeological evidence, like great archaeological evidence that. There was an airburst from the Taurid meteor stream around that time, and they're just not being taken seriously. And my money's on them. My money's not on the Citadel. So it's just it's reflexive bad thinking. And there's a great book by this guy Sam Arbisman. It's called The Half-Life of Facts. And at any point in history, we were wrong about 50% of the conventional wisdom at the time. Or roughly, right?
Okay.
So we're probably wrong about 50% of what we know now. So if you were going around being this Michael Shermer style or Richard Dawkins style skeptic, Neil deGrasse Tyson, we know everything.
Get the fuck out.
You are being ahistorical.
Yes,
You're engaging in bad thinking. Unless you can point to some percentage of current knowledge that you think is wrong, you're like an extension of the Borg. You're the thought police for the conventional wisdom, and you're probably wrong. So I like to systematically go through the anomalies because I think that they're tells on what the next scientific paradigms are. Like if you look at, black body radiation was discovered by this German guy in the 1860s. We couldn't. That was the fact that would create this ultraviolet catastrophe. It was this guy Gustav Kirchhoff. We couldn't understand that until Max Planck and the quantum revolution in the 1900s. Mercury, the orbit of Mercury wasn't understood in the Newtonian context, and we needed general relativity to explain it. So when you see an anomaly, like a UFO, or Washington Scablands, impacts or whatever, that you might represent, the Younger Dryas thing, you have to systematically look at the anomalies. You can't ignore them. Because they lead to new science. This is the Scientific Revolutions 101. Thomas Kuhn wrote about this in The Structure of Scientific Revolutions. The anomalies bring in the new paradigm. So what I think you're doing and what I love to do is talk to people on the fringes. And just because you're talking to them doesn't mean you agree with everything they say. You're not platforming them.
We have the benefit of talking to the people on the fringes and the people in the center of the academic institutions.
Totally.
Which they each one some of them, the people in the academic institutions are in a bubble. They're not talking to the people in the fringe every day. And same thing most of the time with people on the fringes. And the way I explain the whole Flint Dibble Graham Hancock thing is I completely understand how Flint Dibble, who his dad named him Flint because he's an archaeologist, and his dad's probably an archaeologist, who spent his whole life studying archaeology, reading the boring books, doing the boring shit, traveling all over, digging through the mud and pulling stuff out his whole life, and nobody knows who the fuck you are. Then Graham Hancock comes along, writes some crazy fucking book, and becomes a super celebrity and makes tons of money going on Joe Rogan all the time. I'm gonna be super jealous and resentful of that guy too.
100%. And
I'm not gonna go as far as Flint Dibble did. Let's make that very clear. I mean, some of the shit he did was really terrible in my opinion.
And he was lying about it. Some certain slides were up on that Rogan episode that were just wrong.
And not only that, but and this is a super unpopular opinion, and I will get completely destroyed in the comments for saying this, but I think Flint killed him on that debate.
Hancock.
Without having the ability of being able to Monday morning quarterback and see, okay, he was wrong about a lot of stuff, because he did do some dishonest things by he was very confident in saying things that were quite literally wrong after people were able to go back and review the stuff. And Graham was actually able to go back over the podcast and find out okay, like you're completely wrong about the number of ships or,
Right.
or any of this other stuff that you were talking about. But like,
Right.
but like I learned a fuckload from Flint during that podcast,
Yes.
and he was able to fill in the gaps of stuff that Graham didn't really understand during that podcast.
Totally.
I feel like, and I feel like even Rogan during that podcast was siding with Flint
Sure.
on things. Like he was like, Graham, don't you think that looks like that
Yeah.
looks kind of natural to me,
Yeah,
Graham?
yeah, yeah.
And Graham was like, no. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. I think that. Like, I thought he did a great job, but what I don't like is how he went on Twitter afterwards and be like, oh, do you see how much I kicked Graham's ass during that podcast?
Right,
Subtweeting
right.
every tweet that Graham did, looking like a complete douchebag.
Totally. Yeah.
But like, so I guess my point is like, I understand how Flint feels, why he feels the way he feels.
Yeah.
Right. And
Yeah,
why
yeah.
people in academia feel the way Flint feels. And I see how there's sort of like a rift between these two groups. And just like combine that with the way modern media works, like podcasting is the #1 form of information in the world now, right? And like people are more interested in the fringe stuff because it's exciting.
Yep.
And it's more sensational. And I think, long way of putting it, but academics get resentful of that, and it's created this sort of like this dichotomy, if you will.
Totally. But I think there's value in it, to your point with Flint Dibble, where it's like you need to stress test the really bold, grand, new ideas and theories.
Yeah.
And I think science is a process. It's like, you have skepticism and dogmatism, and it's a Scylla and Charybdis, and you want both. And I think having debates like that are really good. But I'm always partial or sympathetic to quote unquote platforming the people with the bold, grand ideas, where like some of the stuff might be wrong semantically, but they're directionally correct in like a big way that's exciting, versus these guys that are just defending the modern paradigm, because I don't think that gets us anywhere. Like I agree.
Right.
Like
No,
Darwin is like a locally useful theory. Like I don't think like Darwin's like
theory.
fake.
Right.
It's a theory, and I think
gravity's also a theory.
Gravity's also a theory, totally. But I think it's also useful in a scientific. I wouldn't like throw it out at all. Like these things are like extremely useful. Gravity's a great example because there are like many anomalies with it, both
Right.
on a macroscopic level with dark matter, and on a microscopic level with it's irreconcilable with the other forces on a quantum level, and electrons don't exhibit gravity in the same way other
Super
macroscopic
wild
objects do.
Super wild shit.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think I'm always partial to let's like systematically talk to the people with the bold theories and then stress test and come at them and try to negate any parts of their thinking that are kind of flimsy,
Right.
but like really take seriously their ideas, especially when they're driven. I think the difference between Dibble and Graham Hancock is like one is driven more by intuition and this like life purpose mission thing.
Yeah.
And in our modern day, that's seen as inherently BS or something. Whereas the other person's like came up through the system.
Yeah.
And like that's just seen as more valid. And I would say
Yeah.
if you're like you
Which
feel like
is-
hermetically called to a thing, you're going to be extremely motivated. You're going to find out all sorts of stuff. And we would not be talking about Göbekli Tepe if it weren't for Graham Hancock.
Exactly.
And so the conventional wisdom on like how old civilization is would be the classic Mesopotamia was the cradle of civilization. So like who's had more of an impact just based on that?
100%.
It's Graham Hancock.
Even Flint said when he was in here, he goes, Graham inspired a lot of people that I know that are now academic archaeologists and
There
have
you
devoted their
go.
career to this stuff.
There you go.
So, yeah.
Totally.
So yeah, again, and I don't even know what the actual objective was of that debate other than to like disprove Graham's ancient civilization idea.
Debates like this are tough.
Yeah. they are.
Because like often it's like I did like this informal debate with like Michael Shermer.
I saw that.
And,
Yeah.
like,
who was the
he-
guy that he debated?
Who
Michael Shermer. You had Michael Shermer and who?
No, I it was just me and him.
Oh no, but I
This
saw
one-
one on your channel with.
Oh no, Mick. That was Mick West.
West,
and
that's
Merrick
who it
von
was.
Rennenkamp.
Oh, okay, okay.
And that was a tough one too, where it's just you have the skeptics who I think do provide this service, and I even came out thinking, okay, like Mick actually, has some interesting debunks in these certain areas. I'm gonna like hold some of these videos in lower probability. Like actually, one of my takeaways is like video evidence isn't the kind of Archimedes lever for disclosure in general.
Right.
Like it's not the thing you want to hinge your belief on at all.
Right.
Because like they're all kind of murky and like not great. Although I think maybe on the margins Merrick won the debate, but Yeah, I think the classic thing with like skeptic versus pro when it comes to these really kind of hard to answer questions is like the pro people have all these reasons as to like why it's anomalous, and then the anti people they just they sit on these kind of like, oh, it's law of large numbers, or it's
Yeah.
Occam's razor, or it's it's like these like rules of thumb that like are just it's like kind of lame and like
Yeah.
provocative
Yeah.
and like you're not actually looking at the data. Like finally, I think Mick West has read UFOs and Nukes by Robert Hastings because it's such an important data set when it comes to UFOs. But
What did he say about
he
it?
can't say anything. There's nothing he
What?
can say because he gets like, how are you going to go at these guys? You can't go at their credentials.
Yeah.
You're going to call them liars like they're on the PRP program.
Right,
It's
right.
kind of hard. So like you end up with this like two trains passing in the night in the debates where it's like one side has a data set and the other side just won't agree that the data set is legitimate. They're just like, it's survivorship bias, it's file drawer issues, it's you're a liar, you're a grifter or whatever. But like look at the data, look at what do you mean?
Right,
Like I've met
right.
a lot of these guys who've seen the stuff at nuclear sites, and it's like some of them have maintained Q clearances for years after they've seen this stuff. Like, and then at that point, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. If you're not going to like believe, if you're not going to like read the book, which is a 580-page book, extremely dry and it's almost boring.
Really?
Because it's so rigorous and good and meticulously done. Like Robert Hastings has like an eidetic memory. And so like you're either going to read the book and like engage with it or you're not. And if you're not, then like I don't know what the debate is about.
Right. What do you make of Elon not being impressed or not being interested in this stuff?
I find it really interesting. Starlink is just like an optical group of satellites, and it's the biggest optical group. But and then
Dude,
obviously
the
they do
satellite-
RF communication.
Have you seen like the videos of all the satellites that we have surrounding the Earth? It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. Especially with Starlink, it's just blowing it out of the water. I mean, it's everywhere. And they have I think it's Star Shield is like the dual use kind of optical or whatever. But so you hear that these things, the UFOs are like picked up by like other sensor modalities. I don't know on Elon. Look, in the world in which UFOs exist, I would have to think he's got to know some stuff, Like I don't know if he's playing
Especially
dumb
if these
specifically.
rocket guys like Tim are fucking dedicating their lives to this stuff.
Totally, and they have any overlap. Okay, the interesting thing I thought on Elon is he kind of he walked back a couple of things recently. In the last couple of months, somebody said mentioned David Grush to him and said like, maybe we're hiding all this secret tech, and he said, well, if we are hiding secret tech, I would hope that would come out. And so that was a change in tune. That wasn't this like joke, oh, I'm an alien, or like I would know, like it's we don't have high resolution imagery. Like he kind of walked that back in that interview question.
Yeah.
And then the second thing he said, I think Tucker asked him about UFOs, and he said, I think it's deep black American programs.
Really?
At that point, you're kind of backing yourself into a corner where it's really interesting. Like, what are you saying, man? Are you saying that we have deep black American programs that look like they're breaking physics? So, like, they break conservation momentum, they fly Mach 10, and then they stop on a dime.
Yeah.
And then they, make right angle turns.
Yeah.
And then they go from, right above the water to like above 80,000 feet, like David Fravor's saying. And, looks like they're, not using chemical combustion. Because if you are, then you're saying we have physics that's in deep black compartments that, well surpass what we're doing with chemical combustion when it comes to Starlink, where you have these, 33, 36 Raptor engines, and it's all just mass ejection. And it's all just, Newton's laws.
Yeah.
And so you're kind of backing yourself into a corner where it's like we either have secret physics or because you're saying this stuff is real in that interview. You're saying the stuff is real.
Yeah.
Or maybe you could hang on like that we have some, really good like radar spoofing. And like that would be your, or FLIR spoofing or whatever. You'd have,
Yeah.
some version of that. Maybe you could do holograms and optical spoofing. I don't know what he would
seems-
say, but it's
so-
weird.
It's such a mind fuck because I think if I can think of anyone who would be more interested, who should be interested in stuff, I would think of him.
No, I'm with you. It's a strange. It feels like just like there's like dark matter in physics. It's like what's the dark matter there? Like
Yeah,
like we
it's
can't
fake.
detect something going on there, and I don't know what it is.
That's so
It's an excuse that they've used because they like with Einstein, especially with relativity, general relativity. The ether is real. Like, can we just get real for a second, please? My boy Ashton has solved it. It's coming out. Like, wait.
so true, man.
Yeah.
That's so true.
Yeah.
I gotta take a leak.
Dark
Go
matter.
take a
Let's
leak.
take a quick break.
Yeah, let's do it.
Right
Yeah,
back.
yeah, cool.
All right, we're back from our PP break.
Yes.
Yeah, the Elon stuff is crazy. So I did want to ask you,
Yeah.
how did you find this guy Jake Barber? And I don't even know where to start with this guy. Can you explain how you met him and then how, like, what happened with him and where he came from, like his story?
Yeah, so he was originally like a red team guy who was he was on the program.
What does that mean?
That means he was like meant to infiltrate like adversary groups and stuff. And so like he was, you know, it's basically like security for the program. So he was part of the crash retrieval program. He was pipelined through Air Force Combat Control, which is a special the Air Force version of Special Forces. He didn't become Air Force Special Forces. At that point, he became kind of sheep dipped, if you know that term, in like intel circles or whatever, like erased. Like he became like, you know, director of operations for a helicopter company, and you know that was basically his title. But he was working with these, you know, prime contractors. You might be able to guess who they are. He doesn't reveal who they are exactly, but
So he says he was working for these secret aerospace contractors. And I would imagine he's talking about companies that are like or similar to Battelle or any of these other ones, like Lockheed or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. You could guess.
He didn't say.
He said if you tried to guess two, you'd probably get them right on your first try.
So I might have got those two right.
Maybe. And so he's doing retrieval operations for them, and then on behalf of his employer, he goes to red team Stephen Greer. Stephen Greer was we were just talking about this. He was like the go-to guy for like any whistleblower in the government. Like he was the guy. The Disclosure Project was for the last 20 years.
So he was trying to subvert Stephen Greer's whistleblowers.
Trying to subvert, and in 2023, Stephen Greer held his like disclosure, you know, Congress thing or whatever, and he had done a version of this 2 decades prior in 2001, I think. And it was with a lot of really impressive, amazing whistleblowers. And unfortunately, it's kind of couched under the veneer of Stephen Greer, who has, you know, certain issues.
Yeah.
Personality.
Everybody, I mean, every single respectable person in the UFO world, they all detest Stephen Greer.
He can.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
I can imagine why. But I don't know if there's like any kind of like solid reason why they don't like him.
I don't know the guy personally, and I've been trying to interview him for like a year through various go-betweens, and I've gotten a lot of like weird like ego and responses. And I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah.
So for anybody watching,
I'll
like
put you in touch with them.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. That'd be awesome. Yeah.
I'll trade you for Grush.
That's not a fair trade, bro. I need somebody else. That's so funny. So
like we're trading them these UFO people like Pokemon cards.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta write you. It's
Greer's like in the Pokemon. What would he be? Is he like a?
Don't say it.
I don't know. I'm not. I know like there's collectibles. You got to catch them all. But like, which one would Greer be? Would he be the Charizard or what?
Maybe it might be Charizard. I don't know.
Okay.
What's the big one that would puff out all that
Mewtwo.
stinky gas?
What's the most valuable Pokemon? Charizard, right?
No, it's Mew.
It's Mew. No,
Mewtwo.
Mewtwo.
No, Mew is even more valuable than Mewtwo.
Oh.
Mewtwo, and then Mew is like the baby Mewtwo, I think.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Ah,
Yeah, you got to if you're collecting these guys, you got to have Greer on your belt.
Yeah, I know.
Like you explained that to me,
Hook
right?
it up.
He's he's one of the most legendary like OG UFO people.
Totally.
Right? You said he was like in the 90s, he was the only guy.
He was like the only guy. But I mean, that's that's actually an important thing to correct. He was the only very public-facing guy, and that's why he became who he is now. But I think he took a lot of his stuff from a guy named William Hamilton, who would write about these deep underground military bases, covert operations. And there was a lot of actually hard-headed research going on at the time, and he kind of shored it up and made it this more public thing. And it was interesting. It's an interesting origin story because I don't quite understand how he went from. He was a physician, and he just
says he was an ER doctor.
He was an ER doctor, and then he got super into UFOs.
He said during one of his CE5 things, there was an Air Force spook or something there, and saw the stuff he was doing, and told the CIA guy, the head of the CIA, who then wanted to go to dinner with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting. I mean, and again, I believe the Jake Barber account, and like it kind of comports with that, where it involves like trying to call stuff in, which is so.
okay.
At that time, you have this guy Albert Stubblebine, who also has connections with remote viewing at the time, and John Alexander, who's this long-time kind of UFO historian, but he also debunks certain things, and he
Also
clearly
very
has
close to
deep government
Bledsoe.
ties, also close to, with Bledsoe, and inserts himself in like all sorts of interesting cases. Like John Hutchinson was this guy who would claim to like have mind matter effects with like these like metallic instruments around him in California, and John Alexander shows up there. John Alexander's this very interesting figure in UFO world where he just pops in like, you know, at very opportune times.
So Stubblebine career claims he offered him $2 billion to participate in the
Legacy
psyop.
UFO, or I thought it was like come join our UFO program or something. It was okay, interesting.
He explained it to me like it was part of he offered him $2 billion to basically be a part of their building the public narrative or something. like
Okay,
that.
interesting. Well, that sounds like BS.
Sounds like right.
I mean, I think there's an email showing that maybe, but
Okay.
I don't think the offer was real. I mean, Stubblebine's this weird character. He's Army counter intel, and he's also on record touting all sorts of other bizarre conspiracies. And he's one of these people you just don't know.
Stubblebine is?
Stubblebine is,
Huh.
yeah. And so it's one of these people you just don't know what to make of him. But they do insert themselves in Greer's life, and then Greer becomes the de facto guy where if you're on the inside and you're working at Lockheed or Northrop, or you know, you're a CIA contractor or whatever, and you see some shit and you want the public to know, you go to Greer. And so the Disclosure Project archives are to this day probably like among the best UFO
That's right.
databases, treasure troves of pretty interesting contemporary information. And so you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, as much as he's a very interesting kind of strange character. You know,
Yeah.
there's some ego there.
He's
and-
easy to dismiss for sure.
Yeah, and there's definitely some messianic vibe. Like it feels like he's, you know, he's the guy who's
Yeah.
bringing the thing. It's like, come on, dude, it's everybody. You know?
Yeah, it is most people. Yeah, and it's you know, it's just like there's also like a thing when somebody has all the answers to everything.
Right.
Yep.
You know, there's a weird thing that happens there too.
Yep.
But, what were we talking? Oh, we were talking about Jake Barber. So
Yep.
so Greer was hosting this thing where he had all these whistleblowers. He was providing an outlet for these whistleblowers to come out. And you were saying that Jake Barber went there to try to
Red team.
Red team meaning what?
Infiltrate Greer and
Trying to like bust one of these guys for blowing the whistle.
bust the whole organization,
whole
maybe
organization.
infiltrate the organization, and then become, you know, like the guy from Legacy who's feeding info back into Legacy UFO programs from like, you know, this important kind of vulnerability threat vector or whatever.
Yeah.
And so he's at this Congress or whatever, and you know, his story is that Michael Herrera, do you know who that is?
Yeah.
He's a Marine who was in the Philippines, and he gets diverted with his unit of, I think, like 8 or 9 people to Indonesia. And Indonesia is a disaster zone. It's due to this earthquake. There's a tsunami warning, and so everybody's evacuating the area. And he and his Marines are apprehended. First, he sees an 8-gon, like an octagon-shaped craft hovering above the treetops that he says is Vanta black, and it's like he calls it blacker than black, and it's above the treetops. And he starts to close in on that craft with his Marines because they're like, what the hell is going on here? And then they get apprehended by this elite paramilitary unit, which in like, I think it was 2009, like they had like bioscanners and like all sorts of gear you would never expect. That they were clearly, and they were very well trained, probably tier 1 special forces. And we're kind of running circles around these Marines, saying stuff like, it's easy to get lost in the woods, or it's easy to get lost in the jungle, you know, like, well, you know.
Did these guys say they were part of any specific branch of the military, or did they have any like badging on them?
They
or
had
anything?
it was completely nondescript, but very
Wow.
advanced, according to Herrera. And
So private.
yeah, maybe, yeah. And they were loading these crates onto this flatbed, this truck. It was like a Ford F-250 or something. And he was like, I don't know what the crates were or whatever. And so Barber, he's at this disclosure event where Herrera is giving this account. And Herrera also gets interviewed by Sean Ryan as well. And Barber's like, I could see the authenticity in Herrera, and I, you know, what am I doing here, sort of thing. And there are other reasons, I guess Barber felt like he was betrayed by his, contractor in the past. And at that moment, he goes like, fuck this, I'm gonna like red team the red team, or I'm gonna like red team, I'm gonna talk to these guys earnestly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna side up with, the Herreras of the world and try to see if we can get, some of these truths out. And so he talks to Herrera, and he says that the crates actually had people in them in Indonesia, and that these crates were bringing back these psionic assets that are used for the UFO program to attract UFOs. And so it's this crazy story.
Psionic assets, meaning like
People.
11 from Stranger Things. They're trying to find girls, like they're like young children.
I don't know.
People
I
that
don't
had superpowers.
I don't know what age. Again, there are stories that like really match Stranger Things as far as the ages of the people being recruited into the programs, and that gets into some weird shit.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what age these people were, because they were in these like metallic containers and they were being evacuated from the area. I mean, even the fact that they're being kept in the metallic containers is weird, right? Like, it's
Greer
like,
also said there was they were trying to get homosexual people.
that's apparently this thing. Apparently, gay men and people who are left-handed.
Yeah.
And again, this is something I have no idea if that's
Right.
how true that is, but that's.
I'm just
part of
trying
it.
to I'm trying to like think through the logistics of that. You're in an earthquake zone where there was a crazy natural disaster. People are like, I don't know if they speak English, right? Or if the other guys speak Indonesian.
Right.
But like, were they like, raise your hand if you're a homosexual, or like, are you left-handed or right-handed? Like, how are you doing this? Are you just bulk gathering these people and then figuring it out later?
I don't know. And there's another question is like, were they engaging in operations and did they have to evacuate because of the tsunami, or were they
Right.
and this is the way Herrera presented on Sean Ryan, which is more nefarious, honestly, where it's like, are you taking advantage of the fact that there's a disaster zone and people could go missing
Yeah.
and taking them back with you, which is like weird.
Of course they
Yeah.
would be. Why wouldn't they be?
Well, it's a question of like, were those people already like willfully signed up for the program? They were attracting stuff in the jungle of Indonesia. That's why the black craft was there. I guess the black craft, I think, was human. So I take that back. But like, maybe that was part of the operation. But like,
So yeah,
they were like engaging in field operations there, or were you just the operation itself was to round up these people who were lost?
That's,
and that's
the
this
impression
question.
that I got, was that, I mean, just from watching your podcast, the impression I got was that they saw there was a disaster there and thought this would be an opportunity to
Right.
extract some people
So
we can use.
I want to talk to Herrera, and I want to get to the bottom of it. He says that on the Sean Ryan podcast.
Yeah.
But Barber says on my podcast, or they were engaging in operations and they had to get the hell out of Dodge because the tsunami was coming. So
Barber also seemed very off-put about Sean Ryan and Herrera, saying that they were just going there to exploit the disaster and get those people out. He seemed kind of like,
right,
he's like, I didn't like that Sean Ryan even used the word human trafficking.
right,
He was
right,
like
right,
offended
right,
by
right,
it almost.
right, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
the kind of ground truth on that, but
So he's saying that that these people are being taken from this place in Indonesia, and my assessment, my guess is that like these people are more in tune to nature. They're not around technology and civilization, so
Jake said that.
he said that on your podcast. Maybe they have a different diet. They're not eating processed garbage, so that would automatically let them be tapped into this muse or this consciousness or whatever.
Well, that's what they say in the U.S. too. Like, you have Dulce, New Mexico, you have Tacoma, Washington, you have Skinwalker Ranch. All of these are ancient Native American lands, and apparently that's where a lot of this kind of weird stuff shows up. Skinwalker Ranch, we know, was professionally, as part of UFO research efforts, investigated
Right.
as part of OSAP from 2007 to 2012. And so I think both like the people are like, it's just like, if you go to like, most indigenous tribes, you talk about people from the stars, you're not going to freak them out. Like, they're going to be kind of familiar with those concepts.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, we come down during our ceremonies,
Right.
It's both. I think for the people, it's like they have less of like an allergic reaction because they haven't been indoctrinated with this materialist, reductionist Western
Yes.
paradigm where we even need the idea of disclosure. Like, for them, it's like second nature or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
And then also the land itself, which then you're getting into like trippier territory as to, is there a residue on the places themselves that where like more kind of strange stuff goes on. Like I would say yes. Like I think a lot of the stuff that goes on at Skinwalker Ranch is genuinely not, you know, we need to explain it via science, but it's weird. It's definitely weird. Like I don't think that show, you know, The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch, it might be like, you know, the noise effects probably do it a disservice, and you got that kind of History Channel thing. But like,
it's produced.
It's produced. But like, I don't think they're lying about a lot of that stuff. And if you just investigate the, you know, first principles, like what's happening there, it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird.
It is.
So
the cattle mutilation thing, though, that they talk about on Mirage Men, is fascinating.
Yeah. What's your take there?
Oh, I mean, it just seems like a perfect distraction or just a psyop, right? I mean, but it was all, well, it seemed like an unintended psyop that worked perfect for them, right? Because I guess there was some sort of, they were trying to prospect for oil, I think it was. There was a company that was trying to find oil by detonating an underground nuclear bomb. And they were trying to test the local agriculture and wildlife to see how far the contamination went in the soil. So they were trying to find, like, they were extracting the glands of these cows to see if they had been affected by this radiation or whatever, see if there was contamination. And that happened to be the same place that they were flying this crazy exotic stuff. And so the people were like, oh my God, we're seeing UFOs and these cows are looking like this. Like it must be, it must be them doing this. So it's like, now, okay, that's the perfect place to keep doing these test flights. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But that was super interesting to learn about that and to see how, like, you know, just like two operations collide and end up being the perfect fucking mind fuck for the public to, like,
100%.
make sure people don't know what's going on.
100%. No, and that movie's super important to realize how sophisticated a lot of the psyops can be. And this, like, you can, you know, write scripts in back rooms and like make everything kind of weave together and fit. But like the A could, you know, be a data point, B could be a data point. They could look completely uncorrelated, but like you're the source of both or whatever, you know, and like that's definitely a thing you have to look out for in this world for sure.
So going back to Barber, he was saying that there was a secret place where they were trying to use these people that they captured and give them drugs and get them to summon these UFOs.
Stress inoculation and dissociation. And
I forgot about that.
It's like weird, relation
to summon these UFOs.
Stress inoculation and dissociation.
Stress inoculation and dissociation.
And
I forgot about that.
It's like weird, and I think people who've had trauma in their past, I guess, are predisposed. I mean, all of this seems a little
Greer was
crazy.
saying it was dopaminergic drugs that they were giving him.
Yeah, that might make sense. I mean, again, this is not based on firsthand knowledge, so I don't know. You know,
this is all
like super speculative. But I also like, so I'm in the camp where I believe the summoning stuff is very real and very dangerous, and I feel pretty like, you know, like I think Jake Barber's story is like pretty beyond reproach actually on the like surface level details of it, and then
what do you mean by that? What do you mean it's beyond reproach? Like you think it's super legit?
I think it's super legit. Yeah, I do. Where I get worried about what might be an after effect is this idea of like summoning things into your purview. I think that stuff's really real, and I think it's dangerous. I don't think it's for the, you know, I think you have to have very pure intentions, and I think if you show up in certain places and you try to, you know, do these things, I think it could end very badly for people. So, and I think it's the reason you have all this stuff at Skinwalker Ranch where like often it's guys with big egos or whatever. It's like they have this story of this like Hell's Angels chieftain who, like, you know, goes there and he's like put into a catatonic state like on the mesa or whatever, and then he has to go he's in the hospital for 3 weeks after that. And so I think it's kind of dangerous to do some of this stuff if you're not doing it safely and honestly with it just pure intentions.
What's the danger?
You know, have you you've had Daniel Pasolka on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so like, you remember the story with St. Francis of Assisi?
No.
So he's this, you know, he's actually kind of grows up like kind of this popular guy, and You know, he's kind of, you know, life of the party kind of guy, and
Okay.
then you know, he becomes a brother, and I think he's, you know, in a monastery, and he starts to become more religious, and he's on Mount Laverne, and he's hiking with his confidant brother Leo, who like
Yeah.
records all the stuff that happens to him, and he basically has an encounter with an angel, and the angel burns him, and basically, you know,
Oh, I remember this now.
it gives him, you know, what he calls this. Says it's like a vision of Christ, but if you actually go back to the original translation, which Pasolka did, it's a flaming torch. And
What language was it? Remember? Was it
must have
Hebrew or
been
Greek?
No, it must have been Latin.
Oh, Latin.
Yeah, I think so. It's
Okay.
medieval
Right.
Italy.
Yeah, probably Latin. Okay. So Saint Francis of Assisi was when, like, in medieval times.
13th century, I think.
13th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like the subplot of the whole thing with Saint Francis of Assisi is like he has basically electromagnetic radiation damage, and he calls it the stigmata, and he says it's a vision of Christ, but like it's probably what you would say is just electromagnetic radiation now, and he dies from this stuff. And if you look at the files given to Gary Nolan on people who've had, you know, paranormal, you know, basically encounters with UFOs and with, you know, alien beings, it's often electromagnetic damage and, you know, ultraviolet burns. And you know, I think some of these truths have been disseminated through fiction. If you watch Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the guy has a sunburn after he sees a UFO. And I think Steven Spielberg definitely has some spooky sources, and he has across the years. And so I think calling these things into your, I think there are two things that attract this stuff: nuclear and certain states of consciousness. And the latter is going to, you know, give a lot of people, you know, an allergic reaction if you're coming from kind of like a, you know, more Western materialist, reductionist, you know, academia. You know, that's where you're coming from. But I do believe that's part of it. And calling these things into your purview can be very dangerous, a la all the files that Nolan looked at, and a la what happened to, you know, St. Francis of Assisi. And I think, as with all of this stuff, there's a left-hand path and there's a right way to do it. And the left-hand path is basically occult stuff. It's like trying to summon stuff, and you're gonna get burned. It's like it's a typical, every myth, whether it's Lord of the Rings, Faust, Prometheus, it always ends badly. We've seen this movie before. If you want the secret knowledge and you don't have the right, you know, pure intention in your heart, you're just gonna get burned. Because what you see will be an excavation of what's inside of you. I mean that.
Right.
So you're saying that, first of all, when it comes to Gary Nolan, he was looking at people who, these people that he studied, people that got injured and or died.
Yep.
Right, after having radiation poisoning or something like this from these things. Those people, how were they getting in contact with these things? Were they summoning them?
So that's a total black box. I don't know. I have no idea. But I just think coming into contact with them, it's like, you know, the legend. I'm not saying the Ark of the Covenant is real, but this is a good analogy. It's like, you know, the holiest of holies. If you don't go in with a pure heart, it's going to be bad for you. I think if you're dealing with this other world, it's gonna, you know, kind of see you from the inside and out, and it's gonna be very bad for you if you. It's a classic myth, and I think it's not just myth. I think it's very real. I think we live inside of a cave, basically, and that cave is our kind of perceptive epistemology. Yep. And if you want to see something that's outside of the cave, you can ask for it, and it can come, and you're gonna get, you know, hit like a load of bricks if you ask with the wrong intention.
What you're describing sounds a lot like a psychedelic trip.
It's very similar, because if you go into a psychedelic trip and you have a lot of ego going in, you're gonna get smashed. It's gonna excavate, but it's not necessarily bad for you. It'll excavate what's inside of you often, but it needs to be done in a way that like you can handle. And honestly, I don't believe in that's why I don't believe in like, I believe in like veterans who are like on their last legs who need to take like ibogaine or like, of course, like, you know, or like, you know, mushrooms or whatever. But like this, like, oh, let's just like, you know, willy-nilly do this recreationally. I don't think that's going to be good at all. The veil,
it's definitely not for everybody.
It's not. We have the veil for a reason. You don't want to unveil everything all at once.
Right.
And so I do believe that we have a very limited scope. We only see between 400 and 700 nanometers on the electromagnetic wave spectrum. our decibel range that we hear is limited. Like
Yeah.
the idea that like there's nothing outside of what we see is ridiculous. And then you have people like Donald Hoffman, cognitive psychologist, showing that what we see are basically like icons of reality. Like they're categorizations of reality. Like you're not seeing electromagnetic wavelengths. You're not seeing the waves themselves. You are seeing this table, right? Because you need to instantly categorize things.
Yes.
So the idea that we are
Survival.
seeing ground reality is crazy. And then the idea that physics is the end of history is also crazy. Like our consciousness definitely plays a part in what we're seeing. You say you've experienced synchronicities all the time.
Yeah.
You're basically admitting that your personal epistemology is out of step with the Western materialist dogma. You're admitting that and saying that. And maybe you're saying, I don't know, it could be like the pattern matching of my mind or whatever. But if you like get down to it with most people, they're like, yeah, a bunch of shit happened to me that's like beyond chance and probability. And there's probably something with your consciousness that affects the material world or whatever. So I think it's not beyond the pale to say, like, if you want to experience something paranormal, you probably will. If you like, do certain things, and doing that in a reckless way is very bad. And doing that, honestly, it's the whole issue, I think, with the UFO thing. Like, the whole context of this conversation is around weaponization of this stuff.
Yeah.
And in certain cases, I always like my rallying cry is like, it's actually bad for national security because like I want the powers that be to let more out. So that's like, I'll say that, right? Like it's bad for national security if the left hand isn't talking to the right hand, and like Russia and China have their own UFO programs and they're like beating us. But my motivation is not weaponizing these things. Like I kind of want to like poke the bear a little so they like let more out.
Yeah.
Because they are holding on to a lot of stuff. But the fact that this whole conversation is couched in like, how can we build weapons out of this like metamaterial that like is like manna from heaven is so perverse and fucked.
Yes.
And so like my whole goal, like to the extent that I ever do anything in a capitalist context with the UFOs stuff, it's I want civil side infrastructure updates in our cities to make our lives better, and I want more meaning in the world, in people's individual lives. And if I can do that and have top cover from national security people who are like, yeah, if you find something dual use, we'll take it to the back room and work on it. Fine. I'm cool with protecting the free world and making sure we're ahead of China and Russia. But the whole idea that like people's impetus into this topic, like that the fact that they're into it is just like, let's weaponize this like immediately is so fucked. Like you don't know what you're dealing with. It probably is angels and demons.
That's the whole reason that we have everything that we have is, the most absurd and mind-blowing science and technology that we have was literally created in the context of war. Like John von Neumann, like you were saying, the brain power of that motherfucker, like was literally used and monopolized for war. Like I think it was him. I think he was the one that calculated the exact elevation that the Fat Man Little Boy nukes needed to be to cause the most civilian casualties. Like he estimated the exact elevation they needed to detonate those at to kill the most people. It's death.
It's death. Yeah. It's so, I didn't even know that's crazy.
Yeah. That's brilliant. I mean, in Annie Jacobson's Pentagon Brain book, all about the history of DARPA. Fuck, wow, dude. One of the most insane books.
Yeah, that's an amazing book. That's
one of my favorite books of all time.
She's amazing. What like an epic chronicler of just.
I love her, man.
Yeah.
And her voice, God, the voice.
She has a great voice. She has like
She
the best podcast
She
voice.
has the best voice. The best voice.
She's
just so seductive.
So funny. Yeah, she's awesome.
But yeah, no, I don't know how. I don't like going to what you're saying. I don't know how you break out of that, right? Like, how do you break out of that? Like, that's the way the world works.
Yeah,
right? That's the way the world works. The main motivation for technological innovation is for superpowers to maintain their power and to gain more power.
Well, I mean, again, this requires a predisposition to some pretty trippy kind of ontological worldviews, but like I think the veil is dropping. I think like we're seeing more of this stuff now, and it might be because we're not being super responsible with our world. We live in this multipolar nuclear world, and you're right, to the extent we have access to anything off the books and of celestial origin or whatever, we're weaponizing it immediately, and things are just not good on a global scale right now.
No.
So I think what we might be seeing is kind of intervention a la the 3-body problem or UFOs and nukes with Robert Hastings, where if you talk to any of these guys any of the ICBM security personnel, any of these people who've, firsthand witnesses, their first instinct is always they're trying to tell us to like stop our way, to like, hang back and like not destroy ourselves. So, and then you can get into the Mike Masters things where it's like, is it some future version of humanity that is coming back in time, trying to
This may be the most powerful
sustain
thing.
the existence of the human timeline because like we're going to blow ourselves up.
Yeah.
And who would care more than the future version of ourselves?
Exactly.
It's like in Back to the Future where it's like, Marty goes back in time because he wants his parents, to be together. Or whatever.
Yep. And what Mike says about the pedomorphism thing that happens, how our ancestors, that when the adults look more like the children of our descendants, is crazy. And that's like all the depictions of the aliens look like children.
Yeah, that's right.
So in 500,000 years, fully grown adults are going to look more like the toddlers of today.
If you were to ask any conventional biologist, like somebody who doesn't believe in aliens, what will humanity look like in a few thousand years? You'd say, okay, humans are getting domesticated, so we're losing the melanin in our skin, so it's getting kind of more pale. Our brains are becoming selected for because of more white-collar work, so cranial size gets much bigger. Nose and ears, they don't matter so much because, we're not hunter-gathering.
Right.
Yes, there is paedomorphosis, there's neoteny. We retain the larval features of young people in our, basically like your kids are going to look like what your ancestors look like in the future.
Right.
And we're becoming domesticated. A dog is to a wolf what we will look like, in the future is to us.
Right.
And so I think, and then if you look at like all the databases around UFO abductions, over 50% in almost all cases are hominid creatures. So and then you think the likelihood of evolutionary convergence on Zeta Reticuli, Proxima Centauri, on them looking like hominid beings.
What are the chances their atmosphere, their gravity, their solar system, everything like were they water worlds? I know most of the Goldilocks planets that we've discovered have been water worlds, if I'm not mistaken. So like if they evolved in a world that was mostly water,
it wouldn't look anything like us.
Are they going to have a brain that sits directly on top of the head?
No, you have 8 million species on Earth, and you have like 20 upright hominid, and then you have like one like
that
us
figured out the
or whatever.
technology.
And then, so you're saying like a gray looks exactly like us? It doesn't make any sense.
That blew my mind the most out of that book, as how rare we are as a species, Homo sapiens, on planet Earth, which is a planet that's teeming with fucking life.
Yes.
And how few planets that we've discovered that are habitable of life, and like how much, like he was basically saying, it's like we are 0.0001% of the species on this Earth. So if you extrapolate that out into the universe and how many planets are able to inhabit life, what's the chance they're gonna look like us, like that accurate?
Yeah.
It seems almost like impossible.
Yeah, no, it's exactly. It's the likelihood. And if you're seeing a thing in your neighborhood, it's more likely to be related. Think about like North Sentinel Island is off the coast of India. And they never get visited, occasionally by missionaries, and they'll kill the missionaries.
Right.
And they probably think when people visit them, like, you're just some white dude and you like show up there, they'd be like, you're an alien. Because they don't know the rest of the world exists. But if you see a thing in your neighborhood and it looks like you, it's probably an extension of you. It's probably related to you. That's just kind of Occam's razor.
Yeah.
So, and then we have 20 billion, Earth-like planets in the, Milky Way galaxy. So people love to say that. But then you have over 1 trillion non-Earth-like planets. So again, the likelihood that you are seeing a thing in your neighborhood that looks like you, doesn't only look like you, looks like what you probably are going to look like in a certain amount of time from a conventional evolutionary biology perspective.
Yeah.
I love the Mike Masters thesis as a result of that. Where I think where I would disagree with him, or where I think he might fall.
I'll take a piss. Well, I abandoned this quest completely for nothing then. Okay, well, that's not good. That's not good.
How may I aid you? Farewell.
Well met. Goodbye.
Peace, friend. Go in peace.
All slightly short, and he would probably admit this because he's done amazing foundational work, is like,
Just the
I don't know if it's us from the future. I think we might be stuck in a time-bound reality where we're subject to Zeno's arrow of time, where we are kind of indelibly, permanently moving forward in Zeno's arrow of time, and they have some ability to do trans-temporal stuff where they can time travel. And so you get into all these weird questions of like, if time travel is possible at any point in the future, which he's saying it is, right, with his book, because they're saying they're coming back in time.
They would be able to go back past when that time machine was created. Is that right?
That's right. Then it's always been inherently available. If time travel is available at any point in the future, it's always been available inherently.
Right.
So
So,
then
that
you're
means
get-
time travel would have had to been figured out somewhere else in the universe.
Yes, that's right. And so then you get into these questions of like, you have the angels and demons ontology, and you have the human future time travel to ontology. I think a really valid, use of like a think tank would be like, how do those two things comport? Are these ascended humans that have trans-temporal capabilities, time travel capabilities, that are like the next step on the evolutionary chain? But like saying future is kind of a misnomer because in their paradigm, time doesn't even exist the way it exists in ours.
Right.
So I don't know. You get into all sorts of like crazy rabbit holes. But what I love about that book is it's very scientific. It goes through cases and it goes through data to the extent we have data. Unfortunately, the data is kind of scant, but it goes through the data and it just makes a very compelling ground up argument for why time travel is involved and why they're related to humans and not just,
The time dilation paradox thing is really interesting too. Like how he said, I love the part where he's talking about like if we sent some interstellar crew out into the universe to find another planet or whatever, he's like 20 years of their rocket time would be like 100,000 years of our time here on Earth.
Totally.
So by like 20 years into their trip, we would have figured out technology on Earth to be able to blow past them. And like he's like 20 years into their trip, we're gonna have people from Earth passing them, and they just left that morning with a belly full of breakfast, and they're like, "What the fuck? We wasted our entire lives on this." Like, that's an interesting paradox too.
Oh, it's a fascinating one. And you have the whole Planet of the Apes thing. Yeah, it's like time itself is very weird. In general relativity, you have time dilation, which we just described, the twin paradox, all that stuff. And then in quantum stuff, I don't think we quite understand time. We take it as like this formal axiom in Schrodinger's equation, but it's actually kind of really weird. And like time and gravity are coupled in general relativity. The closer you get to a gravitational source, time slows. And in quantum stuff, we can't figure out gravity. That's this big field of quantum gravity, which has turned into string theory, which was like we've never been able to solve for gravity. We've never been able to, fully, figure
I
that
love
out.
that documentary you did too with Eric Weinstein and
How
Put Off.
That was fun, man.
Like string theory, some limited hangout or something.
That's-
to basically distract everybody.
Yeah, Eric makes that proposition. He goes, I don't know. He goes, if you were trying to limit the physics, string theory would be a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah.
Which gets beyond me. Okay, so like, is string theory this like padded walls 2D version of the real physics that they have in the back room? And it's just this like initiation recruitment thing, but it's like less dangerous. I don't know if you can do that deliberately. That seems like maybe like beyond human coordination abilities. That it gets beyond my physics knowledge, and Eric might be able to speak to that more in a more sophisticated way as to like why that might even be possible. But
The crazy
it's
thing that he
interesting.
said that really resonated with me in that video was he was like, look at the Civil War in 1860. And less than a human lifetime later, we figured out the fucking atom bomb.
Yeah.
How to drop an atom bomb out of a plane in less than 100 years.
Less than 100 years. Less than 100 years. I mean,
so like just the understanding of physics, how that changes our world and our technology and our civilization.
we were using muskets in dude.
We went from muskets to nukes.
And if you take the three body problem seriously, where you have the Fermi paradox, where it's like,
Can you explain the three body problem for people who might not
it's like
comprehend
these tri-Solarian aliens that like we've been in contact with. It takes place actually originally in the Cultural Revolution in China, and you have all these like scientists getting kind of like stamped out or whatever, and then you have modern scientists that are making contact with aliens, and often it's in these extremely advanced science projects like particle accelerators at places like CERN, and they're getting all sorts of like interesting comms from the aliens. And the tri-Solarian aliens are like in touch with the government, and they're like, you cannot tell the populace that we are in touch with you because it's going to like kind of, it's going to tip off mass hysteria. So we have to like slowly infiltrate ourselves, which is, by the way, very similar to Arthur C. Clarke's amazing book, Childhood's End. And I think this idea that like an alien civilization is slowly incepting itself is very popular and actually probably a good answer to the, Fermi paradox. If you were incredibly sophisticated, you wouldn't show up as this foreign invader hominid. You would just incept yourself. You'd create hybrids. You'd do genetic experiments. You'd do all sorts of stuff. So what were we just talking about? Why did I bring up the three body problem? Do you remember?
I forgot.
Oh,
we're talking about muskets to nukes.
Yeah, to nukes. So like if you take the three body problem, like in the three body problem, there's this dark forest analogy. And it's like the universe could be teeming with life, and it could be adaptive from the perspective of an alien race to not show themselves to you because they're worried that you're going to kill them or like going to harm them. And why would they care until you start creating nukes or like certain things that like maybe you reach a certain level of consciousness, maybe you create a nuke, maybe it's high energy physics, and maybe it's certain people reaching certain levels of consciousness. And then all of a sudden they make themselves known, where it's like you are living in this time-bound simulation, and you're poking at the edges of the simulation. You can do it with consciousness, you can do it with high energy physics, and here we are, like trying to like guard the simulation, and like make sure you're not going to like mess anything up in a big way. And so I think that's actually a very good answer to the Fermi paradox. It's like, why don't they show themselves? Well, it's actually like probably evolutionarily adaptive for them to not show themselves. It like makes more sense that they wouldn't in many ways.
Yes. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. So you think, what are your thoughts on the whole string theory thing? Do you think that it's like, I know Eric's like gone off the rails with it. He says Michikaku's out of control.
Yeah.
He's talked to Michikaku.
Yeah. I'm on Eric's side. Like, I think clearly it doesn't work, and like it doesn't take Eric or any physicist, like you or me, can say it doesn't work. It like name me like a piece of technology that's come from string theory.
Right.
Can't name anything, unfortunately. Name me something that's come from quantum field theory, like semiconductors, like a third of our economy, quantum field theory. So
Wow.
yeah, So it's like one thing is like this, you're lost in, like, science is the map and not the territory, in my belief. So
Yes.
like my metaphysical worldview is more like Plato. Like, it's like there's something beyond us that's true. It exists in the world of like forms and ideas. But like when it comes to science, I'm more kind of Aristotelian in that what is useful is true. And the quantum stuff is eminently useful. If you want the most accurate sensor, it's a quantum sensor. If you want the best computer, eventually it'll be a quantum computer. Quantum stuff just seems to work incredibly well, especially at like lower scales, subatomic scales. And it's really useful from an engineering standpoint. And string theory is just basically trying to force fit what describes our kind of cosmological worldviews of general relativity and quantum field theory, force fit them with math. And so you have a map here that's not, the map is not the territory. So you have stuff that you can do cool things with quantum field theory. You have some stuff you can do cool things with general relativity. Neither are descriptors of the underlying reality. So the maps are going to be a little jagged and off. String theory is like you have these jagged off maps that aren't perfect, and you are forcing them together with math. Like, it doesn't take a genius, like you or I could look at that and be like, that's the wrong approach.
Yeah.
It's just the wrong approach. So that's the way I look at it from like a more high level perspective. As to like, whether it's some limited hangout, there are all these really interesting things I've uncovered with so the people that funded quantum gravity were, it was like initially kind of established at this Chapel Hill conference at University of North Carolina in 1957.
57, yeah.
And it was this guy, Agnew Bonson, and he was obsessed with gravity. And
Wasn't there also a guy named DeWitt, and then
Bryce DeWitt?
Bryce DeWitt,
yeah. Institute of Field Physics was Bonson's outfit, and Bryce DeWitt was his chief theoretical physicist. And he's basically convening the top physicists in the world at the time. I don't think anybody would argue with this. Like John Wheeler, Peter Bergman, Freeman Dyson, like these legends. And they're all trying to figure out why gravity breaks down, at subatomic scales. So like why gravity doesn't work with quantum stuff. And that establishes the field of quantum gravity, from which you could say string theory is like a later offshoot, right? This is the crazy part. Bonson in the back room is funding Townsend Brown. And in my opinion, I've uncovered all sorts of stuff as to why Townsend Brown experimentally is figuring out real physics and is using these capacitors and with high voltage experimentation in a way that ostensibly seems to create some sort of connection between electromagnetism and gravity, which, again, if you were to talk to any conventional physicist, they'd be like, if you can experimentally do that, that is crazy. Leads to all sorts of amazing possibilities, propulsion, comms, whatever. And so I think Bonson was like funding some like, back of the house research with this guy Townsend Brown, who was, according to a couple of books, this guy Paul Laviolette, he was maybe even at the Chapel Hill conference. And the thing about Brown is he was never an amazing theoretician. He was more of an experimentalist. He was more of a Tesla type. And he actually wasn't like traditionally super credentialed, but he had theories around what he was doing. And I think he was kind of breaking physics, and there are all these kind of credible witnesses who saw what he was doing and were freaked out. Edward Teller was one of those witnesses who freaked out. Curtis LeMay witnessed his experiments. And so, I think he was doing some really interesting off the book stuff. And then meanwhile, academic physics is being sent into a cul-de-sac, being sent into a dead end. Is that incidental and emergent? I don't know. I don't know how conspiratorial to be about that, but it's fascinating.
Yeah. Jeremy Riss was explaining to me, alien scientist.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He does great work on he's like a fucking historian on this anti-gravity history.
He really is.
And all this stuff. It's great. The amount of knowledge he has is unimaginable.
Oh yeah.
But like, I think he was explaining to me that DeWitt and Witten were both working on this stuff previous to that North Carolina summit event or whatever it was.
So okay, and then here's the interesting string theory connection. Lewis Witten was the representative of that conference from RIAS, which is Martin Corporation's anti-gravity research group. And so Martin Corporation is pre-Lockheed merger. So it's the original Lockheed Martin has like an anti-gravity research group. Lewis Witten is researching gravity, and he even says this. There's a video online where he goes, I was meant to research gravity, and Wright Field told me to research gravity. The whole conference is sponsored by Wright Airfield.
That's crazy.
Which is the epicenter of all UFO lore. Bryce DeWitt almost worked at RIAS as well. and then he ended up at the Institute of Field Physics. There are all these interesting aerospace connections. There was so much. It was so bound up in aerospace that John Wheeler would complain at like how like tied to aerospace and anti-gravity. He kept being like all this talk of anti-gravity, it's just too much. Like we have to figure this out in like a serious academic way.
Yeah.
But that just shows you the prevailing ethos of the place itself. And so it's really fascinating. Wright Field had its own, this guy named Josh Goldberg, who is a PhD from Syracuse, and they were systematically studying anti-gravity. Anti-gravity in the 50s was, Lewis Whitten even says this, in the wind, meaning it was everywhere. But it also, the other meaning of in the wind is it's a spy term that could mean in the dark. And so it's really interesting. Like that, there could be some double meaning there. So the tie between quantum gravity and string theories, Lewis Whitten's son is a guy named Ed Whitten.
Yeah.
Ed Whitten is the #1 string theorist, in the world, bar none. And
this is the guy that Eric was talking about on the Joe Rogan podcast, saying this guy is like untouchable. He's like, I'm so scared.
Michael Jordan. Yeah, exactly.
I'm so intimidated by this guy's intelligence.
Yeah, exactly. Like alien level. Yeah, exactly. So that's Ed Whitten. So that's the son of the guy studying anti-gravity with Martin Corporation and establishing quantum gravity, which is this cul-de-sac. So like your son is like the king of the cul-de-sac. And like maybe there's some interesting updates going on in the back of the house with guys like Townsend Brown, who also has a work history at Martin Corporation.
Right.
He joined Martin Corporation in 1943 or 2 or 3, right when Skunkworks starts, the same year Skunkworks starts. So there's some interesting, weird connections there. A lot of smoke. I don't have fire.
So
but-
this Lewis Whitten fella, has anyone talked to him? Have you ever talked to him? Has Eric ever talked to him?
He is, I think, 99 years old or something.
God.
He's super old. And I have a friend who has corresponded over email with him. And as soon as he said, hey, I want to get into the anti-gravity stuff, the line went dark. And he stopped responding to emails. I make of it that we've made updates in the world of gravity that are off the books and not. And you don't even need me to say this. Like the National Science Foundation's now coming out with these podcasts talking about extended electrodynamics and literally scientific frameworks that if I were to say this a year ago to you, you'd be like, that's quacky. That doesn't make any sense. And like this was relegated to like 0-point energy conferences in the Southwest, like some crystal healer would tell you about extended electrodynamics, and you'd be like, okay, yeah, go again. But it's being vindicated as real, and electrogravitics being vindicated. A lot of people who are high up have kind of like, hey, you're kind of onto things with this stuff, and I just interviewed Carl Nell, who's the Army representative for the UAP task force. Worked alongside Grush, extremely smart, was the deputy CTO of Northrop Grumman. Part of what the argument I made in my Townsend Brown documentary is that some of this gravity, interesting gravity stuff made it into the B-2 stealth bomber. Some of Brown's work.
This is like the ion wind stuff, like the...
Yes.
Somehow, because it looks like the stealth bombers, they look like they defy gravity because they don't look built like unless they have some super powerful jet engines. Which they do, but
most legendary airspace journalist in the UK was a guy named Bill Gunston, and he's writing a survey level overview of all aero engine technology since World War II, and he gets to the B-2 stealth bomber, and he says, I do not wish to reside in the Tower of London, so I will refrain from talking about clever wings with leading edges charged to millions of volts positive with trailing edges charged to millions of volts negative. He's talking about the B-2 stealth bomber. And aerospace or aviation week, Bill Scott, another amazing aviation journalist, he says, when the B-2 gets revealed, early 90s, he's like, the B-2 surfs its own wave and uses a Byfield-Brown effect. Some people even think B-2 stands for Byfield Brown.
wow.
And so the majority owner of Northrop, where the B-2 came from, Northrop Grumman.
Yeah.
So this is pre-merger with Grumman. The majority owner, or the majority investor rather, is a guy named Floyd Odlum. He's a lawyer. He's a financier in aerospace. He's funding Brown's research in Santa Monica.
Right.
And the research fails, quote unquote, in 67. Then in 68, 3 months later, because the end of 67, early 68, they publish a paper, Northrop, saying we are looking into electroaerodynamics. and it's this paper that was archived in the American Institute of Astronautics and Aeronautics, or Aeronautics and Astronautics, and that paper just goes missing, and so they retract that paper and say, oh, there's nothing to see here, or whatever, and then a couple of decades later, the B-2 stealth bomber gets revealed. So it's like, you tell me, like, I think there's a there.
Fucking A, dude. So basically in the 50s, before that conference in North Carolina, like the idea is that, or what Eric was speculating is a possibility that this stuff just went dark and got captured by these aerospace companies, and like they came up with a plan to basically like deceive the public, send the public down the string theory rabbit hole, and take all this stuff that DeWitt and Witten and Brown were doing and make this part of this secret black project stuff.
I think it's hard to say whether we just had updates in topological physics and experimental physics, and we figured out some anomalies and like locally useful frameworks where it's like, we know how this works in the context of a single, you know, this stealth aircraft, but like how generalizable that gets, like how much you can do with that, I don't know. It's total black box to me. And I don't know how coordinated the sequestering of that. There's a ton of smoke. There's not a lot of fire. It's just hard to say. And then you can either say it was like sequestered by, you know, just humans, you know, where it's like you need top side science, you need black side science or whatever, which we definitely have. I mean, that's ridiculous to say we don't. Even like, and Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz, I think were at the White House, and like some National Security Council person was like, yeah, we're gonna like regulate AI just like we regulated physics in the past. And they're like, physics? You're talking about physics? So like, this has definitely been done. The idea that it hasn't been done is absurd.
Yeah.
And so is that coordinated on a human level? Do you believe the three body problem stuff where the aliens are controlling the way science emerges to begin with?
Right.
And like, are they like playing deceptive tricks on our top scientists and then like inspiring other scientists? Like, I don't know, you get into these like crazy questions. And I don't know how it went down. Have we made updates in science in the black? Yeah. Like you watch my Townsend Brown documentary, I think it's hard to come out of it being like, this stuff is fake. Like if you actually like ingest the details, it's like pretty,
absolutely.
Like, and even me, I have to think probabilistically, but I'm like 80%. You know, I don't know. Like,
and then, so go back to Jake Barber. So going back to this Jake Barber thing where they're getting these psionic assets from other countries and getting them and putting them in this program using drugs and using protocols to get them to sort of summon these things. He's saying that they're using these people to summon these crafts. Did he say he had any idea where they were coming from?
No, that was... the Jake interview was simultaneously felt historic and epic, and he was so articulate and like such a good, you know, purveyor of like
dude.
So intelligent,
Similar
clearly.
to Grush.
Yeah, totally. And then where it was incredibly frustrating, even in a way that like Grush is like can get into the theory and speculation, and is like a good fact finder. And it felt like with Jake, he really wanted to like keep to like the core details of like what he experienced, and it was a little frustrating for me because I think I'm strongest on the theory stuff, and like that's why I always want to get into that shit. And like I understand his position to like not want to, you know, totally go off the rails and speculate into crazy stuff.
And then there was some sort of tough book hard drive that was held underwater in a glacier lake. On top of a mountain.
And then and he had to like retrieve that, and then they were trying to like sever the hidden like they were trying to like basically get rid of him, and like because when you're like sheep dipped like that, and you're like, you know, director of operations for a helicopter company, there's so much plausible deniability. Your employer can just be like, that dude, what do you tell that guy's crazy? You know, just like people in the public are now saying, you know, Jake's crazy or whatever, even if you know, all these guys with DD-214s and like clear history are like coming to back him up, and I think he's totally legit. But like,
who's backing him up?
This guy Don Paul Bales. There's other guys that Ross Coulthart has interviewed. So he's one. Fred Baker is another. John Blitch, I think, knows him less well. Doesn't have like a as much of a history with him, but he's a DARPA guy who's come out, and he vetted him, I think, on behalf of Grush and some other people to see if he was the real deal. And like he was like, yeah, this guy's story totally comports with like that world that I've, you know, come to know and research a little bit. So
it just seems so crazy to me that they're like, we on Earth, with our motives, our military motives and our financial motives, are able to do something as crazy as summon something from another fucking dimension and crash it
Yep.
so we can study it.
It feels crazy to me too. The question that begets, which I think is really important that we should all question, is like, you hear that we only have, I don't know, 10 to 15 UFOs in our possession. They're in specific hangars or whatever. Or maybe you get one, some people say 1 to 2 crashes a year. So that would be, since Roswell, maybe since a little before that, say 120 or whatever, whatever. But if you can like summon these things on command, then you'd expect us to have 1,000 plus.
Right.
If you have 1,000 plus, you're going to get leakage.
Yes.
Right. So like, it can't be this, like, you put a coin in the slot machine that, the drink comes out sort of vibe. Like, it can't just be this like extremely repeatable, predictable thing.
Right.
It has to be more hard to, successfully do than that. And so, yeah, there are all these questions that the interview begets that I think people should ask. Because I don't know the answer to them.
Yeah. And then why isn't he or people he knows or even Greer's people being put in front of Congress and testifying all their stuff?
Yeah.
Why are they?
Jake has said I would 100% testify before Congress. And so that show of confidence I think is important, which look, my guess is Congress has been lied to before. I've been in rooms with Congress and I'm like, God, these guys are they're not smart. But I think just the fact that he's willing to do that, I think, and go under oath, under threat of perjury, I think is a good display.
Yeah.
So again, I think that the details are, everybody has to think probabilistically, but I think they're pretty solid. And then it's like, there are so many other questions it begets where it's like, what?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, like what you were saying about like being afraid to interact with this or try to summon it or try to somehow do one of these CE5 things that Greer talks about, and one of the things that I think I talked about with Greer was this hitchhiker effect that happens where not only can people get damaged or hurt or killed by the radiation or whatever it is that these things have, but there's some sort of portal that's permanently opened with you if you're able to interact with this stuff or even see it, to where now you have unlimited access to all this crazy paranormal stuff.
Yeah.
Like some of the stuff that you see at Skinwalker.
That's extremely common. Everybody's, all the Skinwalker is a great example. And in those cases, I think it was very negative because, again, I think if you're trying to weaponize this stuff, it explains, these kind of hauntings where these, aerospace practitioners come home and their kids and their family get haunted by this stuff. It is like they have residue. Lou Elizondo always calls it a sticky portfolio. And I think he calls it that for a very specific reason, which is stuff gloms onto you.
Yeah.
And what it's like you stare at the abyss long enough, the abyss stares back, and I think that's just a truism, especially in this topic.
And then what do you make of all the infighting of all these people, like Elizondo versus Greer versus you have Elizondo calling Greer a terrorist, I think.
Right.
And and simultaneously these guys are all writing books, going on all these podcasts. Sure. It's just what?
It's weird. And at times I see, all the infighting and I'm I'm tired. I just want more of a normal life. And why am I covering this stuff? It's just so ridiculous.
It's so easy to get fatigued by it.
It is. I think the meta psyop would be you get distracted by this internal drama or whatever. And a rule that I really try to adhere to is I don't go after anybody ad hominem. There's a map that I have of UFOs. And I should say this for the sake of your audience and my audience. There are people I've interviewed that I suspect have ulterior motives. I don't call out those ulterior motives because I'm in enough danger seeking truth. And I don't want to, I don't want people specifically coming after me because I'm fucking with them.
Right.
Not only that, but there are people with ulterior motives where, like we said earlier, there are elements of truth to what they say, and a lot of what people can tell the truth in limited ways and have ulterior motives. That's what people don't understand. So you can sift out valuable stuff. So I think the best way is just be open, friendly, cool with everybody. I'm cool with the two guys you just mentioned. I guess Greer I haven't met yet, but I would be cool with him. I just try to have an open, honest, fun conversation, and then glean out.
Oh my god, I
what I think is true, and honestly ask rhetorical. If there's any untruths, you ask rhetorical questions that like show on the face of it that like there's something kind of going on here, but like you don't have to call it out directly because it's just you're just gonna end up in some fucking food fight on Twitter and it's gonna waste your time, and you're not gonna get close to the truth that way.
Right.
You're gonna get distracted by like getting into it. The times I feel conflicted about having that predisposition is like I do think there's been like harassment of people, and I see it on like Twitter and other places, and like that fucks with me because I'm like I want to like come out and defend, you know, anybody who's been harassed just for looking into this stuff.
Yeah.
And then and by the way, I've faced it too, and there's stuff I could tell you that would like I could tell you off air that's like it's fucking crazy as far as stuff that's come my way.
Really?
Yeah.
Dario,
So
how are you doing today?
yeah. So
Elora Jordan, I am doing very, very excellent. I'm watching this is my dude right here, dude. Watching Jesse Michaels on Danny Jones. That's the shit. So yeah, my sleep schedule is fucked up. I don't sleep, I just dream. That's still true. But today, you know what's happening today? I'm having a date. I'm having a girl coming over, and we're gonna make some fried rice. So it's gonna be hype. I'm very excited. I've already made the rice. Not too much water, so that it can absorb the goodness from the frying, right? The garlic, onion, soy sauce, stuff like that, right? So yeah, I'm gonna have this is gonna be a great day. I'm thinking about, I haven't showered, still smell amazing. Completely locked into World of Warcraft, and this, you know, my just fucking completely psychotic. Merging everything, solving everything, manifesting, all that good stuff. Good to hear that. It's very good to hear that. How are you doing? How's your day going? I hope it's also going very, very excellent. May you have a perfect date with her. Oh, thank you, dude. Thank you. I hope so too. I mean, there's no hoping. It's just being. There's just living in the moment, right? There's no. But thank you for. I get your point still, but you know, we've already had a date some time ago, so it's just gonna be better and better. I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. Let's go. That's what I want to hear. I'm having so much fun with hardcore World of Warcraft, and just sitting and listening to some nice podcast is the shit. Especially in the middle of the night. Like I woke up at like 1 at night. I have some quick breakfast, and then I just chill for like have a complete like a session where I can completely lock in. It's awesome. I've been eating my eggs. Drinking some water with creatine. I just finished a couple of pieces of dark chocolate here. I mean, we're killing it. Absolutely killing it. Elora Jordan. Been looking more at you know, spirituality, Twitter, not X, Instagram. I'm starting to follow some very interesting people on like, you know, because like Jesse says, I'm kind of done with the politics shit. Like, I'm so through with that. I feel like I'm so above it. I already know everything there is to know about it in a way. Like, you know, I want to get to the fucking truth of everything. And I was watching my guy Ashton Forbes. Basically, I mean, he's starting to solve this fucking free energy shit with the electrons and magnetism and electromagnetism and. Right? We're solving it. We're merging it. Techno-spirituality. Straight up. They were never supposed to be separate. Oh. Let's run here. Turn this in. We have some quests here. I mean, I don't know what I'm... Do you play World of Warcraft, Elora? Like, what do you play? What's your jam? This base is cozy. The Zoram Strand. I also have this guy. New evidence reveals pyramids were built to manipulate energy. I'm gonna watch that. Candice Owens killing it. Randall Carlson killing it. Greg Braden. I love this guy, dude. I love this guy also. Dude, there's so much shit to watch. Holy shit. It's too much. Let's listen to this song here. Books.
Pages and spines, books full of fun stories and rhymes. I can travel around, never leave my seat. I tell you something, buddy, reading books is cool and neat. Now books can change your perspective. Grab a couple of books and start a book collection. Read a good book, fill your head full of knowledge, and you don't never even have to go to a college. Trade a book your time, it'll give you its treasure. Every chapter's a
Minecraft and Phasmophobia, you mean? That ghost hunting game or whatever. That's dope. Dude, Minecraft. I remember buying Minecraft before it even came out. I paid $100 for it. It was like super early on. My boy Martin, right, recommended it to me. I gave him 100. I gave him 100 SEK, $10 cash in school. What did I just accept? And we played that shit. Man, I mean, amazing memories from that game. We were playing on this PvP server where we figured out how to dupe shit and stuff. I mean, and we're playing with people in Skype, and just going around and destroying people's entire cities that people had been working on for super long, and we just blew it all up with TNT and stuff. I mean, it was fun times. Fun times. What did I accept? I can skip that. Stone Talent. I already have that. Wait, what? Scout, you can see what I'm missing. Huh? Scout the what? Oh no, you're kidding me. Get the fuck out. I missed that. How did I miss that? I was just there. I'm not gonna run there again. I'll fly there and run there. Yeah, okay, fuck. How many questions? 18. You can skip that. Skip that. Yeah. Did I turn anything in or? Yeah. Whoa, so you were that much? Yeah. You love watching WoW and Path of Exile too. I'd never got into the Path of Exile stuff. Like hack and slash is not my jam. There's not enough mystery. It's too it's not even too grindy. It's a boring grind. It's just uninteresting. No lore that is interesting. I can't get into it. There's too much. But I can completely understand that people like it.
blast. Every letter gets better. Read a short book and just get your feet wet, and you'll be reading big time in no time, I'll bet. Like Shakespeare, Melville, London and Austin, Tolkien, Lewis, Lingle, Harry Potter is awesome. Magic Tree House, Homer, Virgil and Chaucer. Grab a fat paperback about a flying saucer. Now books say the things in your head in a brand new way you never heard it been said. E-books, audiobooks, don't make it hard. You can go pretty far with just a library card. Like Whitman, Steinbeck, Hurston and Faulkner, Hemingway, McCarthy and Miss Mary Oliver. Read a little bit, it'll just take a minute. You can pick a different book if you don't like what's in it. Just read them.
Hell yeah, dude. So what kind of games do you like? I like competitive games mostly. And World of Warcraft, like Counter-Strike, Marvel Rivals lately. Dota 2, played that for like, I have like 1,000 hours on Steam. Brawlhalla, 1,000 hours on Steam. Obviously, I'm the greatest Bloodline Champion player of all time. Battle.right, League of Legends. Those are my types of games. Yeah, dude, that guy is the best, Jesse Wells. I started following him when he had like 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. That guy has skyrocketed. I mean, you can tell he's just been promoted by like his music is so good. The algorithm loves him. He just fucking just flying to the moon right now. That guy, dude. Flippity flop. Anti-Elon rally. Oh, we have to watch that, I guess, right? The chess cheating drama is back. Can you? These guys are just fucking jerking every drama shit they can. I mean, I guess they have to, right? I mean. Gonna watch this too, I guess. What happened?
Apparently, so Hassan went on Trash Taste. So this didn't go very well at all. So Trash Taste, for anybody who doesn't know, is probably the most popular anime podcast right now in the world. And they talk about anime. They decided to bring Hassan on the podcast.
So on February 21st, Hassan was on the Trash Taste podcast. And there's a flood of backlash in the comment section about Trash Taste having this dude on their show.
Let me see. I'll pull it up right now. It's actually getting way more unpopular. Like yesterday, it had 16,000 to 15,000 likes, and it actually still had a positive like ratio. Now it's 18,000 to 28,000. That's nuts. That's brutal, man. You'd think that they'd be more positive to somebody who interviewed Luffy, but I guess not.
Hassan is aware of the backlash, and he does not seem happy, making a number of responses addressing it. So let's take a look at all this stuff and let me know what you think. First off, some analytics. The video currently has 293,000 and
big money.
God damn. And look at
1,002. First off, some analytics. The video currently has 293,000 and God damn. And look at it now. That's in one day, bro. A singular day. And this is after Hassan directed his viewers to essentially combat what he's calling the brigading. First, a brief clip of the podcast itself. Just seems fitting to play at least, like, short portion of that. Then we'll take a look at some of the comments so you can get some more of the context.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Trash Taste. I'm joined once again by the boys, and we have a returning guest.
Did I not turn that shit in?
Because you're back in Japan now.
Hell yeah, I'm here permanently now.
I have to feed my cat. Go feed your cat, my guy.
I've decided. This time it's for real.
You self-deported?
For real?
Yeah, now that my country's on fire, I chose Japan to just stay here.
Okay. Whoa.
But yeah, we got Hassan. He's back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no politics. Sorry.
Yeah.
No politics. All right. I don't want to hear it.
I love how they can't get 30 seconds into the episode without this dude bringing politics up. I'd prefer my anime discussion not to involve a guy who celebrated the death of innocent civilians in no less than 2 different recent modern conflicts, and who carries water for authoritarian regimes and celebrates terrorists indiscriminately attacking civilian vessels at sea, abducting their crews, and who still stone women to death for not obeying their every command. Thanks. Another one saying, I've been a viewer of the Anime Man and Giga for more than a decade. As a female viewer, I am absolutely disgusted seeing 3 men, the biggest...
I wonder if I went on the podcast, who would have a worse dislike ratio. I wonder what would happen. Me, maybe, I don't know. I'm actually curious.
Who thought having Hassan is a good idea. This isn't just a simple drama that can be ignored. That's like saying 9/11 is just drama, then proceed to have Bin Laden or Al-Qaeda members as guests to talk about their favorite video games.
Bro, these comments are out of pocket. Oh my god. It would be crazy. If Bin Laden was still around, there would be people that would invite him on a podcast and ask him about anime. I guarantee you that would happen.
Been following both Joey and Giguk since 2015, but now I'm unsubscribing. Not gonna watch someone who endorses terrorism by hosting this guy. Once again, those comments were just some of the comments that you can find by sorting by top comments. And it seems like there's thousands, if not tens of thousands of comments where people share similar sentiment. Interestingly enough, the pinned comment is from Trash Taste, and they say, we don't and have never deleted comments on any episodes.
Yeah.
And this is because a number of people have been accusing them of deleting comments that are critical of Hassan. For example, this tweet that reads, Trash Taste is getting heat for having Hassan Piker on the podcast, and then deleting comments critical of him. That account making a follow-up tweet that reads, even the trash taste Reddit wasn't impressed.
Jesus.
Going on to quote, first time seeing a 50% like to dislike ratio on a track.
Well, it's not the first time. You didn't see 50% because it's less than that now. It's like a third. It's way less. Yeah,
now
it's
those
way
comments
less.
are just gone. Is the person who manages the channel actually deleting them? Taking a look at the provided screenshots, we can see there's actually a lot more to that comment. The full comment reading. The first thing I did when this episode came out was scroll down to the comments. There were hundreds of them expressing the fact that they did not like having Hassan back. Some of them had almost 1,000 likes. Now those comments are just gone. Is the person who manages the channel actually deleting them? Please let this
Yeah,
just
no problem,
be a YouTube
Laura.
glitch.
You're in when you want. I'm here.
Because otherwise, wow,
stress.
that would be low. As we already went over, Trash Taste made a very brief response denying that any comments were deleted. Still, it's very interesting that comments on both Reddit
It's
and
just so hard to say, right? I mean, there's a chance that they did it, but as somebody who's familiar with YouTube's system, there's also a chance that they didn't.
Editor's note, it's most likely the comments were mass reported through Hassan's counter brigade, thus triggering YouTube's automod, which removed them.
Speaking of the Trash Taste subreddit, let's hop over there and take a look. Specifically this post that reads,
Whoa.
seems like Hassan has brigaded his community to quote-unquote get in and actively counter the brigade. The comment section, and linking to a tweet that we'll take a look at next. As for the post itself, it got 563 upvotes before being locked by the
Got
moderators.
locked.
With this mod, leaving a pinned comment, a sticky comment rather, that says, for anyone reading this, if you are not interested in talking about the actual content of a Trash Taste podcast episode, please don't make comments. All you're doing is making our volunteering harder, where we'll just have to lock certain posts and remove posts as well.
I think like this is it's a complicated topic because like when you cover a lot of like really divisive and controversial stuff, you become divisive and controversial. Like there's nobody who covers this kind of stuff that isn't like that. Like whether it's Hassan, me, XQC, anybody who talks about any of these controversial topics, they do have a huge amount of people that get mad about them. The issue is that there's a lot of people that they view things like Trash Taste or they view like content as non-political content. Once somebody gets kind of like labeled like that and people don't like them like that, that's it, right? That's totally it. It's natural. But what I'm saying is like this is how it happens, is that if you cover controversial topics like that, you're gonna get these comments. You will. Like whether you like this is just the way it is. Like it doesn't matter like whether you think that you should or not. Like you cover controversial topics, you talk about things that are extreme, you are going to have people that are gonna say this shit because they're gonna be pissed off. Like it's kind of like the same argument that I used with like woke video games. So if you bring on somebody who's like extremely controversial, you know, politically minded, etc., you're going to alienate a lot of those people. And the reason why is because a lot of people use video content, like things like Trash Taste, as an escape from the real world. Like there's a lot of people that I'm friends with privately, but like they don't want to do shit with me publicly because of like all the drama that I'm involved with, right? And I think that makes sense. Like, and I don't really think like, because you gotta keep in mind, like this is their job. This is their job. This is their career. And so like, am I gonna ask somebody to like fucking like put your career at risk because of me? Like, what is this? Like, no, bro, like this is your job, it's your life. And so I totally understand it. I totally get it. But pussies, they're not pussies. They just like everybody does things that they wouldn't do normally because of their employment. That's just how it is. That's life. There are people that wear uniforms, people that, you know, report to bosses that they don't like and they are polite and cordial with them, even though they wish they could tell them to fuck off. That's life. They're pussies? No, I mean, to a degree, I agree. And I actually think the world would be a better place if nobody took any of these comments about anybody seriously and everybody just let anybody talk about anything and nobody gave a fuck and people just thought about the ideas and the conversations rather than getting fixated on it. I agree. I think that's true. But that doesn't mean that other people are going to think the way that I do, right? And so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to help the situation.
Yeah.
Well, this presents a very fun opportunity. Let's take a look at some of the top comments on that post that the mod
But you
apparently
shouldn't be surprised, by the way. You should not be surprised. If people don't want to deal with you or like you get a negative reaction like this is just how it is. Because you talk about topics that are like really personal to people and they get in there.
For example, this top response that talks about how pathetic it is to issue some kind of counter brigade and how that's also a brigade. The next one reading, yeah, that
Well,
was
the reason why Hassan's doing it. I'll tell you the reason why. I mean, maybe I'm mind reading, but I'm just thinking about it from my perspective. He's probably doing it because he wants to be able to collab and do stuff with these other people. But if enough people hate on it, the fact is that Trash Taste receives income. It is a capitalistic venture. It makes money. You know, like maybe they would do it for free, but they'd sure have a harder time getting everything edited and getting everything shot and getting cameramen in there, having somebody make a set, etc. Right? If enough people don't like you, then it becomes not worth it to collaborate with you. Because like, for example, like bringing somebody on like Elon Musk, for example, or like Donald Trump, like that's like a huge amount of popularity, but it's also a huge amount of hate. But because they're so popular, it's like a net positive. If other people feel like collaborating with you is a net negative, they're not going to want to collaborate with you. And then you get alienated, then you have people that won't defend you, and then you get kind of like, you know, separated from the group. Is the contrary just polemic or promoting killing people? No, I'm just saying, like, that's the reason why he's trying to do that. Because if you don't do that, then these people that are on the show are going to think to themselves, well, we don't want to lose money. We don't want to have people hate our show. I don't want to bring this guy on again when the last time we brought him on, everybody got mad. You see what I'm saying?
Right below that, this comment reading, great. Another creator telling his community to counteract the hate. Looks like this is going to be more than a 12-hour drama.
It's been on for,
then there's this one that
bit.
reads, of all the things he could have done to calm the flame, he just sends it into a blaze. This one's really funny because of how things played out. So this comment says, will the mods A, ban Hassan for brigading, B, delete this post, cue Jeopardy music. Turns out it was actually option C, lock the post and threaten to remove comments. Okay.
I think that you should allow people to discuss this kind of stuff. Like, in general, like, I can understand a hate thread, like, not really wanting to be on there. But, like, I generally don't even delete a lot of hate threads on, like, I'll give you an example, right? Like, now, I'm not saying that I never delete hate threads. Of course, I've done it before whenever I feel like they get really personal or they get really weird or whatever. But, like, let me just go and I'll give you an example. This one here. So, like, this has 3,000 comments. A lot of these comments are Amber Heard, not a single event, infinite money, Nerf toast. Like, a lot of these comments are negative, right? Look at his face, like a kid going, I mean, Trump's funny. I think so, too. But anyway, last Amber Heard drawing up is entertaining. Generally don't get how people can sit through it. So, like, a lot of people are being critical on the subreddit. But, like, this is about the content of the event, right? It's about the content of the stream. And so, like, if people don't like that, that's fine. Trump's content machine, MS transmog competitions, viewer raids. Yeah, people are not happy about it. And so, like, you have to let people have, people saying to stop watching him, right? I mean, this is always how it is. So, like, I let these go through. Now, like, at a certain point, it could be too much, right? But especially if it's somebody's criticizing the content, the actual content itself, and it's not being made personal or like, oh, this guy's a piece of shit, it's not personal, then like you have to let people say that kind of stuff, because if you don't, then it's not like those people are going to go away. They're just going to get more radicalized and get more angry.
Hassan Malls, while reading hate comments from his Trash Taste podcast episode, directs his audience to quote-unquote get in and actively counter the brigade. And here's the clip.
Mr. President, the second piker has hit the trash taste. Why would you do this? Is really the terrorist endorser? Shame. Too bad. I get irritated from just seeing his face. The guy has said so many profoundly idiotic things that I honestly cannot listen to a word from him. The brigade is on, folks.
I mean, the only thing I know he said is that profit is theft and that America deserved 9/11. Like, I don't know if he's like backtracked from that or whatever. Like, but I remember I watched him on Andrew Schultz, and he's pretty cool there. Like, he's just very hard on one side, and you can if you're that hard on one side, you're by definition never right. And how much are you willing to give? That's it. He has his team, you know. Anyone who has a team is not interesting.
Get in and act.
Aspen doesn't really have a team in that way, so he's much more interesting.
Counter the brigade. They dislike botted the video immediately. Lol is at 2.5k dislikes.
For sure.
You really upset
It's
the
not
Weeds
dislike botted. If you have 20,000 comments like that, it's not dislike botted, because like and dislike botting comments would not be the same. It's not botted.
That dude in chat trying to blame all the dislikes on some like dislike bot is just the icing on the cake. But wait, there's another clip to take a look at. This one that reads, Chatter tells Hassan he's out of touch, which he didn't appreciate.
Because sometimes we'll stare into the darkness on this broadcast. Like we'll look at like what they're saying, and they just can't comprehend how like journalists are still covering this guy in a positive way. What the f is going on? And it's like, dude, why do you think like a 40-year-old journalist has no political convictions of their own? Like, you think they're going to be deluded by like a drama farmer on YouTube, like a slop tuber, and be like, wow, this is a real bad guy?
I don't think that there's actually as big of a difference between journalism and slop content on YouTube. I really don't think so.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of things that pass for journalism immediately go to YouTube. And in fact, I actually think that a lot of the slop content on YouTube is better.
Bro, Piers Morgan is a slop commentator, right?
That's why when a lot of journalists go to YouTube, they end up getting no views. It's because people don't want to listen.
Most fucking news stations with the talking heads is all slob. It's all slob. It's all slob all the time. Right?
Into it, and people think they're full of shit. The problem is that with a lot of these journalists and these people that do this stuff, they do have political convictions, but the problem is that those convictions are not popularly held. And that's the issue. That's the fundamental problem that exists with like kind of the difference between like media and the public, is that the media is trying to push forward a narrative that the public doesn't agree with and respect. Like, who do you think really is getting more views on these things, right? Is this random newspaper that's having like every single metric for this newspaper is going down? Do you think that's what's getting more views, or do you think that this video that's getting millions of views on YouTube is getting views, right? I mean, which one do you think more people are seeing?
You think they haven't seen internet harassment campaigns before? You are so out of touch, holy hell. No, brother, I'm not the one who's out of touch. The people that are going, we hate you because we think this person is an evil person, me, okay? We think your friend that you know better, okay, is actually secretly an evil person because we've seen YouTube videos from rabid haters is an active line of attack. The assumption that
this guy's getting banned.
You as a random commentator, a random commenter online is not out of touch, but I am, because what you expect in terms of like retaliation towards someone like myself is not matching the reality is hilarious.
Dude's really trying to sound not out of touch by citing journalists. Like, oh, 40-year-old journalists support me, as if the opinion of some random journalists prove he's a morally good and not out of touch person. He doesn't even realize that the majority of people despise journalists and don't trust them. Probably one of the most out of touch things he actually could have said to use for his argument.
The journalists are not... Journalism nowadays is activism. Most people are not interested in relaying the truth. They're interested in trying to push an agenda. I think it becomes readily evident when you have lie campaigns, like for example, the campaign about like Black Myth Wukong, that was a complete lying campaign. And it's pushed universally with every single group with no pushback. It's because these people are playing on a team. There's not an objective viewpoint here. He just severely underestimates how many people actively dislike him. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't like, I mean, it's very simple, right? I mean, if you look at like the elections, you look at like a lot of people's opinions, it definitely seems like way less people are agreeing with like any sort of like super leftist point of view. Yeah. I think that you're seeing like a massive like cultural shift away from that. Like it or hate it, but that is the truth.
Apparently not being out of
touch.
touch.
So if you have these opinions that nobody agrees with and like the culture is moving away from, you're going to get a lot of negative feedback.
And lastly, there's this tweet that reads, Hassan denies his lolcow status, and in the clip, he's actually still going on about the whole out of touch thing. So let's take a look.
How do you not understand that? Things will keep shocking you over and over again if you are so echo chambered and hugboxed that you genuinely believe that I am considered lolcow by anyone that is a normal human being who goes outside, okay? That's the problem. You're like a 40-year-old dude on Twitch right now being like, you're the one who's out of touch, Hassan, because in spite of the fact that you are one of the most popular content creators on Twitch, I still think me and my homies think you're a bad guy. And the more you don't realize that other people don't see it the way that you do, the more you just make up conspiracies in your mind. You can say womp womp all day, but the real womp is happening to you, old man. Calm down.
Why does he keep using this whole like 40-year-old thing? Like, oh yes, the 40-year-old journalists support me. And then this time he's mad at the chatter saying he's like a 40-year-old dude on Twitch. But anyways, I think it's really funny
that's a very good point, by the way. Like you're saying like old people are the ones that are credible in this case, but old people are the ones that are not credible in basically the same thing. It's a very good point.
He's talking about conspiracy theories, but I had nothing to say about conspiracy theories when there was this chatter saying like all the dislikes are just some like bots disliking the video. So when it's convenient for him, things are conspiracy theories, but when it's not convenient for him, they're not conspiracy theories apparently. And let me get this part straight. So his defense for being a good person is that journalists support him and that he's one of the most viewed people on Twitch. Is that really the argument that he's going with?
I think if you really want to tell if somebody is a good person or not, you should look at how many negative interactions they've had with other people that they've interacted with on a personal level. So like if, for example, you have somebody who all the time crashes out and there's like drama with other people, etc., then they're going to be the ones that are going to have the problem. Like it's basically like if you're the common denominator, you are probably also the problem.
We'll take a look at is this tweet that says Hassan rallies the troops in his Twitter community. The screenshot provided reading, I don't think it's all organic trash taste fans, to be honest. I got lots of weirdos roaming the web recently. It's okay to correct the record, in my opinion. They get away with saying a lot of totally ridiculous things. Everyone is capable of making up their mind if they simply watch the stream.
Again, this is like, it's something that's like partially true, but it's also true Hassan said a lot of out-of-pocket stuff. Like, I mean, people come to this conclusion by watching clips of what he says too. Like, I mean, it's not that simple.
Yeah, people watch the stream and make up their own opinion, but when that opinion's negative, then it's not organic, it's not authentic. That can't be right. It's got to be bots, it's got to be brigading. Anyways, let me know what you think about this whole trash taste Hassan situation. I believe
and I do think that there are, I mean, again, like I do think for sure there are people that are going to go and they're not really trash taste fans, they're just Hassan anti-fans, and they're going to go and dislike the video because of that. Like, that's absolutely true. Anybody could assume that's true, of course. It doesn't mean that, like, their concerns are invalid.
Most important stuff that we went over. As always, thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed my coverage, and if you did, please consider liking and or subscribing. Have a great week ahead, and I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is what happens with a lot of people, and again, it's like if you cover, like, really controversial topics and you cover controversial content like this, what ends up happening is that you're going to alienate a lot of people. And that's what's happened with me. That's what's happened with Hassan. As I said, I can give a big list of people that, you know, there are probably a lot of people that would do more things with Hassan publicly if less people hated him. Like, just straight up. Straight up, that's the truth. Because you've got to keep in mind that, again, like, streaming is a job. You know, YouTube is a job. Like, whether you want to say, oh, it's our real job. Yeah, but they're making money off of it, and they need that money to live. So whatever you want to call that, that's what it is. Do they want to do something that gets in the way of that job? Because there's a lot of hate by association that happens. People have recently tried to do that with me. And that's why I have no problem with people distancing from me, because I understand the game and I know how it's played, right? I've streamed for a long time. I have dealt with people trying to, like, people being, you know, two-faced with stuff my entire fucking life. It's really just another day on the job. But yeah, I think that for a lot of these shows, especially shows that are about anime and like other types of escapism things, bringing somebody on that has like a really controversial reputation like Hassan, it's very risky, and you risk alienating your audience in a big way.
You look at my gray hair, you think I probably don't listen to rap music, and you're right. But I heard about the slogan in a podcast, and I thought that is the right idea. Elon Musk, he not like us.
And that's a Kendrick Lamar reference.
I would know. I know it's a rap music reference. How do the rappers say it?
They not like us.
They not like us. The billionaire shouldn't be able to tell all the rest of us what to do.
Stop the billionaire coup. Elon Musk is literally raiding our government and destroying our country.
I am become meme.
That's the one illegal alien that we have to get rid of.
Meanwhile, Trump and Musk's efforts to expand the power of the executive branch and slash the federal workforce continue.
What they're doing is illegal. He is not a government employee.
300 employees at the National Nuclear Security Administration were fired.
It's a coup.
It's a bunch of unelected billionaires who are ransacking our government.
This really does look like 1933 Germany. You know, Hitler did rule via executive order.
38 executive orders.
Just executive order after executive order. And it's unreal. It's fascism at its heart.
Heil Hitler. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with Hitler?
Yeah, Trump for emperor.
We want to downsize government, but make it better.
Stop the fucking billionaires.
He's firing a lot of federal workers. Many of these folks have civil service protection, so these things are against the law.
He's in the IRS today, I hear. He's getting all of our information. They're slashing jobs. They're slashing the Department of Education. They're slashing
infectious disease experts, baby formula inspectors, livestock disease testers,
people in the FBI,
park rangers, bank regulators,
CDC,
drug addiction and cancer scientists.
Basically slashing every resources that we have.
It's kind of like we're gutting the country from the inside out.
And why? Because they want to give themselves a big tax break, or they destroy the middle class.
They're just trying to destroy our government, to wipe out the power of the people, and to put oligarchs in charge.
We can't roll over anymore. People are rolling over, and it's like, no.
America is resisting fascism like the entire world is.
Because the system sucks. It's done by design, and what we need is a revolution. We really do.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live in New York City at Union Square for the anti-Elon Musk, anti-billionaire, stop the coup, fuck the kings protest. We're going to talk to some people about how they feel about everything going on right now.
In this country, I have friends, I have family who are transgender. You can't roll back history. My friend Yvonne Ritter, who just died last year, who was one of the key people at Stonewall.
For context, the Stonewall riots were a series of events that occurred after New York City police attempted to illegally raid and shut down a prominent queer bar in the 60s. It was 6 days of mayhem and is generally considered to be the launch point for the modern gay rights movement.
The other day, we all woke up to see that the T was removed from the website honoring the Stonewall riots.
References to transgender and queer people have been removed from the Stonewall National Monument section on the National Park Service website. This comes as the Trump administration continues to push for federal agencies to only recognize two genders, male and female.
And this is absolutely outrageous. It's like undoing history. It's reversing history. You can't do that. So they might have removed the T, but they can't undo the history. That's why we're here. That's why it's important to have this flag. I'm an immigrant from Ireland. I came here because I was gay. It was a criminal offense in Ireland at the time. And I came here precisely because there was room here if you were queer, if you were gay. Now this policy is reversing that.
President Trump keeps his promise to get wokeness out of the United States Armed Forces as he signs multiple executive orders to reshape the military.
And late today at the White House, President Trump signing an executive order banning transgender women from competing in women's sports.
The administration has issued orders for hospitals, for instance, to stop providing health care for young people, for children, for adults who are transgender.
President Trump recently signed an executive order halting federal support for gender-affirming health care for people under 19 years of age.
Can you imagine being in the middle of treatment and all of a sudden a directive comes from Washington to stop that treatment. My husband is a pediatric hematologist oncologist. I've been inspired by him as I watched him care for children with sickle cell and with cancer. And I understand how important trials are and research. So the cuts, the directives from Washington have literally cut and threatened the life, therefore, of many children across America and young people.
The Trump administration has told federal health agencies to pause external communications.
So it's very practical. It's not just rhetoric. It literally impacts real lives, families who love their children, who care for their families.
He's acting like a king or wannabe dictator, and I think it's pathetic.
This country is moving very rapidly under Trump into an authoritarian form of society.
We have a government where powers are supposed to be separated between equal branches. The executive branch is not authorized to simply defund programs that have been appropriated by Congress. They're seizing power, they're firing civil service members to put in loyalists.
Overnight, President Trump firing the nation's top military leadership in an unprecedented purge.
The Republican Congress is not checking him on this. They're too timid to do so, and that's why I'm here. I hope we can get back to the democracy we've had for 250 years.
But it's already turned, like, it's already an oligarchy, fake democracy. It's already that. Right? We know that. Plutocracy.
What are some of the executive orders that you found most egregious in this first month of the new term?
Oh, end of birthright citizenship, without a doubt.
President Trump's executive order to end birthright citizenship has kicked off an unprecedented legal battle over immigration policy.
I'm also worried about there's a bill been introduced in the House to make a national ban on abortion.
I think the executive orders firing inspector generals, I would say, because they are the watchdogs of our society.
Within days of taking office, President Trump fired more than 17 inspectors general across the federal government.
Eliminating any DEI in government programs, which has frightened other agencies and people to stop teaching history and stop teaching about our true history. And
all agencies were directed to put DEI staff on leave. Employees ordered to remove pronouns from their signatures. Diversity inclusion programs shuttered.
You know, I stand by DEI. I'm not going to give up on these terms. Language is structural. It's not just a matter of, exchanging DEI with excellence. I think you have to stick and fight for these terms that we've so hard fought to have inserted in our institutions. I'm active in the cultural world, and I don't let go of it so quickly.
Why do you think they're attacking it so much?
Because they are racist and equate any challenge to the economic system in this country with people who are not white, and it's actually the opposite. Without immigrants or people who represent diversity in very different aspects, we would be in a much, much, much worse condition.
Tonight, Walmart joining a growing list of companies rolling back diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
Why do you think there is so much focus on DEI right now?
Because I always think scapegoating people is easy, and I think that they're racists.
Stop the fucking billionaires.
Top 5 worst billionaires, what comes to mind?
Well, Elon Musk, Donald Trump, if he actually is a billionaire. Bill Gates is pretty bad, but not as bad as Jeff Bezos. And trying to think of another one.
Larry Fink.
Zuckerberg.
I mean, there's common ground here. Come on.
Very good. Zuckerberg's also a fucking terrible billionaire.
As far as wealth distribution goes, do you feel like anybody should be a billionaire?
Probably not. But the thing is that what's more important is that the billionaire shouldn't be able to tell all the rest of us what to do.
Right.
I think they can earn
But they already do that because they have all the money. Yeah, okay.
billion, but then they have to have fair taxation.
How billionaire Jeff Bezos pays 0 in taxes.
Because we want to encourage people, and to be, you've hit my main issue here. But, they hate the government. The government is set up for them to succeed.
The same goes for larger corporations. Smaller companies barely survived the pandemic, while larger corporations simply coasted through. The reason for this was the higher taxes.
Coasted through. They raked everything up, and right.
They get a lot of
you're doing better than coasting, then, my guy.
Benefits from it. Everybody knows, right? Elon has billions in government contracts, et cetera, especially his space program.
SpaceX alone has received $19 billion from the federal government, and it is poised to take in several billion a year.
At the president's request.
Does that present a conflict of interest for you?
No, because first of all, I'm not the one, filing the contract. It's people at SpaceX or someone who will be putting for the contract.
He is living off government contracts and cutting off USAID to countries that are desperately in need of food. Meanwhile, he's sitting on piles of cash.
Backlash after Elon Musk seized control of USAID, the agency that provides U.S. humanitarian assistance around the world.
Oh, the USAID is ridiculous, and the lies around it are unreal. And if you turn on Fox News, it's literally just a propaganda machine.
Angry Democrats throwing a hissy fit after Elon Musk dropped the Doge hammer on the Hunter Biden of government agencies.
Supposedly there's $200 million worth of food that's being held up in ports right now, condoms that need to go to Africa, AIDS medication. It's ridiculous.
Around the world, we are doing...
Yeah. I mean, it's so interesting because... Hey, I'm back. Hello, Laura. How are you doing? Welcome back. What was I doing? I have mail. We sold something. Big money making. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm thinking I stop here because I've already been live for like 4 hours, so I'm very hungry. I'm gonna get my eggs and just keep watching this because I'm kind of burned out on World of Warcraft for today. Did you feed your cat? Dude, I want a cat. Should I get a cat? Hey, Laura. I kind of want. I have this now. I log out here. We come back tomorrow.
Doing like.
And keep playing it. So you came back exactly as I'm about to leave, Laura. Crazy. I'm very sorry about that. I need to keep watching. Need to keep researching here.
Important medicine to help things from getting out of hand, like COVID. Those things, we are a big interconnected world. Those things come here.
All the money to fight diseases in other countries, that's going to come back to bite us when those diseases land here on our shores.
But hell, I don't want Ebola to come here and mutate. I don't want AIDS to mutate because, I should note that following Trump and Musk's defunding of USAID, they've since decided to reinstate funding for Ebola and HIV research.
We have, for example, turned on funding for Ebola prevention and for HIV prevention. Yes, correct.
Still, many of Elon's critics view his gutting of USAID as a strange, unnecessary thing, given its relative small percentage in the overall government spending.
I like that. I like that. That's a good. I can stand behind that sign right there, dude.
Budget. USAID spending, foreign aid is not a large percent of our budget. Defense is a tremendous one. Social Security, Medicare, but foreign aid is a tiny, tiny fraction of American spending. USAID is 40.
So